Imagine the night Voldemort struck, and a fox demon answered. What if Kurama was sealed into baby Harry, raised in Konoha, trained by Kakashi, watched by Itachi, and one day the shinobi world crashed straight into Hogwarts? This is the war that rewrote two destinies. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry YouTube channel. Subscribe and like this video. It really motivates me a lot. Also, if you have any suggestions or what-if ideas, please drop it below. Thank you so much and enjoy the video.
The cottage in Godric's Hollow breathed like a sleeping thing, warm lamplight at the windows, 2 cups left cooling on the table, a soft lullaby humming under Lily Potter's breath. The autumn wind rattled the hedges and brought with it the cinnamon, sweet smell of carved pumpkins from the village. If you didn't know better, you would mistake this quiet for peace. James looked up from the hearth and caught Lily looking at him over the cradle. She had that look again, the one that said she was braver than her fear. "Hay won't come," James said, and hated how much of a lie it sounded like tonight. Lily stroked the thin black tufts on their son's head. "Tell him that," she murmured, and her smile didn't quite take. Harry cooed, the sound delicate as glass. On the mantel, the clock ticked with a heart's steadiness. A rumble rolled across the moor. Not thunder. James knew the difference. The protective wards trembled like harp strings plucked by a cruel fingertip. His wand was in his hand before the sound faded. "Lily," he said. She was already moving, lifting Harry and pressing a kiss to that soft forehead. "I love you," she whispered. The words had the gravity of a vow. The front latch clicked. The wards, strong, hidden, faithful, buckled all the same. The door drifted open like a mouth giving up a secret. A tall figure stepped into the foyer, bringing the cold in with him. James put himself between the hall and his family. "Lily, go!" he snapped. "James, go." There was no time for one last touch. Just the look they shared, 12 years folded into an instant, and then Lily was gone up the stairs, the baby's weight tight against her. Bare feet, a ghost's patter on the wood. James faced the hall. A pale face. Not a face at all, but a mask of something that had misplaced its humanity, floated at the threshold, eyes scarlet and incurious. Lord Voldemort drew the door shut with a sigh of air, as polite as a guest arriving for tea. "Potter," he said. James lifted his wand and felt a sick, fierce calm. "You picked the wrong house." The curse came like a spear. James met it with a shield so bright it burst the shadows. Green light hissed across the walls, picture frames exploded into dust. James was already moving, fast and desperate, and still too slow. The second spell caught him in the ribs and hurled him into the banister. It broke with an unmusical crack. For one ruinous heartbeat, he saw everything he would never be, an old man with Lily's hand in his, Harry at a station platform with a trunk and owls and all the years ahead. And then he pushed himself up, spat blood, and smiled because there was nothing else left to do. "Come on, then," he said. "Avada Kedavra," said Voldemort, almost kindly. The green light filled the hall. James fell without a sound. Upstairs, Lily heard the house exhale and knew. She did not let herself stop. The nursery smelled of milk and clean linen. Harry blinked up at her, unafraid, clutching at the air with those new fingers. She placed him in the cot long enough to draw her wand and trace glowing lines in the air, layers upon layers of old magic, the kind that tasted of hearth and home and the first mothers who ever stood between a child and the dark. The footsteps in the hall were unhurried. "Stand aside," said Voldemort when he reached the doorway. It came to him as habit, the way you ask a woman to move her sun chair because you prefer shade. "Stand aside, you silly girl." Lily turned, hair loose, cheeks wet. She held her wand as if it were a little light she could keep lit against a storm. She took one step, then another, and set her body between the cot and the man who had never learned what love sounded like. "Not Harry," she said. and her voice did not shake. "Please, take me, not Harry. Stand aside." The wand lifted. The face didn't change at all. "This is only required once." Knew. She knew the word would not stop him. It wasn't meant to. It was a name for what she was doing, so she would not forget it later. If there was a later, she threw up her hands. The curse split the room into green and not green. For an instant her world was all light and the sound you hear when the sea takes your breath. The magic she had woven, not all charm, not all spell, not anything you could coax from a textbook, flared and swallowed the killing curse like a mother gathering a child out of traffic. It did more. It bent. Something old and unmeasured answered the bending. The enchantment of 1,000 cradles, the fierce mathematics of sacrifice. The curse hit the protection and ricocheted with such impossible force that it unstitched the world where the wall met the dark. The window shattered inward without breaking. The air rippled, heavy as water. For a breathless beat, reality remembered that it was just a net and nets have holes. On the cot, Harry screamed. Voldemort cried out, not in pain, but in a sharp, startled anger, the hiss of someone whose hand has slipped on a familiar rung. The killing curse snapped back across the room, slammed into him point blank, and peeled him away from himself. The body fell like a robe shrugged off too quickly. The soul tore free and went half, forgotten and very hungry into the night. The warding, the curse, the sacrifice, 3 notes in a chord vibrated. Something tore. The nursery peeled sideways like a page turned too hard. For one heartbeat more, Lily's protection held her son so close to this world that the world seemed to forget there were others. Then, as if drawn by a tide no one had named, the child vanished into the bright seam where the air was breaking. The room snapped back into place. A cot rocked gently, empty and warm. The window showed only darkness and the faint light over the hedges. Lily lay on the floor with her hand out and her hair arranged as if she had just put it there to rest. Downstairs, the silent house heard an infant crying from very, very far away. Konoha burned. The 9 tails strode through smoke as tall as houses, a mountain of muscle and malice with a skyful of hate for eyes. The fox's tails scythed through roofs and trees, careless as a cat batting toys. Each lash sent timbers pinwheeling through fire-warm air. Screams matched the roar. The earth shook like a drumhead. Itachi Uka was 7 and already too old for his age. His lungs stung with smoke, ash collected in his hair, and on the plain animal mask tied to the side of his head. He was not a NBU, not yet, not officially. But the clan had sent watchers to the ridge lines, and he had gone where duty pointed, small feet precise on the tiles, little hands already knowing how to move without being seen. He stared over the rooftops and did not flinch. You learn to look at a thing. That was the first lesson. You learned to look, and then you learned what to do with the looking. 2 streets away, a man in a flak vest screamed for help and vanished beneath a collapsing eave. A woman sobbed, both hands clamped over a boy's ears that had never heard this. Itachi watched a tail swing and calculated where it would go next. He didn't think about chess, but the patterns were there all the same, angles, lines, the way certain moves answered other moves like old friends. A flash of yellow exploded into the sky and landed on the fox's snout. "Yo!" shouted Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, with a smile that made terror blink. He stood on the bridge of Kurama's nose, as if he'd simply decided to walk there, red cloak lifting in the furnace wind. His hand chopped down. Paper tags ignited, ceiling lines flared, and a mark like a comet stamped itself between the demon's eyes. Kurama reared, screaming, tails lashing. "You, again! Sorry to keep you waiting," Minato said, and vanished and reappeared and vanished again, slinging points of light through the smoke. Each flash was a promise, each promise the briefest reprieve. Below, shinobi seized the breath they'd been given and ran with it, pulling comrades from rubble, bandaging where the blood came fast, hauling a crying child under a broken fence. On the northern ridge, Kushina Uzumaki staggered to her knees in a clearing made for this and no other night. Her hair fell like a river over her shoulder. She should have been in a bed. She should have been at a cradle. Chains of chakra burst from her back and sang in the air, bright and strong, and snapped around the nine, tails like anchor cables cast over a god. "Hold him," Minato said, landing in the circle, breath misting in the heat. "Just a little longer." Kushina's mouth twisted with pain and ferocity. "Teach." "As if I'd let him go, Databane." She forced the chains tighter. They creaked, and the sound carried a woman's stubbornness farther than any jutsu could. Gamabunta fell out of the sky like a mountain that had learned how to jump. He landed on a street, and the shock knocked flames sideways. "You again, Gaki." The Toad boss grumbled, pipe lost who knew where. "You better have something more interesting than last time. Help me pin him," Minato said, and the frog sighed and did, plunging a tanta the size of a cart through a roiling wrist of chakra. The fox thrashed. Buildings toppled into its shadow. Itachi watched it all as if the world had split open in front of him and shown him the inside of itself. It looked like rage. It looked like a story told too loudly for too long. He did not blink. He could not make his body move forward. This was not his fight to touch, but he could do what is small and necessary. He started down from the tiles, eyes tracking the pattern of falling embers, hand out to a child too close to the edge. He never reached the child. The air hiccoughed. A smear of light tore itself open beside the street, a flash with no sound, a seam where there should be none. It made the hairs on his arms rise. It made his sharing and ache, except those eyes hadn't opened yet and wouldn't for years. It made something at the base of the skull whisper, "This is wrong, this is wrong," and he had learned to listen to that voice. A baby fell out of the light. Not fell, appeared. One moment there was smoke and shrieking, the next there was a blanket embroidered with a name he did not know and weight, small and total, and a cry so raw it cut. Without thinking, Itachi moved. The tiny bundle hit his arms hard enough to bruise, and he clutched it without mercy, as you clutch life that has done something foolish like trust you. Heat licked his face. Ash clung to his eyelashes. The infant's cheeks were pink with screaming. There was a scar on the forehead, harsh and bright, like a lightning bolt that had tried to leave its mark, and in a hurry. Behind him, a tail cut the air. Itachi ducked, shielded the new weight with his body, and rolled into the lee of a broken wall. The tail scythed past and scattered the slate where his head had been. The baby's cry shivered, then steadied, then became the relentless declaration of the living, "I am here." Itachi pressed his lips together over a word that was not for children. He looked down. The child's eyes were a green he had never seen on a shinobi. They glittered through tears in a way that made him think of leaves when the rain is still on them. Something moved around the baby, not chakra exactly, but not chakra, a warmth like fingers that were not hands, a hum at the skin. The air over the child's belly seemed to ripple, as if someone had drawn a pattern there to say mine. Minato flashed into being 2 steps away, because that was what he did when the war took its breath. For an instant Itachi saw all of his village, at once in the Hokage's eyes, blood and fire, and the parts that were neither. "What do you have there?" Minato asked, voice gentle in a way that must have cost him. "A child," Itachi said, and then, because Uchiha did not waste words, "Not ours." Minato's gaze fell. He blinked once, very quickly, the kind of blink you use when the world does something you didn't think it could. His chakra flared and touched the air around the baby, and Itachi saw understanding land heavy across the Hokage's shoulders like a mantle. "We're no," Minato said, answering himself. "It doesn't matter." He held out his hands, and Itachi gave the infant over because that was what you did when the man you trusted with your village asked for what his village needed. "Sensei!" came a cry from the clearing, voice breaking on urgency. Kushina can't. I know, Minato said, without turning, and he was gone in a blur of gold, carrying not only the baby, but the impossible with him. The clearing was a circle cut into the night. The seals carved into the earth glowed like a city scene from a mountain, lines intersecting lines, old logic tugging at newer pain. In the center, Kushina knelt on shaking knees, the chains of her clan rising from her spine and binding a monster no one had words for. It was too big. It was made of story and rage and everything you thought you'd left behind when you climbed out of a cradle. On a blanket at her side lay another infant, pink and swaddled, and offended at everything. His little fists punched the air. His cheeks were a story Minato had heard once in a bar about a man who put the sunset in his pocket, all warmth, all stubbornness, Naruto. And now a second child lay beside him, placed by Minato's careful hands. Green eyes and lightning on his brow. The two babies complained at the world in counterpoint. Kushina's eyes widened. "Minato, I know," he said again, and his voice was torn between wonder and threat. He knelt, the Hokage cloak pooling behind him like a spill of blood. "I don't have time to explain." "You never do." Kushina managed, and the joke tried to stand up and couldn't. She bared her teeth at the fox. "Hold. Still." Kurama pulled against the chains like a god testing the bars of a cage. His laughter rolled the ground. "You would bind me to your brats. Have you learned nothing from the last time?" Minato lifted his hands and the air changed. There are jutsu that look like art, petals and paint, and calligraphy. This was older. The Reaper Death Seal did not ask permission of aesthetics. Cold wind ran through the clearing with a smell like wet steel. The shadows lengthened. Behind Minato the air blackened and took shape, and that shape was not a thing but a hunger-given ribs and hair. The Shinigami's mouth cracked open, and the world leaned in. Minato did not look back at the god. He kept his eyes on his wife, his son, and the stranger the universe had dropped in their lap like a dare. He bit his thumb, drew blood, and painted what needed to be painted with a shaking certainty. Each stroke had the weight of a promise. "Listen," he said to Kushina, and she did even though the fox was trying to tear the earth in half. "I can split its chakra, yin and yang. Naruto will take the yin. My plan for him still stands. But the yang." He looked at the other baby, and for an instant grief and strategy did an ungainly dance in his throat. "This one is wrapped in something that isn't chakra. It feels like protection. Something old. He might survive what other infants couldn't." Kushina's breath sawed. Sweat ran into her eyes. She smiled anyway, crooked and ferocious. "Minato, you always make such interesting choices. We don't have the luxury of boring ones." Minato pressed his palm to Naruto's little stomach. Chakra lines unfurled like frost on a window pane. "Son?" he whispered. Naruto kicked and gurgled. Minato smiled, and the smile twisted. "I'm sorry." Kushina's chains screamed and held. "Enough." Kurama roared, huge face smashing toward them, jaws opening on a red universe. "I will not be carved." "I'm not asking," Minato said softly. He thrust his hand forward, and the Shinigami's own hand thrust with it, cold fingers sinking into a mass of chakra the size of a hatred. Kurama's scream ricocheted off the trees. The air thrummed and bucked and broke apart. Itachi stood at the edge of the circle and watched the fourth Hokage reach inside a demon and pull it into two truths. The yin chakra came out like smoke stolen from a snuffed candle. The yang tore free like a lion giving up a roar. Minato's hands shook. Kushina's chains snapped and renewed, in a rhythm that looked like dying. Minato drove the yin into the spiral seal on Naruto's belly. The baby stilled for a heartbeat, tiny face going solemn in some ancient recognition, and then he wailed with twice the outrage. The seal snapped shut like a mouth. Minato turned, tears on his face that he did not get to wipe away, and placed his blood, slick hands on the foreign child's skin. The aura around the baby fluttered like a frightened bird and then pressed firm against Minato's palms, as if to say, if you must, then do it right. "I don't know your name," Minato whispered, "but I will not let you die for mine." He guided the yang like a river into new banks. The seal took, the spiral glowed, and the baby arched and screamed and then kept on breathing. Kurama's body bucked, failing at being both smaller and still itself. A tail lashed the clearing. Trees bowed and broke. "Minato?" Kushina said, voice like a string pulled taut to breaking. "I can't." "I know," he said for the third time, and looked at her as if the two of them were the only people who had ever lived. "Thank you." He moved to her and took her face in his hands. Sweat made her skin slick. His thumbs left clean lines. "Kushina." "I don't," she said, and smiled as if it didn't hurt. "Tell him. Tell them. Tell both." He nodded, because if he spoke he would not finish what the world had put in his hands to do. He turned back to the Shinigami. The god's hair lifted in an invisible tide. Its belly was a pale field that held the outline of a horror like a child's chalk drawing of the sun. Too many points, too much hunger. The price had not yet been paid. It would be, and Minato could count, and he did not allow himself a flinch. He began the final weaving. The god reached again. Kurama shrieked, the sound hitting the human ear as rage and the human heart as grief. "You seal me in your newborns like toys," the fox spat. "You think this ends me. I will wait. I have time. You don't. What have enough?" Minato said, and his smile was worn at the edges, and still it was there. "And we have them." He pressed his hand to the second seal and finished the lock. The roaring stopped, not because there was no rage left in the world, but because something ancient had been put in a room and the door had been shut. The clearing's wind fell still. Kurama was gone, or rather Kurama was in two places he had not agreed to be, and the night was suddenly only a night again, except for the god in the air and the woman on her knees, and the man whose breath had shortened into a pattern that did not last. The Shinigami's knife glinted. Its mouth opened wider. "Payment due." Kushina swayed. Minato caught her. They held one another up with a fraction of the strength they had held a demon down. "Minato," she said, very quietly now. "Come closer." He did. There was nowhere else to go. "Listen to me," Kushina murmured, forehead against his. "Naruto, tell him to eat his greens, or I'll come back and haunt him. Tell him he is loved every minute. Tell him to find precious people and be stupid about protecting them." She laughed. It broke. "They'll be so annoyed." "I will," Minato said, all the oaths of his life cleaving to those two words. "And the other boy." Kushina leaned left, eyes landing on the second infant. The green-eyed one had grown quieter, as if something warm now hummed under his skin that had not been there before. "He came to us," she said, wonder outrunning pain for a heartbeat. "Then he is ours to guard. Tell him he is wanted, Minato. Whatever world he belongs to, he belongs." Minato swallowed. "I will." The Shinigami's hand came down. It passed through Minato as a river passes through a bridge that has always known it would stand here for this. Cold blossomed in his ribs and moved outward, a frost that had learned his name. He held Kushina, he held the two cradles with his eyes. Itachi, at the tree line, stood very still. Some moments you do not interrupt. Some you mark and the mark does not fade. Minato looked at his son. "Naruto," he whispered, and the boy hiccuped as if answering. "Make friends with your pain. It will make you gentle." He looked at the other child and, because he had no name to fit to a blessing, he made one. "Harry. May your strange luck be a bridge and not a blade." He kissed Kushina once, quickly, so that he would know what it felt like. Then, the god took what he owed. The fourth Hokage's hand slid from his wife's cheek and fell to the earth. Kushina closed her eyes and followed him a breath later, faithful to the edge, and then beyond it. Her chains dissolved into golden dust and lifted on a draft no one felt. The knight stood up around the two babies and listened to them breathe. For a moment, there were only the small noises infants make, the complaint and the sigh, the stubbornness already deciding what to do with the morning. Then people rushed in, the ones who carry stretchers and orders and their own fear like a weight they never get to put down. The AMBU's masks were white and unreadable. Someone sobbed. Someone laughed too loudly because it had not killed all of them this time, not quite. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, came into the clearing at a purposeful walk that tried not to limp. He looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with muscle. His robes were smeared with ash. He took in the seals, the fallen, the children. He did not look at the Shinigami, though the air still remembered the gods passing. "Stand down," he said softly to the men who did not know which way to point their weapons anymore. Then, gentler, "Bring blankets." A woman with steady hands did. Hiruzen knelt and gathered up the baby with the whisker marks first, because to leave your successor's son in the dirt even for a moment longer seemed a kind of rudeness. Naruto fussed, then settled like a storm, deciding to go somewhere else. He weighed hardly anything. Only the future was heavy. Hiruzen reached for the second child and paused. The air around this one hummed, almost shyly, brushing the old man's fingers with something that was not chakra and not quite wind. He nodded to it as if to an unfamiliar animal you mean to feed. "You'll do," he told it. "If you want to." He lifted the baby. The green eyes blinked up at him with the serious astonishment of those who have already survived something. The scar on the forehead glowed faintly, then dimmed. Perhaps that was the moon. "What is his name?" someone asked. "Itachi, maybe," though the boy had faded back into the edge, where watchers belong. Hiruzen glanced down at the blanket and saw the stitched letters, careful and small. "Harry," he read, tasting the shape of it. It did not sit like any name he knew. He decided he liked that. "Harry," he said again to the child, so that the world would know what to call him when it came time to be kind or cruel. The babies, side by side now in his arms, made soft, decisive sounds. Hiruzen stood, slow and stubborn. The way trees stand up against a storm because they do not know how to do anything else. He looked around his ruined village and did the arithmetic very quickly. What could still be saved? Who could still be asked to do something hard? How much of his heart he could spend tonight and still have enough for morning? "Shill this place," he told ANBU, "and no one enters without my leave." He looked at a medic, Nin, whose forehead was slick with fear and sweat and past compassion. "Find blankets," he added, "because sometimes your orders must be practical. And milk." Itachi's small shape slid through the trees to the clearing's edge. He was ash, smeared and calm in the practiced way of someone who doesn't yet know all the names for what he feels. His eyes moved to the babies, then to the places where Minato and Kushina had fallen, then back to the babies again, as if the line between those points had already drawn itself on his heart and would never rub out. Hiruzen felt the watching and, without turning, let the boy have it. Surveillance that was not hostile earned you a place at the edge of the firelight. He'd learned that long before any of these children were born. "You did well," he said, to no one in particular and to the right person anyway. The fox was gone. The village was not. In the distance, the fires chewed at a new street. The sound was red and busy. Somewhere, a man called for his mother in a voice too old for that. The night folded its wreckage into the dawn that was already arguing its case on the horizon. Hiruzen looked down at the two small faces. Naruto's mouth worked in his sleep at the memory of nursing. Harry's eyes drifted under the lids like a dream, remembering to be born. The old man's heart did something he had not asked it to do. It reached. He let out a breath and felt his back's age, his hands' age, the silly youth of dawn. "All right," he told them softly. "If you insist, we'll make a place for you." He tilted his head. as if listening to someone contrary but beloved. Yes, for you too. Don't be greedy. The woman with the blankets returned and tucked them in. Milk was promised. Orders went out. And though they were the kind of orders men hate, the men took them and made them into acts of love anyway, because that is how villages are kept. At the edge of the wood, Itachi stepped back into shadow. He watched the old man carry both infants through the remainder of the seal lines, slow as ceremony. He watched the Anbu bow not in deference to ranks but to the night, which had made demands and been met. He watched, and the watching made a small vow in him like a candle lit and set very carefully where it cannot be seen. They were not his brothers. He would not be their father. But this was a debt, and Uchiha did not leave those unbalanced. If fate had chosen to drop a child out of a wound in the air onto his street, the least he could do was learn that child's name and remember it when the world forgot. Harry, Itachi said, tasting the oddness of it. He lifted his chin toward the stinging sky. Welcome to Konoha. Half a world and the thickness of a reality away. A cottage in Godric's Hollow stood with its door open and its tea cooling and its wards still humming, baffled. An old wizard with a broken nose would arrive too late to do what he had planned. And a cat who was sometimes a woman would go very still at the sight of a cot that was empty and warm, as if the child had just been plucked out of it by a hand you could not see. An easy plan would die without a sound. A much harder one would begin. In Konoha, Hiruzen set the babies down in a makeshift cradle side by side. Naruto grunted and flopped his hand across the other's blanket the way sleepers claim territory in dreams. Harry's fingers flexed until his fist found cloth and held, as if to say here. A breath later, both children hiccuped in the same key and returned to the important work of being. Smoke pressed to the clearing like a second sky. Dawn bled into it. Somewhere a frog complained. Somewhere a medic laughed too loudly and then clapped a hand over her mouth as if laughter might shatter what little remained intact. Shadows shifted at the tree line. If you were the sort to count such things, you would have marked one of them as an Uchiha boy, small and very straight, backed, eyes fixed on the cradle with the patient intensity of a sentry. He did not move when the old man looked up. He only stepped half a pace farther into the dark, which is to say, he stayed. And over the seals on two tiny bellies, in ink that would outlast the summer, the future wrote its first precise lines. Chapter 2. Ash and Whisper's morning crept into Konoha like a guest who knew better than to knock. Smoke lay low over the rooftops, a fog that tasted of tar and old pine. Men with bandaged hands passed buckets from well to blaze, and women with ash in their hair sorted the salvage into rough little kingdoms, unburned food, unbroken bowls, anything with a memory. Children learned the gravity of quiet. Even the crows took their breakfast on the ground, hopping between scorched tiles as if they understood the village had no appetite for their chatter. On the tower balcony, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the city of his youth breathe through its teeth. He had slept 2 hours with his boots on and woke with a crick in his neck and a new catalog of names in his head: fallen, wounded, accounted for, missing. A clerk stood at his elbow with scrolls. The ink on the top sheet had smudged from a tear the clerk hadn't noticed falling. Food stores from the western depot are intact, Hokage Sama. The east granary half gone. The clerk's voice faltered. The Nara report their deer survived. The Inuzuka kennels, most of the older dogs, stood their ground. Hiruzen's eyes had the weary gentleness of a grandfather and the steel of a man who had outlived his own patience. The dogs always do, he said. Open the west stores. Quietly. We'll say we're thinning for fire safety. Yes, Hokage Sama. Below, teams moved like blood cells along scorched veins. A cart rattled past with a little boy perched at the back, clutching a kettle like treasure. Someone laughed for the first time since midnight. It sounded surprised to hear itself. Hiruzen did not look at the black flag hoisted over the central square. He could feel it without seeing, the color of a broken vow. "Send envoys to every clan head," he said. "We'll convene at noon. Tell them I will speak first." "Yes." "And have the orphans conveyed to the hospital annex. Not just our two. All of them." His hand fell, reflex and tenderness meeting in the briefest touch to his sleeve, as if he might still feel the weight of two warm bundles there. He did not. His body had learned too well to make that weight up when it needed steadiness. The clerk bowed and left. Hiruzen stood a while longer. The wind lifted the corners of his robe, smelling of wet ash and miso and the faint sweetness of crushed maple leaves. He turned from the balcony and went down the inward stairs toward the sealed room where Konoha had put what it did not yet know how to name. The hospital annex was made of old wood and good intention. It had a little garden of hardy herbs that had learned to grow despite being stepped on. A nurse with a voice like a lullaby hummed, because she had learned long ago that humming paroled the mind from where it wanted to go. 2 cradles had been pushed together beneath a paper window where light came in soft. In one lay a baby with hair like a storm cloud and whisker, marks that made him look as if mischief had reached him before language. In the other, an infant with a lightning scar frowned at the ceiling as if the paper sky had offended him. Between them, one small hand crept and, satisfied, found the other. "Look at that." The nurse breathed, the tune spilling into the words. Already conspiring. Hiruzen entered without fanfare. The nurse made to bow and he waved her off, the little slap of his hand gentle as a blanket shake. He stepped to the cradles and for a moment allowed himself the luxury of being only an old man. Naruto Uzumaki blinked and gurgled and gave the Hokage his first scowl. Hiruzen scowled back, to be fair. The other boy, Harry, embroidered in tidy foreign letters on a blanket that had been washed and mended twice already, blinked up with solemn green eyes that looked too ancient by half, and then yawned like a cat. "You two?" Hiruzen murmured, soft enough that even the walls would have to lean in to hear. "What am I to do with you?" "You'll decide." The nurse said, "The way people tell a drowning man that his arms remember how to swim. You always do." Hiruzen's mouth quirked. "That is an unkind thing to say to a very tired man." She flushed. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama. It was a compliment," he said, and meant it as a scolding to himself, too. He tucked the corners of the blankets with a care that had nothing to do with protocol. "Fetch Inoichi Yamanaka to the council room, please. And Nara Shikaku, and Hayashi Haiga, if he can be spared." When she had gone, he leaned his knuckles on the cradle's rim and spoke to the ceiling, because sometimes that felt less foolish than speaking to gods. "We make 2 laws today," he said, as if dictating to a scribe. "The first, no one will tell Naruto what he holds until he is old enough to be asked it with kindness. The second, no one will tell anyone what Harry holds at all." The paper window let the autumn in at the edges. Naruto sneezed. Harry stared as if the room were a puzzle he intended to solve. "I'll fail at both," Hiruzen told them. "But I will fail less than most." He straightened when footsteps approached. Inoichi entered, hair tied back, eyes a mirror that had seen too much and somehow kept reflecting. Shikaku came behind him like a shadow that had overslept. Hayashi followed, precise and immaculate as if grief had not yet figured out how to stain him. "Hokage-sama," murmured Inoichi, bowing. Gaze flickened to the infants and back with a softness he did not waste on many. Hiruzen gestured to the cushions. "Sit. We'll be brief." They did. Shikaku rubbed the sleep from his stubble. "Troublesome." He sighed, but the word was gentle, as if spoken to 2 stubborn saplings. Hiruzen told them the shape of what had happened, leaving out only the parts his tongue refused to wrap around. The fourth's plan, the split. The second child, like a coin flicked from some other universe and landing, of all the places, here. Hayashi's eyes did not move from the babies when he spoke. "The village will need a story. It always does," Hiruzen said. "It often chooses a cruel one when we don't give it a kinder option." Shikaku scratched his jaw. "You mean whether we let rumor name Naruto the fox?" Hiruzen's gaze did not waver. "I mean whether we let anyone name either of them at all. The law forbids it. I will enforce it. As for what people choose not to say while still saying, we will muddle through. Better they waste their malice on a myth they cannot touch than find a new one to fit their hands around." Inoichi's mouth tightened. "Children aren't myths, Hokage-sama." "No," Hiruzen agreed, and his voice went old again. "Which is why I will give them a chance to be boys before the world tries to make them something else." Hayashi's Byakugan eyes were a storm under calm seas. "You would hide the foreign child more completely." "Yes," Hiruzen said. "If our enemies believe only one vessel exists, they will seek only one. I will not feed this boy to Akatsuki's appetite nor to Orochimaru's curiosity. He will be raised as any orphan, quietly, kindly. Under my sleeve." Shikaku let the air in. "Troublesome," he repeated, and this time the word tasted like promise. "All right, I'll draft a protocol. We'll need a list of who knows the truth. Small as a shogi opening." "Inoichi," Hiruzen said, "I want you to look for residues. Not in the boy, around him. Tell me if the air remembers something that isn't chakra." Inoichi's gaze warmed. "As if a scent, as if a lullaby," Hiruzen said. "I'll listen." They bowed and went to turn orders into acts of care. Hiruzen sat a little while longer. Naruto's fist opened and closed in sleep. Harry's eyes tracked dust motes in a shaft of light as if their drift were a code. "You will have lives," Hiruzen told them, and left before his voice had to decide whether to break. Across the seam the world had ripped. A small house in Godric's Hollow leaned into the cold. Frost rimed the windows. The hedges looked like men bowing under the weight of something heavier than snow. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway and looked older than stories usually allow their heroes to be. The air was thick with the tang of shattered magic, the nauseating sweet of green light gone wrong, and the stubborn perfume of Lily's flowers in a chipped vase. "James," Minerva McGonagall whispered, and the word fed itself to grief. He lay where he had fallen, glasses bent, hair untiddy as ever, a look of shocked humor still on his mouth, as if he were about to say something that would have made Lily roll her eyes. Lily lay upstairs on the nursery floor, hair fanned, hand outstretched toward a cradle that was warm and empty. Dumbledore conjured a sheet with hands that did not tremble. He covered James, then climbed the steps with the deliberation of a man counting each fleck of paint. He stood over Lily and closed his eyes. When he spoke, his voice was not the headmaster's. It was the voice of a man who had been 20 once. "I failed you," he said, almost to the air. "I failed all three of you." Minerva drew a breath through her nose, a sound like a reprimand kept in its holster. "Albus, don't waste your pity on me," he said mildly, and knelt. The spell he cast was not one most people knew. It tasted of old houses and mothers humming, and the first night back after a long term. A soft light rose from the boards and thinned in the shape of a cradle, then petered out with a tired sigh. "He is not here," Dumbledore said. He reached toward the crib and stopped, as if the air between his hand and the wood recognized him and did not like it. He tried to smile, and the smile failed to stand, taken or displaced. "Minerva, I had thought that you would leave him with Petunia Dursley," she said, and the edge on his name did not quite cut. There was too much sorrow in it. "That was your plan. I saw them yesterday. They were arguing about a hedge. Vernon likes straight lines." She pressed her lips together. "There is no child on their doorstep. There will not be in the morning." Dumbledore's eyes slid to the empty cot. He could feel the echo of a protection no wand could muster. The air hummed with it like a plucked wire under his skin. Lily had done something no book could instruct. He thought of the old magic that attends choices and of how often he had talked about it as if it were an uplifting footnote instead of a thing that could bend a trajectory you had been counting on. "Then we look," he said. He stood, joints protesting. "Everywhere. And if we do not find him?" Minerva asked not because she wanted the answer, but because she wanted him to say he did not know. "Then we make this house a shrine and the world a contrition," Dumbledore said, and closed his eyes for a moment like a man stepping into cold water. "I am sorry, Lily. Forgive me my plans." Outside, the village lights winked like old companions looking away to give you privacy. Minerva covered Lily with an unsteady grace and followed Dumbledore down to the street, where the frost had made every leaf a little altar. Back in Little Winging, Vernon Dursley woke in the night and glared at the window because some idiot's garden light was flickering 2 streets over. He had a nightmare about a cat reading the sign at the corner. Petunia, dreaming of a sister she would not admit she loved, slept without moving at all. Konoha buried the 4th Hokage on a day so clear it was almost inconsiderate. The sky was a clean blue bowl. The wind smelled of cedar and the metallic edge of tears. The mountain faces looked down, patient as stone. Hiruzen stood beneath the cloth, draped platform, and re-shouldered a mantle he had never put away. He spoke with restraint because grief fancied itself a great dramatist and did not need help with the staging. "Minato Namikaze," he said, and the name hung in the air like a lifted cup. Husband, father, student, Hokage. He asked of himself what he would not ask of others. He kept a promise to the village that made him. We will remember his speed. And a brief smile had the audacity to try Honda's kindness, which moved more quickly still. He did not say the names of the dead that day. He said instead, "We are alive." He said, "We will honor the ones who are not by deserving the fact we are." He said, "Bring me the list of roofs that still leak." When the crowd dispersed in knots of quiet conversation, Hiruzen looked up and saw a child standing a little apart, posture so exact it must have been practiced to make the practice invisible. Itachi Uchiha's eyes were old in a small face. When Hiruzen's gaze found him, the boy inclined his head a fraction, and then was not there. The way a thought leaves when it realizes you haven't time for it. Night left its fingerprints on the forest, long and cold. The trees breathed out that green dark you feel in your teeth. The path was a suggestion at best. Somewhere far off, a fox yipped, the sound thin as a lie. Itachi moved through the undergrowth without ceremony. Leaves accepted him and did not tell on him. The mask tied to his hip knocked his thigh softly like a sleeping friend. He did not wear it tonight. He was not on anyone's roster. He was a son with a village for a duty and a new shape to his promise. 2 babies breathing in a wooden room and the bitter knowledge that the world had noticed them. He stopped when the temperature shifted. Not much. Enough to make the night flex around his skin. Enough to make the birds fall silent as if a conductor had raised a hand. "Who's there?" he said, and did not say it loudly. The word traveled just far enough. "Clever boy." The voice came from the wrong direction. The kind that finds your ear from inside your jaw. Itachi's hand was already on a shuriken. He let his breath go out. It did not fog. The trees swam a little. A figure slid out of the night, the way oil slides across water. Pale face, eyes that had forgotten what it meant to be a color instead of a hunger. No footstep. No chakra signature either, not the way Itachi knew them. The air around the thing had the wrong taste, like a spell homeless in its own mouth. "I would like to be introduced to your Hokage," the figure said pleasantly. "I am told he is very reasonable." "You're not in our ledger," Itachi replied, and flicked his wrist. 3 shurikens spun, a flower, a star, a mistake for anyone else. They cut through the figure. It shivered like a breeze caught in a sheet. Laughter skittered across Itachi's skin, cold little spidery feet. A child, the traveler observed, amusement the color of mildew. And yet you see me. How interesting. Itachi's eyes narrowed. If it wasn't chakra, it was not power either. He took 3 steps left, heel first, setting the pattern for a substitution if he needed it. State your name. Names have power, the man said, and when he smiled it looked like the idea of smiling, executed by someone who had never seen a face. Call me Lord Voldemort, for you will do it eventually. It is time, saving. The syllables did not fit Konoha's tongue. They fit the cold, though. Itachi's grip tightened on his kunai. And I will have the child. The not, man said conversationally, as if ordering lunch. Which child? Itachi asked, to know how much he needed to bury of himself if he failed. A. The red gaze warmed. So there are 2. The forest held its breath. Itachi moved first. Katan Jiokeki no Jutsu bloomed from his mouth, a globe of fire that lit the trunks like a dawn angry with someone. The flame rippled over the figure. For a heartbeat, it took shape on him like a robe, then it steamed and was gone. The smell that came off it was not flesh or hair. It was scorched paper. Oh, Voldemort said. You do tricks with your breath. So do I. He lifted one finger. The air between them turned to iron and pain. It bit into Itachi's nerves with a knowledge that made his vision whiten. His knees wanted the ground. He did not give it to them. His Sharingan, still a new red in the dark, caught the shape of the curse, how it crawled along in tension rather than space. Crucio, the figure crooned, and the music of it coiled under Itachi's ribs. He did not scream. That was a small victory and not the point. The point was to look at the pattern of your enemy's teeth while they were in your shoulder. Itachi bit his tongue and tasted copper and learned the cadence of this foreign magic. He flicked a kunai with his left hand at a trunk, and when it thunked, he left himself there to be stabbed and was elsewhere in the branches. Genjutsu, Voldemort observed as his spell pinned an afterimage to bark. We have that too. We call it politics. Itachi's hands wove sign after sign. The forest breathed in, and he became its suggestion, leaves moving at the corner of an eye, a shadow refusing to be framed. He let his chakra thin and spread, a sheen over the air instead of a shout through it. The figure turned its head as if listening to something in the soil. Come, Voldemort said, in a voice you would use to a dog you meant to kick later. Come, little seer. Show me how you burn. Itachi showed him. He threaded fire through wire and wire through branches and brought it down with a snarl of metal. Sparks went up like a colony of ghosts escaping. The pale thing did not bother to move. The wire sung through it, hissed as if disappointed, and the trees behind it took the injury intended for a body that had not deemed to be one. Annoying, Voldemort said, and pointed lazily. The nearest trunk blackened at once, sap screaming. From the char came a bloom of snakes, slick and the wrong size, eyes lidless and too bright. They flowed over the leaves toward Itachi with a speed that belonged to water down a steep stone. Itachi exhaled. The Sharingan caught their movement and multiplied it, whispering the sum to his muscles. He leapt back, slashed, leapt again. A coil whipped at his thigh and he cut it, and the severed half laughed before it stilled. He felt the brush of cold along his calf where venom had thought about him. From the bushes behind Voldemort came a voice like a blade between 2 teeth. What have we here? The man who entered wore a smile like a curtain drawn over a window you did not want drawn. His hair fell like spilled ink. His tongue flicked at the corner of his mouth with idle calculation. He smelled like something that had borrowed a body and found it more comfortable than it had planned. Orochimaru. Itachi's shoulders loosened in the way you do when the worst thing you expected turns out to have brought a friend. Orochimaru. Voldemort considered the name and then kept it, pleased. You are the one who peels people to see how they work. And you are the one who strapped your soul to trinkets to see how many times you could be petty. Orochimaru replied, delighted. We will get on famously. Itachi threw 3 more shuriken. Orochimaru's sleeve twitched them out of the air with a disdain that made the insult more painful than the deflection. Now, Orochimaru chided gently. Children should be in bed. Itachi's teeth clicked together. He saw his own nest, shadows in the man's pupils, and felt the stomach drop you get when you realize you've been inside a snake's mouth for a while. You aren't touching them. Which ones? Voldemort asked, amused at the grammar of it. Orochimaru's tongue tasted the air in a way that would have been obscene if anyone in the clearing had a category in which to place it. He is asking about the Jinchuriki, Lord Voldemort, but also about something else, an unfamiliar scent. Honey iron, something from old books. Where did you find that child, I wonder? Where magic bends toward its own cleverness, Voldemort said. He was enjoying himself. He gestured at Itachi without looking, casual as a cat batting a fly. The pressure behind the boy's eyes redoubled. It made the world shatter into wet little pains. Itachi's vision popped back into place with a sound no one else heard. The tumo in his irises spun, and, for a heartbeat, something blacker than chakra licked at the edges of the clearing. Fire that was not fire, a hunger for light that made light a species of apology. The leaves nearest him curled, edges kissed by a darkness that had weight. Voldemort went still. Orochimaru's smile widened, nostalgia warming his voice. That old flame. Itachi blinked and the blackness guttered, as shocked by its own arrival as he was. He swallowed hard. A boy had no business with that fire. He had not earned it, and in any case it preferred bills no child could pay. Enough, he said, and surprised himself with the steadiness. It will be, Voldemort agreed. He turned his head toward Orochimaru, mere rotation, and warmth crept into his tone. Shall we call this a reconnaissance? You were in the middle of killing your master, I believe. Do not let me interrupt your errands. Orochimaru's tongue flicked. For a moment he looked genuinely put out at having his calendar read. He will keep. So will our little fox. And the other. His eyes slid back to Itachi, curious and almost fond. Mind your sleep, child. There are things that slip through cracks under your door. Voldemort's edges thinned. His outline went smudged like chalk in rain. Tell your Hokage I will come for the boy, he said, voice flattening as if traveling through a tunnel. And tell the boy, Harry, that he has my thanks for surviving. I hate to be inconvenienced by a corpse. You won't find him, Itachi said. I always find what I think is mine, Voldemort said lightly, and was gone. Orochimaru lingered. He tilted his head like a man considering a painting he might take with him later. You burn prettily. Little Uka, he murmured. Save some of that for a rainy day. A nest of small white snakes unknotted from his sleeves, and in an instant there was no man, just the memory of silk on leaves and the taste in the mouth you get when you bite into an unripe fruit. The forest remembered how to make night noises. Itachi found himself crouched, one palm on the earth, chest heaving in a rhythm he had not consented to. Sweat chilled on his temples. His heart had that new, frightening speed a hare knows when it remembers the hawk. He stood with dignity, because dignity is sometimes the one weapon left to you that you can be sure of. He wiped his mouth. His hand came away with a red star in the center where his teeth had met too hard. Harry, he said into the trees, as if the leaves were a messenger he could bribe. Naruto. The names steadied him. He made himself walk home with the same stride he used on mornings with errands and tea. Hiruzen listened with his eyes closed. When Itachi finished, the Hokage opened them, and for a stretched breath, there was nothing grandfatherly in them at all. There was only the blunt arithmetic of a general who had counted too many bodies to pretend numbers were neutral. You are sure of the names, Hiruzen said. It is what the pale man called himself. Itachi replied, and what he called the baby, Harry. Hiruzen repeated, and the foreign syllables sat heavily on his tongue. He nodded once. Your report is for me and me alone, not for your father, not for Danzy, not for your pillow. What do you think of the pale man? Itachi's lips thinned. He felt like a story that thinks it is a god. Hiruzen almost smiled. And Orochimaru felt like a god who thinks he is a story. Very well. He looked down at the table where his hands lay, old, sun-spotted, competent. We will pretend we are smaller than we are until we are not. Itachi hesitated. Hokage-sama, the black fire. Hiruzen's mouth softened. I am not interested in giving the night more names than it deserves. He stood. Go home, Itachi. Eat. Dream of something foolish. In the morning, be 7 again. I'll spend the night being 69 for both of us. Itachi bowed. He was gone the instant the old man's eyes turned, not as a discourtesy, but because it was a kindness to leave people quickly when their masks had slipped. Hiruzen stood alone with the paper screens and the thin smell of tea gone cold. For a long time, he did nothing. Then he took a brush and wrote 3 orders that would later be quoted at him by angry men who could not understand why he would do something so unbrave as hide a boy. In the annex, the nurse hummed. Naruto twitched the way babies do when dreams bump into their eyelids. Harry's hand, small and comically sure, tightened around Naruto's fingers until both fell still in a pose that looked a lot like a promise. In the doorway, a figure lingered, a shadow with eyes that glowed just enough to be called careful rather than frightening. Itachi let the nurse see him and not see him. She relaxed, which pleased him absurdly. There was still a village where women felt safe to hum with their backs to a window. On the threshold behind him, the old Hokage's sandals whispered. He did not enter, because sometimes, if you have already asked too much of the day, the kindest thing you can do is let the night keep one room. Sleep, Hiruzen said softly, to everyone and no one. Grow. Disobey me when you must. The nurse tucked the blankets, as if tucking the world back under itself. Itachi sighed in a language that does not need lungs. He said his vow where vows live when they are not spoken. At the base of the skull, behind the tongue, folded very small and very sharp. I'll watch, he mouthed, and the paper window breathed out, and Dawn began a quiet argument with the dark that, for the second day running, felt winnable. Chapter 3, 2 bowls, 1 headband. The swing behind the academy creaked like an old secret. It hung from a crook branch that had learned to be patient with children, and the dust beneath it remembered 100 pairs of shoes that never stayed very long. Naruto Uzumaki had scuffed that dust into his own little map. 2 uneven circles for future missions, a wobbly rectangle for my house when I'm Hokage, and at the very edge a scribble labeled, people who'll be sorry. He pumped the swing, then let it slow, because there wasn't anyone to race and he hated winning by default. Parents collected students in little clusters of arms and scolding and packed lunches. Naruto's hand stopped reaching when he remembered there wasn't a hand to reach for. He was good at remembering, he just didn't like it. Hey? A second swing creaked. Harry, just Harry to most. Harry Potter to the Hokage's paperwork, dragged his heels until his shoes drew 2 neat trenches beside Naruto's messy galaxies. You drew another house? Harry said. It's bigger, Naruto replied. Got a ramen room. And a smaller ramen room inside the ramen room in case the first room runs out of ramen. That's just a closet, Harry said. Then it's a closet with ramen in it. Naruto squinted at the clusters of families. Do you think Iruka Sensei has a ramen room? Iruka Sensei barely has a plant, Harry said. He told me it's technically a stick. Naruto snorted. The sound scraped something tight in his chest loose, and he breathed easier. 3 boys broke from a knot near the gate and drifted toward them with the practiced air of children who had never been told no at the right time. The tallest had a square jaw. He must have practiced in the mirror. The middle one wore a shirt that tried too hard. The small one had mean eyes and sugar stuck to his cheek. Demon, the small one said, so casual it almost sounded like a greeting. Naruto's hands balled on his knees. He didn't stand up. It would have felt like admitting he needed to be taller. Harry stood. He was not tall either, not yet, but he had a way of standing that made height look negotiable. "Hello," Harry said pleasantly. "Did you want the swing?" The tall boy grinned, relieved. He knew how to do this. "We want the demon to get off it." "Bad news," Harry said, and smiled as if he were genuinely sorry. "They're fresh out of demons." The small one's mouth went thin. "Everyone knows," he said. "My mom says?" "Your mother is probably very tired," Harry said gently. "It's exhausting to be wrong all the time." The small one lunged, clumsy, performative, and Naruto was up so fast the swing clapped the tree. The small boy's shirt bunched in Naruto's fist. "Wanna try that again?" Naruto asked. "Too bright. We can do a do-over where you don't talk." The tall boy's jaw got squarer. "He's a monster," he said, and Harry felt something in his blood tilt toward a red that wasn't anger so much as an instinct with claws. He stepped between Naruto and the boys before he knew he was moving. "He's my brother," Harry said, with a calm he had to fetch from a long way away, and the truth of it rang in the air like a bell. For a second, even the leaves listened. "Is there a problem?" Iruka's voice wasn't loud. It didn't have to be. He crossed the yard with the easy stride of a man who could throw chalk with surgical accuracy. His scars caught the late sun and made a coin of his cheek. 3 boys discovered they had pressing engagements elsewhere. Iruka watched them go, then turned to Naruto and Harry. His expression said, "I'm fond of you and tired, and please be better." "The swings are for everyone?" he said dryly. "Everyone with legs?" Naruto said. "Which we have?" "Barely," Iruka said. "Come on, don't loiter by the gate like cats. You'll catch rumors. If we run, do we still count as loitering?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Iruka said, "just faster." He turned toward the street. Naruto whispered, "Ramen room." Harry sighed theatrically. "Fine, but Operation Extra Egg is on you." Naruto whoop, "Yes! Egg theft!" "No, egg borrowing, egg payment," Harry insisted. "We're not thieves. We're heroes," Naruto amended. "Heroes always get an extra egg." "You're thinking of villains," Harry said. "They get the eggs and no scolding." "We can be complicated," Naruto suggested. Harry's mouth softened. "We already are." Ichiraku smelled like broth and good decisions. I am leaned over the counter, ready with a smile that made you feel like you'd done something right before you even had. Tucci's ladle was a wand that performed a single, perfect spell. 2 pork miso, Naruto said, climbing onto his stool like it was a throne. "And 1 secret extra egg, please." "Secret extra eggs aren't on the menu," Tucci said, hiding his amusement the way you might hide a sweet behind your back. "Not very well." "They're very exclusive," Naruto said. "Only for customers who are handsome and brave." "That's unfortunate," Ayam said. "We'll have to give yours to Harry." Harry put a hand to his heart. At last. Recognition. Iruka slid onto the stool between them and put a few coins on the counter. 2 miso, extra egg for Naruto, he told Tucci, without even pretending he didn't know. "And 1 vegetable for me," Naruto gaped. "Vegetables, sensei, that's a hate crime. Watch your language," Iruka said, mildly. "Besides, there's bean sprouts in yours." "Bean sprouts are honorary meat," Naruto said gravely. They ate with the intensity of boys who had outpaced their own growth and were trying to catch up by buying bowls. Harry tried to give Naruto half his egg and Naruto tried to give it back, and somehow Harry ended up with Iruka's egg and Naruto ended up with more broth than physics strictly allowed. tomorrow's sparring drills, Iruka said when they were in the happy, floaty part of full. Naruto, we keep our fists open, not in people's faces. Harry, we don't use whatever that was you did to the chalk in class. It slipped, Harry said. The chalk flew into your hand from across the room, Iruka said. It wanted better company, Harry countered. Iruka rubbed the bridge of his nose. If you're going to be strange, at least be subtle. Naruto slung an arm around his shoulder. Don't worry, Sensei. We'll be subtle as what's subtle again? Harry, something you are not, Harry said. Years being rude and efficient passed. They wore their edges on Naruto and Harry like wind on stone, rounding here, carving there, finding the weak points and leaving them stronger. At the academy, mornings smelled like chalk and paper and the faint medicinal tang of old books. The blackboard squeaked under Iruka's hand. Naruto's pencil squeaked in almost exactly the same rhythm, but wrong on purpose. Shikamaru napped upright like a giraffe. Kiba and Akamaru looked as if they had bribed gravity to be kinder to them. Hinata folded herself small as if she hoped the sun would misplace her. Her gaze, when it slid sideways toward the boys, was a quick, bright thing that fled before it could be named. Sasuke Uchiha sat near the back, as if proximity to doors offered an escape hatch from being 15. He was good at everything and particularly good at being watched. He bore it with distant irritation, like a cat that has been forced to share a sunbeam. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yanaka had declared a truce for the morning, Ino's idea, because she liked to be in charge of mercy as well as war. They took notes in a competition that had no exact rules beyond more. Ino's penmanship was art. Sakura's margins were fortresses of definitions. Chakra control is like carrying tea, Iruka said, sketching a cup that looked nothing like a cup. If you splash it everywhere, you don't have tea. If you hoard it, you don't drink. The trick is to walk and sip. Or just drink it fast, Naruto muttered. Or learn to walk, Iruka said, not looking. Practice on the training field was a tapestry of small disasters. Leaves refused to stick to foreheads. Then, with no apparent change in technique, they stuck and would not be dislodged without bribes. Naruto frowned at his leaf as if it had personally failed him. Harry's leaf sat obediently for a count of 10, then a count of 20, then a count of, "Are you cheating?" "I'm not cheating," Harry said. "Leaf, perfect." "I'm negotiating." Naruto's leaf fluttered to the ground. "My leaf's a traitor. Maybe it needs encouragement," Harry said. Naruto leaned down until his nose almost touched the leaf. "Believe it," he told it fiercely. Shikamaru from the grass said, "Even your pep talks are loud." "Thank you," Naruto said, not sure why. In weapons practice, Naruto threw kunai like declarations of independence. They made their point, but not always at the target. Harry's throws were cleaner than they had any right to be. Sometimes, when the metal left his fingers, there was a soft push in the air, as if something inside him had learned to nudge without asking permission. Once, in the library, a textbook leapt from the top shelf and smacked into Harry's palm like a happy dog. Sakura yelped. The librarian hissed as if shushing could glue cause back to effect. Harry looked at his own hand, at the way his skin prickled, and said too quick, "Static, static." Ino repeated, skeptical. "Like socks. Very dangerous socks," Harry said gravely. Weaponized hosiery. Sasuke glanced over the edge of his book, something like interest flickering, and then deciding it would be cooler to be disdain. Hinata bent toward Harry from her desk, voice so soft it had to be coaxed out. I thought it was cool." Harry flushed, not used to being called anything at all in the library. "Thanks," he said, and because thanking people felt easier than explanations, he said it again, and Hinata turned pink enough to worry a nurse. At lunch, Naruto ate like he had something to prove to the future. Harry ate like he didn't trust food to be there when he came back. Ino, who had a crush the way spring has weather, predictable, changeable, occasionally inconvenient, found excuses to ask Harry to pass things he was nowhere near. "You've got a smudge," she said once, reaching to wipe a fleck of ink from Harry's cheek with a thumb that had sampled lotions that morning. Harry went very still, then laughed, embarrassed. "Thanks. It was planning a coup. Let me know if it seizes any more territory," Ino said, and drifted away, pleased with herself and trying not to look as if she was. On another afternoon, Naruto discovered paint. The Hokage monument discovered Naruto. The village discovered that when an apology is sincere enough and a prank is funny enough, the two can cancel each other out in the ledger of a day. "Your line weight is atrocious," Harry said, breathless, hiding behind a bush as Shinobi thundered past in hot pursuit. "My line weight is art," Naruto said, smudged to the elbows and radiant. They were caught, of course. They were always caught. Iruka stood with his arms folded, foot-tapping time to the march of consequences. "It was Naruto's idea," Harry said. "It was my idea," Naruto said at the same time. Iruka pinched the bridge of his nose. "You too, right? I will show respect to the Hokage monument 50 times each." 50. Naruto groaned. 50, Iruka said firmly. "And Naruto." "What?" Naruto muttered. Iruka's mouth softened. "Next time, ask me to buy the paint. The cheap kind doesn't come out as well." Naruto blinked. "You wait, sensei!" "Does that mean?" "It means if you're going to be an idiot, do it with good materials," Iruka said, and Harry had to turn his laugh into a cough. Graduation week arrived smelling like chalk dust and anxiety. The academy buzzed. Even the floorboards seemed to creak in a higher register. "Clone technique," Iruka said, voice projecting the way you do when you don't want to give away that your stomach is doing flips. Standard. No substitutions. 2 passable clones. Next, students went up and stood where all their small ambitions could be measured in breath and hand signs. Some stumbled and recovered. Some soared without looking. Some crashed and laughed because it hurt less that way. When Naruto's name was called, the room seemed to lean forward. Naruto grinned the way people do when their feet have forgotten which way to run. He flashed through the seals he drilled until his fingers ached, sucked in breath, and yelled, "Clone Jutsu." 2 rubbery Narutos flopped to the floor like deflated dreams. Silence, then a wince that moved like wind through wheat. Iruka's expression did a human thing, wince, soften square, and he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Naruto stood very straight. "It's fine," he said brightly, and marched back to his seat without looking at anyone at all. Harry's name came. His palms were sweating in a way that made him think of water balloons. He made the seals, and for a flicker of a moment his skin prickled with that not chakra sensation, that hum like a plucked wire. He produced 2 clones that looked more like him than his reflection did on bad mornings. "Good," Iruka said. "Pass." Harry returned to his seat, sick with the wrongness of the word pass. Naruto stared at the desk so hard the grain looked like a map. After, in the courtyard, Naruto laughed so loud the sky had to make room for it. "Heh, I'll just do the test again," he announced to no one in particular and everyone in range. "They'll see. I'll Uzumaki." Mizuki's voice slid into the conversation like a knife settling between ribs. He was all smooth hair and smooth smile, the kind of man who would hold a door for you and then steal the hinges. "Don't feel bad," Mizuki said. "Some people aren't built for this. But there's a special test, a makeup test." Naruto leaned forward, hungry and wary. "There is, not public," Mizuki said, confiding. "Fetch me a thing, and I'll see to it you get the chance you deserve." "What thing?" Naruto asked, suspiciousness and hope wrestling on his face. Harry materialized at his elbow like a conscience with messy hair. "What thing?" he asked, already knowing he didn't like the answer. Mizuki's smile sharpened. "Don't worry, Potter. This is Naruto's chance. Harry's eyes narrowed. He didn't have the Hokage's stamp of permission to glare like that, but he borrowed it anyway. Naruto wavered, looked between them, then clenched his jaw. "I can do it," he said. "I will." Harry caught his sleeve. "Naruto, I'll be fine," Naruto said, and shook him off with a brightness that was almost pain. "Believe it." By midnight, the Hokage Tower's back window looked like a guilty mouth. The scroll of seals was not where it was supposed to be. The village rustled. Iruka's stomach dropped in the specific way that feels like a hand reaching through your spine. He ran. Harry ran faster. He found Naruto in a clearing, breathless and proud, leaf litter stuck in his hair like metals. The scroll lay open, the inked lines a bristling forest. "Look," Naruto said, eyes sparkling. "I learned one already." "Put it back," Harry said, because his chest was a hive and the bees had decided to leave. "It's just a test," Naruto said. Mizuki said. Mizuki lied, Iruka said, crashing into the clearing, a kunai already in his hand. "Naruto, get away from the scroll." Naruto flinched. "Sensei, I just—" The night split with the whisper of steel. Mizuki stepped out of the trees, mouth curved in a shape that was supposed to look like pity. "Kind of you to bring my prize to me," he said, and the swinging moonlight found a second, bigger weapon in his hand, a Fatima shuriken, wicked as bad news. "Step aside, Iruka." Iruka did not step aside. He planted his feet and the ground seemed to decide it wouldn't move either. "Mizuki," he said. "You don't have to." "Don't I?" Mizuki laughed, too loud. "You've all lied to him long enough." His gaze snapped to Naruto with cruel pleasure. "Do you want to know why everyone looks at you like that? Do you want to know why they flinch? It's because you're not a boy at all. You're the nine-tailed fox. You're the monster that—" Something in Harry that had spent years pretending to be asleep opened one red eye. "Shut up," Harry said, very quietly. Mizuki blinked, then barked a laugh. "What orphan number 2 thinks?" Harry moved without quite meaning to. The world smudged, and when it cleared he was between Mizuki and Naruto, breath coming fast, vision edged in a color he didn't remember learning. For a heartbeat, the pupils of his eyes were slits, the green gone winter. Heat licked along his skin like a fox brushing past. The air around his fingers wavered as if considering claws. Mizuki actually took a half step back, whatever animal sense he possessed trying to climb a tree inside him. What are you?" "His brother," Harry said again, and he could hear a growl coiled under the words that did not belong to human throats. He planted his feet the way Iruka had and tasted metal. "Naruto," Iruka said hoarsely, never taking his eyes off Mizuki. "Do you remember the first lesson? How to run when you're told?" Naruto's jaw worked. "I'm not leaving them." Iruka's mouth twitched, fierce and proud and furious. "Then don't. But if you're staying, listen. That scroll, there's a technique in there. It's stupid. It's dangerous. It's the kind of thing you would love. Do it." Naruto stared at him, then down at the inked forest, then back up, his fear smoothed out like cloth under a palm. He nodded once, sharp. "Okay." Mizuki snarled and flung the Fatima shuriken. Iruka shoved. Harry dove. Steel sang past Harry's ear and bit a tree that announced its injury with a shudder. Mizuki drew a second and sent it hissing low. Iruka took it in the shoulder and grunted, not dignifying pain with a sound you could count against him later. "Run," he barked. Harry didn't. He was too busy discovering that anger could be a lever. He stepped in and punched. It wasn't elegant. Elegance is a luxury you borrow after you've lived. It was decisive. Mizuki's head snapped back, eyes briefly full of stars that had nothing to do with the sky. Bad idea. Mizuki spat blood and lunged fast. Harry's body went hot and light. He didn't quite see the way he moved, one moment there, the next sliding to the right as if the night had let him pass through it on a discount. Mizuki's kunai scraped his sleeve and found the memory of an arm instead of an arm. "Naruto?" Iruka yelled. The clearing exploded into Naruto's. For a beat, Mizuki smiled, cruelly delighted. Ha! Cheap illusions. Then they didn't fade. They grinned. They spoke over each other, every voice Naruto's and each slightly out of breath. The ground rippled with orange. Mizuki's smile died. Naruto's charged. It wasn't graceful. It was effective the way avalanches are effective. Bodies piled, fists flew, an elbow introduced itself to Mizuki's ribs and a heel to the back of his knee. He went down under a wave of orange and noise. 1,000 Narutos. One clone crowd, and another elbowed him. "It's Shadow Clone," the second corrected primly. "I read the title." Harry laughed, breathless and wild. He darted in when Mizuki wriggled free for half a second, and the punch he threw was the simple kind a brother keeps for men who say the wrong thing about his family. Mizuki's lights went out. Silence fell with a clatter as a dozen Narutos vanished in puffs. The remaining ones whooped and then popped too, leaving the original standing, chest heaving, sweaty and incandescent with triumph. Iruka staggered and was caught under two pairs of hands at once. "You're hurt," Naruto said, horror and pride wrestling. "I'll live," Iruka said, and for a moment he let himself lean into the boys, let the warm reality of them hold up the parts of the night that wanted to fall. The clearing filled with shinobi ANBU masks, flak jackets, competence. They took Mizuki away trust like a bad idea and the scroll in careful hands. The Hokage would scold and then not. Paperwork would get written in ink that was almost dry enough to say we did the right thing. Iruka tugged Naruto forward through it all until they stood under a branch that had stared at worse and understood ceremony when it saw it. "You pass," Iruka said simply. Naruto's mouth fell open. "What?" "You pass," Iruka repeated and reached up to untie his own forehead protector. He tied it around Naruto's arm, too long still for his head, and patted it as if blessing a child at a shrine. "Not because you stole a thing. Because you protected your village with what you learned." Naruto swallowed hard. "Iruka, sensei, don't make me cry," Iruka said, which was the cruelest and kindest thing he could have said in the moment, because it made Naruto laugh instead, and that broke the dam without letting it drown him. "And you," Iruka said, turning to Harry. "If I give you a bonus, will you stop terrifying me?" Harry blinked, humor slipping shyly into the room. "No," he said honestly. Iruka snorted. He reached into his vest and produced another forehead protector. "Then at least terrify me with this on." Harry touched the metal, cool and light as a new name. "Yes, sensei," he said quietly, and the yes had weight. They walked back to the village under a sky that had decided to keep all its stars for once. Naruto talked the entire way, because breathing and talking were synonyms for him in crisis. Harry kept one hand on his new headband, as if afraid it would decide a better boy should wear it. At the gate, Iruka slowed. "You're both going to be fine," he said, and for once Naruto didn't argue and Harry didn't make a joke. They believed him, which is the closest thing to being fine you can be before sleep. Graduation day smelled like ink and possibility. The classroom hummed like beehives made of nerves. Students stood straighter than they ever had. Parents hovered where they were allowed, faces bright the way fire is bright when you've been cold too long. Iruka called names. Headbands changed hands. Cheer rose and fell, small and fierce. When he reached Uzumaki Naruto, the room clapped, and some of the parents clapped harder than they meant to, as if relieved to find their hands weren't as cruel as their mouths had been. Naruto bounded up and collected his forehead protector like a man collecting proof of a promise he'd made when no one believed him. He turned at the door and flashed it at Harry, then made a face as if to ask, "Is it crooked?" Harry mimed straightening a picture frame. Naruto adjusted it until Harry nodded, solemn as a magistrate. "Harry," Iruka said. "Here." Harry said, because he always was, even when he didn't feel like it. He stepped forward into the moment and it held. Nice work, Uruka murmured, tying the knot. No flying chalk in front of the new instructors. I will do my best, Harry said, not specifying that his best sometimes had ideas of its own. In the press of congratulations, Ino elbowed her way to Harry's side. Hey, she said breathless, cheeks pink. You look good. Harry went pink to match, looked down to hide it, and ruined the effort by smiling. Thanks. You too, obviously, Ino said, pleased, then added, almost shy under the paint. Congratulations. Sakura shot them both a look that was mostly calculation and a little bit approval. Hinata hovered, hands tucked, face a small flare of joy that she looked as if she would apologize for if asked. Kiba tried to look bored and failed. Shikamaru sighed like success was troublesome but unavoidable. Sasuke wore his forehead protector with the exact air of someone who'd been born with it and was briefly humoring society's need for ceremony. When Naruto settled up and grinned, Sasuke's mouth barely moved, but the corner tilted a millimeter. Don't fall on your face, he said. I never fall on my face, Naruto said, immediately tripping over a stool. Harry caught him by the collar. Sasuke made a noise that might have been a laugh in a room with fewer witnesses. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage again, older again, kinder again, stood at the back, hands folded in his sleeves, pride arranged on his features like sunlight on tatami mats. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Anyone who looked at him knew how to translate that gazy good boys, brave boys, my boys. Outside, the sky was the kind of blue that felt like a clean shirt. Naruto and Harry stood on the academy steps and looked at the village the way you look at a door you're about to walk through. Team assignments tomorrow? Naruto said, bouncing on his toes. I hope we get someone cool. I hope we get someone patient, Harry said, thinking of Iruka's long, suffering sighs like lullabies. Patient is boring, Naruto declared. Patience lets you live long enough to be cool, Harry countered. Naruto considered it. Okay, patient and cool. Harry tipped his head, conceding the point. Across the street, a vendor shouted about fish. A cat slept on a wall as if it owned the concept of sun. Two genin argued about nothing. The village was a chorus of ordinary, and it sounded like victory. High above, a rooftop accepted a new weight without complaint. A figure knelt in the shadow of a chimney, mask hook empty at his belt, hair dark and still. Itachi Uchiha watched the boys knock shoulders and argue about dinner. The line of his mouth was what very stern people mistake for indifference. He had seen babies become boys. He had watched boys turn corners where men begin. He had introduced two shuriken to a certain snake's sleeve and been told, without words, that the story was not finished. He had learned the new taste of a name Harry. Itachi set his vow where vows are kept, in the vault of a man who never forgets anything and always pretends he does. He let his lungs take a slow breath and return it. He stood, a shadow unpeeling from a wall, and the rooftop gave him back to the day without a sound. Down on the steps, Naruto poked Harry with his elbow. Raymond, he announced, because some decisions are not decisions at all. Harry made a show of looking at his new headband. As shinobi, we must be discreet. Subtle. Invisible. Ramen, Naruto said again, grinning. Harry laughed. Ramen, he agreed, and they took the stairs two at a time, headbands flashing silver in the sun like the first note of a long song finally begun. Chapter 4, Bells, Cats, and Other Traps. They met their new sensei by not meeting him at all. Room 301 hummed with the particular pitch of 14-year-olds waiting too long. Desks clicked. Pencils performed doomed acrobatics. Naruto sprawled backward in his chair like gravity owed him money. Sakura checked her hair in the reflection of a window that had never asked to be a mirror. Sasuke leaned against the wall with the gravity of a moon. Harry sat cross-legged on his chair and attempted diplomacy with a hangnail. Where is he? Naruto demanded, For the 6th time. We've been here for. He checked the clock and made an affronted noise. At least 10 years. It's been 20 minutes, Sakura said. Be patient. Patience is a chakra exercise I didn't pass, Naruto said. Harry, back me up. Harry considered. He's probably testing us, he said. Maybe the test is, do we set the classroom on fire? We do not, Sakura said. Of course not, Harry said, like a gentleman making a show of putting down a lighter. That would be childish. Sasuke didn't look up. You two are loud. Thank you, Naruto said. A soft scrape from the hall, the handle turned, and the door slid open. A silver head leaned in, a single bored eye half, lidded above a mask. Gravity adjusted itself to accommodate the hair. The newcomer glanced around the room, took in the chalkboard, the students, the fact of time, and sighed with the kind of serenity you imagine monks practice and neighbors hate. My first impression, he said, voice muffled by cloth and the concept of not caring, is I don't like you. Naruto shot to his feet. You're late! The man, Hatake Kakashi, if rumors could be trusted, and they often could not, tilted his head. I got lost. In a straight hallway, Sakura blurted. It's a problem, Kakashi said gravely. Roof, 5 minutes. He disappeared. The door clicked shut with the politest possible insult. Naruto's eyes went round. Did he say roof like a dog? Harry offered, deadpan. Like a cool dog, Naruto corrected, racing for the door. Come on! The rooftop had the kind of view that made you forgive stairs. Konoha lay spread out below like a handful of coins, scattered by a generous god-orange roofs, laundry lines like flags, cats with opinions, smoke rising from places good things were being cooked. The Hokage monument watched with old stone patience. Kakashi leaned on the railing with the exact posture of someone pretending to be a railing. A small orange book hit his mouth. He looked up when they arrived, which was very gracious of him. Introductions, he said. Tell me your likes, dislikes, dreams for the future. Shouldn't you go first? Sakura asked. She placed herself 2 steps nearer Sasuke without looking like she had, which is an art. Kakashi considered. I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I like, classified. Things I dislike, also classified. Is this a mission briefing or a hostage situation? Harry murmured. My dreams for the future classified. Kakashi finished cheerfully. Naruto threw his hands in the air. That's not fair! Life isn't, Kakashi said, and waved a hand. Blonde first. Naruto struck a pose he had practiced in mirrors across the village. Uzumaki Naruto! I like ramen extra egg and proving people wrong. I dislike chores, people who look down on me, and cats. Cats are suspicious. He paused thoughtfully. My dream is to become Hokage! And fill the Hokage's office with ramen. Protect the village, and then fill the office with ramen. Ambitious, Kakashi said. Pink. Sakura tucked hair behind an ear and tried not to combust. Sakura Haruno. I like studying and. She glanced sidelong at Sasuke with the air of a person saying not you while meaning you. I dislike troublemakers. She tugged her eyes away from Naruto. And my dream is to become a strong kunoichi and maybe share a goal with someone. Kakashi's one visible eye bent at the corner. Vague, broody. Sasuke folded his arms like he owned arms as a concept. Kiha Sasuke, I like training. I dislike distractions. My dream is to revive my clan and kill a certain man. Naruto whistled, impressed in spite of himself. Harry watched Sasuke's profile and felt a quiet heaviness that had nothing to do with air. Kakashi tipped his head toward Harry. Polite one, Harry, he said. Just Harry is fine. No one ever used Potter. The Hokage did on paper. Aruka when scolding, inside Harry's chest it sounded like someone else's shoes. I like learning new things, ramen with my brother, and quiet breakfasts. He pulled in a breath. I dislike bullies and early mornings. Those are probably related. My dream is to protect this village and the people in it, and to figure out where I came from." He shrugged a little. "And to be someone worth the headband I'm wearing." Kakashi watched him for a beat longer than was comfortable, then hummed. Possibly it was approval. Possibly gas. "All right," he said, dusting invisible crumbs from his book. "Meet me at Training Ground 3 tomorrow morning. Do not eat breakfast." Naruto brightened. "Because we're having a picnic. Because you'll puke," Kakashi said pleasantly. "See you at 6. 6! Naruto choked. That's not a time." "It is tomorrow," Kakashi said, vanishing in a puff of polite treachery. Naruto turned slowly. "Harry," he whispered, horrified. "Do you think he was born like that, or did he go to a class?" "Advanced SAS for shinobi," Harry suggested. Sakura sighed. "We're doomed." Sasuke stared at the village as if it had personally let him down. "We'll be fine." Naruto grinned. "That's right! We're Team Seva! We're gonna crush this test! Believe!" "Don't say it," Sakura begged. "In us." Naruto finished. "I'll disguised." Harry laughed. "Tomorrow," he said, and the word was a coin he liked the weight of. Training Ground 3 was a green room at the edge of the village. Tall trees filtered morning into acceptable. A lazy stream gossiped to itself. Birds rehearsed for a show no one would review. Naruto and Harry arrived at 5:58 like men touching a hot stove and daring it to be hot. Sakura appeared at 5:59 looking like she had slept with a textbook under her pillow. Sasuke arrived at 600 exactly so no one could accuse him of caring. Kakashi arrived at 10:15. "YOU." Naruto tried to be a sentence and failed. Kakashi tucked his book away with a little gesture, as if secrecy could also apply to time. "Good morning," he said. "You all look hungry." "That's good." Sakura's stomach made a tiny cry for help. Naruto clutched his middle with the drama of a man wounded in battle. Kakashi held up 2 small bells that chimed like smug little ghosts. "Your test is simple," he said. "Take a bell from me before noon. If you fail, you go back to the academy. There are 2 bells." Sakura said, "Alert." "Correct." Kakashi said, "There are 4 of us." Naruto said, less alert. "Also correct." Kakashi said, cheerful. "So at least 2 of you are failing." Naruto bristled. "I'm not failing." Kakashi's visible eye curved. "Then don't. Ready?" Sakura's hand shot up. "Wet, shouldn't we? Begin." Kakashi said. The clearing emptied in a flurry of leaves and bad ideas. Harry dove behind a stump and peered around it to watch Kakashi stand in the open like a man at a bus stop. Naruto did not believe in bus stops. Shadow clone. He burst forward with 10 of himself, a shouting. Orange riot. Kakashi stood perfectly still and let the first wave slam into the illusion of him. Naruto stumbled when Kakashi reappeared behind him like the concept of hindsight. "Rule 1, Kakashi said, and flicked Naruto in a place no finger should ever go. "Don't telegraph." "OWWYU hat." Naruto hopped, clutching dignity with both hands. "What was that?" "1,000 years of pain." Kakashi said, serene. "That was a crime." Naruto wheezed. Sakura slapped both hands over her mouth to keep laughter from escaping and ruining her reputation. Harry pressed his lips together so hard his jaw ached. Sasuke, in his trees, smirked. Naruto roared and charged. Kakashi vanished, and Naruto ate dirt. Sasuke slipped from his branch like a knife sliding from a sheath. He moved low and fast, kunai out, trajectory clean. Kakashi's hand appeared, casual, parried, offered a riposte that would have disarmed a less stubborn boy. Sasuke pivoted, turned the exchange into a flip over Kakashi's shoulder, and landed behind him with a flare of smug. "Fire style," Sasuke said, fingers already in position. "Fireball jutsu." Heat bloomed. Flame roared like applause. Grass hissed and shivered. Kakashi blurred sideways, and the fireball carved a smoking grin into the clearing. Kakashi raised a hand like a teacher gently asking a toddler to rethink gravity. "You'll set the woods on fire." "Then stop me," Sasuke said, "just this side of feral." Maybe later, Kakashi said, as if rescheduling a dentist appointment. Sakura emerged from a bush with a careful plan, which Kakashi diffused with one sentence: "Suzuki's already stronger than you." Sakura's face went a chalky pink of fury and shame, then it went determined, which is a much better color. She inhaled and exhaled and tried to not want to kick him. Harry circled. He liked circling. Circling made you feel like you were thinking even if you were mostly just breathing and hoping. Kakashi was reading again. The insult tickled Harry where pride lived. He tiptoed behind Kakashi and transformed into a shuriken, a clone of himself through him. He reversed midair and almost had the bell with fingers that came away aching with the memory of it. Kakashi's book never moved. "Creative," he said, not turning. Harry grinned, despite himself, and rolled into the brush. Time ran the way it does in tests and stories. Too fast until it isn't, too slow until it is. Naruto dug pits and fell into 2 of them. Sakura set a trap so elegant Harry wanted to compliment the knotwork. Kakashi stepped exactly wrong, footed through it, as if gravity had tapped him on the shoulder and asked for a dance. Sasuke pushed and pushed again. Sweat beaded, his breath edged. Kakashi kept his hands in his pockets like an apology. When the sun stood high enough to make noses sting, a bell chimed. Kakashi lowered his book. "Lunch," he said. "Naruto, you don't get any. Tea." Naruto's hair attempted escape. "Why?" "Because you charged in without a plan, and then charged in without a plan several more times," Kakashi said mildly. "Take him to the post." Harry winced. Sasuke didn't smile, which is not the same thing as not enjoying himself. They tied Naruto to the training post. Naruto bared his teeth like a fox in a trap. "I'm fine," he said unconvincingly. "I like starving. Starving is my hobby." Kakashi set 3 bento boxes on a blanket. He looked briefly like an ordinary man having an ordinary day. "Eat," he said to the others. "If you give him any, you fail immediately. I'll be back in 10 minutes. He vanished on a rustle and a lie. Sakura stared at her lunch. Sasuke opened his leisurely. Harry's stomach complained in a tone that suggested legal action. Naruto attempted to whistle and made a sound like a deflating balloon. "Don't worry about it," he said, eyeing the food with religious awe. "Think of this as my special training. How to become smoke." Sakura bit her lip hard enough to think. Sasuke's chopsticks hovered. Harry picked up his bento and slid it across the blanket. "Open," he said, gentle as teasing. Naruto glared. He also said teamwork. Harry said. He said it by not saying it, which is very him. Sakura made an alarmed noise. "Harry, we're a team?" Harry said. "What's the point of passing if we learn the wrong thing?" Sasuke stared at him a long second. Then his mouth did something small and significant. He pushed his own bento toward Naruto without looking like he cared. Sakura stared at the 2 lunches, then she sighed, the exhale of a girl choosing a future version of herself. "Open," she said, and hopped to Naruto's side. "And chew. You guys," Naruto's voice cracked. He swallowed it, then swallowed food like faith. Kakashi appeared in a puff that suggested he'd been behind the nearest tree the whole time. "What," he said flatly, "are you doing?" Harry set his shoulders. "Feeding our teammate. He'll never learn," Kakashi said. Sakura lifted her chin. "He'll never fight alone." Sasuke didn't speak because he never did when speaking wouldn't improve things, and somehow that made the statement louder. Kakashi stared at them. The birds considered moving their show inside. The wind took a long step back. Kakashi's book closed with a thump. He dragged one hand down his mask as if assessing a headache. "Pass," he said. Silence. Then Naruto yelled so loud the trees startled. "PSS! We pass! We pass!" Kakashi's eye crinkled. "Those who break the rules are scum," he said softly. "Those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum." He looked at each of them in turn, the loud, the careful, the angry, the kind. You're a team when you decide you are. Decide it every day. Naruto whooped and headbutted Harry. Sakura let out a laugh she'd been saving. Sasuke's mouth inched towards something not unlike pride. Starting tomorrow, Kakashi continued. Missions. We'll ease in. What's easy? Naruto asked. You'll see, Kakashi said dryly. Bring gloves. Ease, it turned out, involved cats. Target name is Tora. The mission scroll read. Distinctive ribbon on left ear. Will attempt to mislead. What does that mean? Naruto said, offended. Cats can't. Tora leapt from a pile of crates in a blur of claws and nope. Naruto shrieked. Harry sprinted left, Sasuke vaulted right. Sakura flanked like a patient inevitability. Learn its patterns, Kakashi called, from the top of a fence where he'd chosen to supervise like a gargoyle with a book. Also your patterns. Also maybe how to avoid bleeding. Here, kitty, Naruto crooned, which Tora interpreted as a declaration of war. The cat launched itself at Naruto's face. Naruto windmilled and fell into a stack of buckets that provided a percussive soundtrack to his suffering. Harry dove, arms open. Tora twisted mid-air and used Harry's forearm as a stepping stone to freedom. Ow, ow, ow. He shook his wrist and laughed breathless. He's talented. He is a she, Sakura said primly, and swooped with an agility that suggested she practiced control even on her off days. Tora swerved. Sasuke, timing perfect, lifted a sleeve and a soft whoomp, ribbon in hand, cat contained. Naruto gaped, then cheered like he'd done it himself. We did it! We're geniuses! Tora's owner crushed the struggling cat to her bosom and sniffled thanks while Tora reached around her arm to swipe at Naruto one final time on principle. The next day, they weeded a garden the size of a small country. Naruto attempted to convince the weeds to surrender as a group. Think of your families, he told them. The weeds considered and redoubled. Sakura worked with tidy ferocity. Sasuke's rows were straight enough to measure furniture with. Harry discovered soil could stain you in places emotions live. They delivered letters. Ah, do not read them, Kakashi said, notably to Naruto, who held the envelope up to the light like a scientist and squinted. They walked dogs for a woman whose 3 tiny terrors had learned 48 secret jutsu of tangling leashes. Naruto loved them immediately and completely. The dogs returned the feeling in tripping. They cleaned a pond. Naruto fell in. Then again. Then once on purpose. Why? Sasuke asked, halfway between incredulous and impressed. Naruto surfaced with a lily pad on his head like a crown. Training, he announced. Spitting pond. For water walking. You can barely desk sit? Sakura said, extending a hand. Harry grabbed Naruto's other wrist, and together they hauled him out, 3 kids turning into one machine. That night at Ikaraku, Naruto ordered like a victor and ate like an apology. Mission life suits us. He decided between slurps. We're too powerful for gardens. Look at us. Look at our hands. These are hands of legends. Legend says wash them, Sakura said, shoving napkins. Harry grinned at Kakashi across bowls. Is this normal? Kakashi's eye smiled. D. Rank builds patience. Cruel, Naruto muttered. Necessary? Kakashi said. Also funny? I'm on to you, Naruto told him. Kakashi raised his book in salute. I know. You're very loud. They were laughing when it happened. Not danger. Not the kind the body likes to practice for. Just the ordinary day choosing an ordinary second to turn. Harry and Sakura were carrying a crate together because the crate had opinions about uneven distribution of labor. A worker on the scaffolding above them misjudged a step. A stack of planks shifted. The world went to pieces that wanted to be part of Sakura. Kakashi turned. Too far, too late. Naruto shouted, a sound that had different letters every time he made it. Sasuke tensed to leap and found there was nowhere useful to leap to. Harry did not think. He threw out his hand, and the air grabbed the planks and said, mine. The wood stuttered. It hung there 2-3 in a stunned geometry, as if gravity had been told to wait its turn. Then the planks drifted aside, slowly, grumpily, and laid themselves down. The crate between Harry and Sakura rattled. Sakura, breath halted, stared at the spot where bruises had not blossomed. "What?" she began, voice very small. Harry's hand shook. He looked at it as if he'd caught someone else using it. The hairs on his arm settled one by one, like a small animal deciding it would not bolt. Kakashi's brow lifted as if pulled by a string. Naruto made a noise like applause turned into a word. Sasuke's eyes went thoughtful in a way that isn't always comfortable to be near. Harry began, attempting to decide between chakra and accident, and don't ask me, got lucky. Sakura stared a heartbeat longer, then let out the breath she'd been withholding. "Lucky is good," she said, a little shaky, and made a joke because jokes knit the world back together. "Next time, be lucky before I panic." "Working on it," Harry said, and the look Kakashi gave him could have been filed under interesting, concerning, or both, depending on who kept the paperwork. That night, when Naruto crashed face first onto his bed and snored like it was a second job, Harry lay awake and listened to the village breathe. He pressed his palm to the heel of his other hand, not hard, just steady, as if convincing himself he still lived in the body that had done that. He fell asleep finally with the feeling of weight in his bones. Someone else's, someone he had set down. The next morning, Naruto slammed the Hokage's office door open with the enthusiasm of a festival and the sense of someone who has never once owned a door. "We're done," he announced. "No more cat crimes! No more pawns! Give us a real mission!" Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from paperwork in that particular way that makes a boy feel both seen and fondly scolded. His pipe rested on its stand. The room smelled of old wood, old ink, and a newer, gentler kind of smoke, like someone burning memories until they didn't hurt to touch. "A real mission," the Hokage repeated, amused. "Such as bandits," Naruto said. "Pirates, ghosts, ghost bandits." Sakura inclined her head forward until her bangs grazed her patience. "Hokage Sama, respectfully, Naruto is enthusiastic, but we are ready for something slightly more challenging." Sasuke didn't bother to add anything. He had perfected a small nod that, in Sasuke, meant, "I could fight a tree and the tree would write me an apology." He deployed it now. Harry stood a half step behind Naruto and slightly to the side, where shadows pool for friends. "We can do more," he said quietly. "Please." Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi, who had leaned against a file cabinet as if the file cabinet had asked for company. Kakashi shrugged with one shoulder, a gesture that encompassed they haven't died, they might, and they should learn. His eyes smiled. "They're almost housebroken." Hiruzen hoofed a hepiaf that contained laughter. He shuffled a scroll, pulled another, weighing responsibility against the lightness that keeps responsibility from breaking your arms. "Very well," he said. "AC rank. Escort mission." Naruto fist pumped. "Yes," Hiruzen nodded at the side door. "Send him in." The door opened and a man walked in with the unsteady dignity of someone who had been drinking his courage. He had bristle, gray hair like a brush that had lived, a tan vest that had seen better vests, and a bottle in one hand that he set down with the ceremony of a man putting away a weapon he planned to retrieve soon. He looked at Team 7 the way a tired craftsman looks at tools he's not sure will hold. "These are children," he announced, offended. Naruto leaned forward. "We're ninja." The man squinted. "You're small." "We're efficient," Sakura said, not smiling because it would not help. Sasuke's eyebrows, already well-trained, managed to climb another rung up the ladder of disdain. Harry stepped forward and bowed, polite as a textbook. "I'm Harry. This is Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. We'll be your escort." The man grunted. "Tazuna, bridge builder from the land of waves. I need to get home. I need to build a bridge. Try not to die on the way." Naruto grinned. "Ooh, never die!" Usually, Hiruzen's mouth twitched. "You'll depart at first light. Pack for rain. and behavior. He gave Naruto a look that said, "I know you can do both, please do one." Kakashi coughed delicately. "Any chance their per diem covers extra eggs?" Hiruzen sighed as if he'd been asked to fund a war and was considering it. "Go," he said, "fawn to the point of surrender. And Kakashi, keep them safe." Kakashi saluted with his book. "Always." They filed out into the afternoon together, 4 kids and a man who tried not to be, trailing a client who couldn't quite decide if he was doomed or rescued. The sun caught on the edge of the Hokage monument and turned it to a blade. Then it softened on the red tiles, the laundry, the cats that were probably spies. At the village gate, Naruto bounced on his toes. "First big mission," he said, eyes shining. "First," Sakura agreed, adjusting her pack. "Not last." Sasuke looked past the gate down the road that braided into trees. He nodded, as if greeting a thought he'd had before. Harry checked the knot of his headband and the buckle of his strap and the weight of his promise. He glanced back once. High on a roof, a dark-haired figure was nothing but the suggestion of a shadow. Then he wasn't even that. Harry looked forward again. Kakashi cocked his head, listening to something only he could hear, the village breathing, the wind gossiping about weather, the years. He held up a hand. "All right, Team 7, he said. "Rule 1, stay alert. Rule 2, stay together. Rule 3, if something feels wrong, tell me before you try to punch it." Naruto raised a hand. "What if I already punched it?" "Then tell me with the other hand," Kakashi said. Tazuna snorted. "This'll be fun," he muttered, like a man predicting rain. They stepped through the gate and onto the road, boots making promises dirt believed. The trees leaned together above them and whispered, as trees do, about the last time they had seen a boy cross the border with a fox in his future and a village at his back. The whispers rustled the leaves, and the leaves applauded, and the world watched 4 Genin and their teacher walk toward the part of their lives where stories stop being practice. "Hey, Harry," Naruto said, not bothering to keep his voice down for bandits that didn't exist yet. "When we become heroes in the land of waves, let's get ramen there too." "Field research," Harry agreed. "Do they even have ramen?" Sakura wondered. "They do now," Naruto declared. Sasuke didn't argue, which is not the same as not hoping. Kakashi's eye curved. He tucked his book away. "Eye as open," he said, and the road unrolled under their feet like a ribbon someone was happy to give. Chapter 5. Mist on the water. By noon the road had decided it was a ribbon. It rolled and unrolled under their feet, turning the forest into a steady drumbeat of trunks and cicadas. Tazuna walked with the sour dignity of a man who had paid extra for certainty and been handed 4 teenagers and a scarecrow with a book. Naruto jogged backward in front of him because forward was insufficiently social. "So this bridge," he said, "how big are we talking? Big big or big big?" Tazuna squinted at him over the brim of his bottle. "It will be the biggest thing my country has seen since common sense took a vacation." "That's large," Naruto said, impressed. "Do you name it or does it name itself?" "Bridges," Tazuna said, "don't name themselves. People do." He sniffed. "If they live long enough." Sakura made a warning sound. "Naruto, maybe stop?" "Breathing," Naruto offered. "Bothering the client." "I am bonding with the client." Sasuke walked a little ahead, eyes moving the way water does around stones. Harry kept to Naruto's shoulder because he tended to, like a habit he hadn't meant to make but couldn't imagine breaking. Kakashi hadn't looked up from Aicha violence for an hour. The page turned every few minutes, as if he had struck a truce with time. Sometimes he shifted the book to shade his visible eye, sometimes he angled it to catch the light. It was less reading than performance art. They passed a cart creaking under gourds, a woman with a basket of peaches that made the road smell like late summer, a dog that refused to acknowledge Naruto's existence on principle. The further they walked, the thinner the traffic grew. Forest thickened. Sound changed. The air learned to listen. Harry's head tipped just slightly. "We haven't had rain," he said. Sakura blinked. "What?" he pointed. 20 paces ahead the road wore a dark coin, an oval of water too deep for morning dew, too still for breeze. Kakashi's book lowered a centimeter. Tazuna snorted. "It's a puddle?" "Ooh-ha," Naruto said. "A puddle that didn't get the weather report." Sasuke's fingers tightened on the strap of his pack. Harry's right. They kept walking because that was also right. They didn't change pace because prey changes pace. Naruto swerved a fraction, Sakura's shoulders squared. Harry's hand found the rough edge of a shuriken in the pouch at his hip and held it the way you hold a thought you'll need later. Kakashi stepped through the puddle. 2 shadows rose like a magic trick that had decided it would rather be murder. Chains whipped out of the water, barbed and hungry. They wrapped Kakashi from ankles to chest with the efficiency of practiced cruelty. "Got him!" One of the masked men barked, voice muffled by iron. Spiked gauntlets locked, chain went taut, and Kakashi came apart with a wet, impossible sound and exploded into timber and spray. Logs thudded to the dirt, bound neatly in the chains that had just ruined a man. Naruto forgot how to breathe. Harry did not make a sound. Sakura's mouth formed Kakashi's name and didn't find it. The 2 men, black aprons, bare arms roped with old work, metal claws like a butcher's joke, did not pause to congratulate themselves. They came out of the puddle moving, chain whipping them forward as if yanked by the idea of blood. They didn't go for the 3 kids. They went for Tazuna. Harry moved because thinking was too slow. He slammed a shoulder into Naruto that felt like slamming a shoulder into himself and shoved him out of the chain's line. Naruto hit gravel and rolled. The chain whistled through the air where his throat had been. Sasuke was already moving. His hand caught Naruto's forearm and used it, pivoted on it, threw a kunai in the same breath. Clean shot low, forcing the left twin to stutter step and drag the chain. Metal bit earth, not flesh. "Scatter!" Sakura snapped and didn't scatter. She put herself between Tazuna and the world with both hands up and her stance careful. Iruka would have approved, a little breathless. The right twin lunged. Harry met him. A claw raked, steel kissed skin. Harry's forearm stung, and the sting lit a fuse under his sternum. Heat ran down his arm and back up again, a red ripple under the skin, there and gone. Eyes. Sasuke barked, and Naruto, hands shaking and furious at their shaking, threw a handful of dirt and a fistful of himself. The left twin flinched. Right twin snarled and swung. Naruto ducked so hard he insulted height and came up into the man's ribs with a crack that sounded like surprise. Harry pivoted with the motion and drove an elbow into the joint of the man's wrist. Claw teeth scraped off Harry's bracer instead of his face. Steel hissed. A kunai sang past Harry's ear, not his, and found chain. The lynx shivered, caught on the knife, tightened. Something blurred behind the twins. Then a palm hit the back of a head with professional courtesy. Kakashi stood where Kakashi had been killed a moment ago, hand on each assassin's collar, both men on their knees, the chain tidy against the dirt like a diagram. His book was nowhere in sight, which meant something was about to get graded. "Demon Brothers," Kakashi said, almost agreeable. "Hidden Mist Village. Missing Nin. B rank. You two have had a busy year." The left twin hissed, the right twin spat. "Target the bridge builder." "Kind of you to confirm," Kakashi said, and cuffed them together with wire fast as thought. He considered the team. Reactions. Naruto's chest heaved. He hated that it did. "I froze," he said, voice raw. "You moved," Kakashi said mildly. "Then you hit. Then you didn't die. That's called a learning while the world is unkind. It will be our major subject." Sakura's mouth flattened. "Kakashi, sensei, you..." She gestured at the logs and the puddle and the part of her that had been ready to break. "You could have told us and cost you the lesson," Kakashi said. I apologize for the dramatics. I do not apologize for the education. Sasuke looked at the puddle as if water had personally offended him. They wanted him, he said, chin at Tazuna. They did. Kakashi agreed, eye angling. Which brings us to mission parameters. He turned to the bridge builder. This is not C rank, Tazuna-san. Tazuna's mouth tightened as if he'd bitten a memory. And if I had said it wasn't, would you have come? Kakashi didn't smile. We would have sent someone who isn't reading a romance novel on your time. Tazuna looked at the children, at Naruto's angry, wet eyes, at Sakura's narrow, careful stance, at Sasuke's kunai and the decision behind it, at Harry's arm already welting where claws had said hello. He swallowed and the sound was not pride. Gato, he said finally. Sakura's brow knit. The shipping magnate. Tazuna barked a laugh that wasn't. Magnate. He bought the sea and sold it back to us at interest. He bought the roads and charged us to walk on them. He bought men with weapons and told them our names. He gestured with the bottle. This bridge will be the first thing he doesn't own in years, so he's trying to break it before we lay the first stone. Kakashi's face didn't change, which is how you know it changed. And you can't pay A rank. I can pay you tea and gratitude and a cursed lot of luck. Tazuna said, stubborn like concrete. I can pay you with a country that breathes. If you go back now, I don't blame you. If you don't, I'll owe you until the ocean gets bored. Naruto's hand shot up like a promise. We're not going back, he said, ferocity making his voice an older thing. We're going forward. Teach, Sasuke said, like the sound some boys make instead of yes. Harry looked at his arm where blood was already a thin line rather than a complaint. He felt the faintest echo of heat sliding along the bone, a red thread that didn't belong to him and did. He looked up at Kakashi. We can handle it, he said. Right. Kakashi's sigh was half put on half prayer. On one condition, he said. You listen as hard as you run your mouths. Naruto saluted so hard he almost toppled. Deal. Kakashi tied the demon brothers to a tree with a knot that had opinions. Anbu will pick them up, he said, as if that could be expected here in the green quiet. We keep moving. Eyes up. Puddles are liars. The land pitched toward the sea until the smell of it made the air seem braver. A boatman with scars like punctuation waved them aboard and tucked a tarp over them with the tenderness of a man hiding children from a storm. No noise, he rasped. Gato's men hear laughter like a curse. Naruto's mouth shaped O and made no sound. Sakura pressed a finger to her lips and then to Naruto's forehead like a seal. Sasuke went silent without help. Harry pulled the tarp down and let the world become cloth and breath and the soft slap of water. They moved through fog that chose them. The boatman's pole knocked the bottom of the river with a rhythm that set Harry's pulse to counting. Somewhere above, the world was pale and the gulls were writing their letters in the air. Under the tarp, everybody's shoulder occasionally bumped someone who did not complain. Tazuna whispered, because the boatman's silence had made them all smaller. The further in you go, the quieter the water gets, he said. It's like it's afraid to make ripples. Water remembers. The boatman murmured. It remembers who bought it. When they finally slid onto the bank, the boatman gave them a look that had a kiss in it and said, Live. Plan A. Naruto whispered brightly. They moved into trees so tall they had their own weather. The path narrowed until it was no longer a path, but a suggestion. Kakashi's hand came up and they froze, as if the hand were the law. The air had gone wrong. It was a specific wrongness Harry had no words for, like walking into a room and knowing a joke had been told about you. The leaves were quiet. The insects had written a ceasefire. Kakashi's voice was soft enough that only obedience could hear it. Close formation. Tazuna in the center. Sakura guard. Sasuke, Harry left and right. Naruto hit things. Naruto whispered, then sheepish, after you say when. The mist came as if it had been waiting for the cue word. It crawled out of the trees and sat on their shoulders and slid fingers under their collars. In seconds, visibility went from forest to idea. The world was made of pale and breath. A blade taller than a boy and too thick to be polite spun through the white and pinned a tree where a head could have been. It hummed like laughter. It shuddered like a predator pleased with the range of its teeth. A man stood on the back of the sword, balanced on the wide iron as easily as if he'd stood on a dock all his life. His hair was a shock of black that refused to obey. His forehead protector was slashed. His bandages covered the lower half of his face like a promise not to smile. Momochi Zabuza, Kashi said. He hadn't moved, but he was different longer, somehow wider in the small ways that made a human into a hazard. His hand brushed his headband. Kopi, Nin Kakashi, the newcomer said, the words thick around cloth, amused and bored at once. The copycat sharing his time with children. Naruto went very still. Sakura's fingers dug into her sleeve to stop their shaking. Sasuke looked at the sword the way a boy looks at a mountain that has suggested a race. Tazuna made a small sound that would have liked to be bravery. Harry's heartbeat pushed at his ears. Under his breath, deep and old and not entirely kind, something shifted in response to the killing intent leaking through the mist. It wasn't words. It was the awareness of a large animal opening one eye. Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi said, like a teacher taking attendance through a history book. Demon of the Hidden Mist. Former member of the Seven Swordsmen. Zabuza hopped lightly down, hefted the sword with one hand, and let mist curl around the blade like affectionate cats. Two brats, a girl, a client, and a copycat, he said. This will be quick. Children, get down, Kakashi said, not shouted, said. The air obeyed. They flattened without thought. The sword swung. It went over their heads with the cold sigh of something that has tasted neck before. It took a branch that had been minding its own business and turned it into two branches that learned humility. Zabuza's body language shifted, and the mist thickened like breath on glass. One moment he was there, the next he was an absence with a purpose. Sakura, Kakashi breathed. Guard the client. Naruto, Sasuke, don't lose him. Harry's eyes stung. He wiped them, then blinked until mist separated enough to become edges. Left, he said, and a ripple in the fog became a man. The man was a blade and the blade was a man. Kakashi moved, and Zabuza met him. The sound of them was a new kind of percussion. Water slashed underfoot, churned by the kick of their heels. Steel met steel and decided to argue. Kakashi's kunai carved silences. Zabuza's sword made loud statements. Don't blink. Naruto whispered, blinking. You'll miss your chance, Sasuke said, eyes narrowed to slits, and Naruto knew he didn't mean a chance to watch. Zabuza's chakra surged, and the mist answered like a choir. Hidden mist jutsu, he murmured, and the world stopped being polite. In the white, his voice uncoiled, smooth and cutting. Larynx, spine, liver, lungs, jugular, brain, heart. Sakura pressed Tazuna back until she could feel his fear through his coat, could taste it in the way the fabric vibrated. He's trying to rattle us, she said, to Tazuna, to herself. Let him try. Naruto whispered, loud with an audacity his body didn't currently feel. Kakashi-sensei! Harry called because in the fog he had vanished again. And then the fog broke in a circle of pressure that made everyone's skin feel too small. Kakashi's fingers touched his headband and pushed it back. The scar over his eyebrow lifted with the cloth. Where an eye should simply have been, there was an eye that felt like a door left ajar in the wrong house. Sasuke leaned forward, fascination punching a hole through decorum. Sharingan, he breathed, and the word had the shape of grief and hunger. Zabuza laughed once, pleased and surprised. So, the rumors weren't rumor. He cocked his head. Let me see the eye that stole a village. The mist turned kinetic. Kakashi met Zabuza's charge and mirrored him so precisely it looked like choreography, like two dancers who had trained within a heartbeat of each other all their lives. Zabuza's heel kicked. Kakashi's heel kicked. Zabuza's hand turned. Kakashi's hand turned. It should have been funny. It wasn't. It was terrifying, one man fighting himself at the speed of murder. Naruto's nails bit his palms. "We have to help, we have to. Wait for an opening," Sasuke said, as much to his pulse as to Naruto. The mist clung to his eyelashes. "We'll make one." A slap of water, a blur of bandages, and then Kakashi was gone from where he wasn't, and in the shallow lake beside them inside a perfect sphere of water that held him like a bad idea. "Water prison jutsu," Zabuza said pleasantly. He stood knee deep, one hand submerged, fingers locked in that gentle grip people use when holding something precious and fragile. "If I move, he breathes again. If I don't, he drowns slowly. Decisions, decisions." On shore, a second Zabuza stepped forward, less crisp, less cruel at the edges. Water dripped off him like punctuation. He hefted the big sword and walked toward the children who had become objectives. Kakashi's voice came from inside the globe, strained and steady. "Don't engage the clone directly. Get me out. Got it?" Naruto said, despite his knees, because he was built that way. He flicked a glance at Harry, at Sasuke, at Sakura's white, knuckled hand on Tezuna's sleeve. "Plan? Make a hole he can't not watch," Sasuke said, his mouth set. "Then put a knife in the space he can't see." Naruto's grin looked strange on a face this pale. "Kopi." The clone came down with the blade. Sakura yanked Tezuna sideways. The sword buried itself in earth and came up with a sound like resentment. Harry met the clone's eyes and felt that thing inside him shift again, shake its fur, lean forward. He swallowed it hard enough to cough. "Naruto," Kakashi rasped. "Use what you learned yesterday." Naruto's face went incandescent with a different kind of fear, pride laced with "don't make me fail," and he moved. Shadow clone jutsu. 5 Narutos became 20, and then 50, and then many enough to be a notion. They swarmed the water clone like an idea you couldn't shake and forced it to swing wild. Water clones are cheaper than men, they're not free. Every strike made Zabuza's brow twitch. Every missed one cost Naruto an illusion that popped like laughter. "Now," Sasuke hissed. He had something large and dark in both hands, shuriken big enough to make a boy look small. "Harry!" Harry sprinted, planted a heel against Sasuke's palm, and vaulted. The world narrowed to the hole in the mist where Zabuza's shoulder moved to accommodate the weight of one bad decision. Sasuke threw the first Eftima shuriken, and it howled in a voice steel saves for air. Zabuza tilted his head and let it take hair instead of neck. "Missed," he said. A second shuriken spun out of the fog from the other side. Zabuza smirked behind his bandages and lipped. The second blade passed under his feet and burst into Naruto. For a heartbeat, Naruto was metal in motion. Then he wasn't. He was a boy with a grin full of teeth and a kunai in both hands, throwing one straight for the wrist that kept Kakashi's prison hole. Zabuza couldn't dodge both. He twisted, caught Naruto's wrist, used him as leverage, and took the cut on the back of his hand. Blood brined the water. The sphere shivered. Kakashi moved like a slingshot. The prison collapsed. Zabuza's clone faltered as if it had been remembering a man. Harry saw the opening and didn't think, "Do I have enough?" He just hit it with everything he wasn't sure he should use. He closed on the water clone and slashed with his kunai. The clone's blade kissed his forearm again, deeper this time, a hot line. The pain lifted a door. Heat rolled up from the seal on his stomach with the authority of a tide. His vision narrowed. The whites of the world pinked. He heard a sound he did not make low, struck from a place under bone, and the space around his body breathed red. "Harry!" Sakura's voice broke from the shore. The clone struck down. Harry's left hand, clawed by chakra he couldn't see, caught the sword on nothing but force. Air shook. The water around his ankles boiled a breath. He drove forward, the world narrowing to a point as sharp as a tooth, and shoved his palm into the clone's chest. Water exploded outward like a wave hit by a falling star. The clone lost integrity the way grammar does under bad poetry. It fell apart into a sheet of lake that smacked the shore and soaked Naruto to the waist. Harry staggered. The red slid off him like a shawl. His chest heaved. The cut on his arm sizzled, skin tugging in at the edges, heat licking knit and nerve. He looked down and saw nothing that made sense. Sakura grabbed his wrist with fingers that trembled and steadied. "Harry." She laughed, panicked. What? What was that? He swallowed against a throat full of wild. "A trick I didn't know I knew." "Less talking, more living," Kakashi said, and came out of the mist at Zabuza like a man who'd met a morning he despised and decided to make it pay. Freed, he moved differently, the Sharingan bright and cold, his other eye almost kind in contrast. He mirrored Zabuza until mirroring became reading, until reading became writing. Zabuza planted, Kakashi planted a heartbeat before. Zabuza formed signs, Kakashi's hands had already told the story. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Zabuza snarled as the lake lifted its head and decided it had teeth. Kakashi finished the signs with him, faster, impossibly, and his voice came in the same breath. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Two dragons tore out of the lake, one an insult to the other. They met with a force that kicked everyone onshore backward into scrub and curse. Spray hammered the trees. Naruto whooped even as he bounced. Sasuke's eyes were black coals, bright and hard. Sakura shielded Tizuna with her body and thought, later, how astonished she was at how little it had felt like choosing. When the water dropped, Zabuza was off balance for the first time. Kakashi wasn't. He moved inside the sword's arc and drove two fingers toward a nerve cluster that would make a lesser man forget his name and his favorite food. Zabuza reeled backward, and Kakashi's hand came up, two fingers straight, chakra crackling, aimed for a kill that would have been as clean as a signature. A sound like a wind chime that hated you sliced the air. Senbon needles hissed in and buried themselves in Zabuza's neck in a neat triangle. Zabuza went still as a thought. The forest gathered itself like a held breath. A slender figure perched in a nearby tree, masked porcelain over delicate lines, pale hair bound back. The hunter, Nin's voice was soft and formal. "Thank you for tiring him. Momochi Zabuza has been wanted by Kiriko for some time." Kakashi's hand flattened into something almost like peace. He stepped back half a pace that was all necessity. "You used Senbon to interrupt the brain stem," the hunter said. "Not elegant, but sufficient." They landed with barely a whisper, moved with the efficiency of people who spend their days ending other people's days, and wrapped Zabuza's limp form in canvas. The mask tilted. "We will take the body. Our village thanks you." Naruto half rose. "Wait." Kakashi's hand came up the way he did everything, light and binding. "Let them," he said. The hunter inclined their head and was gone with their burden, into mist that accepted the exchange without comment. Silence rolled in their wake, the kind that makes you aware of your own pulse in inconvenient places. Kakashi blinked, which is something eyes have to do eventually. Then he sagged and sat down too fast. Sensei. Sakura jolted forward. "Chakra," he said, almost apologetic. The Sharingan shuddered as he pulled his headband down, and the rest of him seemed to exhale afterward in relief. "I overdid it." "Ironic." "I know." He tilted his head at the road that wasn't currently a road. "We can't camp here." "Tizuna, how far to your house?" "Half an hour," Tizuna said, sounding like prayer had muscles. "If we don't run, we won't run," Kakashi said. "We'll walk like people who have something better to do than die." Naruto peered into the fog where the hunter, Nin, had disappeared, suspicious as a cat staring at an empty doorway. That was too easy. Sasuke's mouth went thin. Zabuza isn't the kind of problem that ends because someone else asked it to. Kakashi's posture said agreement. His voice said, move. They moved. Tezuna's house wore the kind of exhaustion that only homes learn, scuffed thresholds, a stair that knew who stepped on it by weight alone, a kitchen whose surfaces remembered every story ever told near a stove. The woman at the door, Tsunami, Tezuna's daughter, took one look at the group and made a small sound mothers make when the math includes injuries and their table. She hauled Kakashi inside by one elbow and everyone else by name. Sit. Shoes off. You. She leveled a look at Naruto, who was being loudly okay, hands clean before you touch anything that belongs to the concept of food. Yes, ma'am. Naruto said meekly, which was an interesting color on him. A boy peered from behind the doorframe with dark eyes and a mouth that had been practicing frowning. He wore a cap pulled low and a look pulled lower. He gave them a glance like a thrown stone and vanished upstairs. That's Inari, Tsunami said shortly. Whatever she didn't say filled the kitchen like steam. He's had enough of men with swords. Kakashi leaned against a pillar with the cultivated helplessness of someone too tired to argue with physics. Tsunami looked at his headband and the tired curve of his spine and the children orbiting him like smaller moons, and her expression softened. You can lie down. I'll bring tea strong enough to apologize for today. Sakura had already commandeered a clean cloth and hot water. She took Harry's arm in hands that were careful even when they shook. Let me see. It's fine, he said automatically, because it mostly looked like the memory of a cut now, not a cut itself. She unwrapped. The cloth stuck a little and then didn't. He braced for the sting that didn't come. The line was angry pink and new, but it wasn't open. Sakura frowned like a researcher offered an anomaly. You should need stitches. Lucky, Harry said lightly, not meeting her eyes. You used something, she said under her breath. Harry's answer did not know how to be anything but the truth. Something used me. Sakura tied the cloth again, not too tight. Naruto hovered, as if personal space had applied for an exception and gotten it. Hey, he said, trying for bright and landing near it. You were awesome. Like, woomph. He mimed an explosion of water that got on Tsunami's floor, then looked guilty, and then splash, and then the clone went by, and words. Sasuke suggested dryly. He had a scrape across one knuckle. He had no idea when he'd gotten it, which annoyed him more than the scrape. Naruto scowled at him, then scowled at his own hands for trembling. Shut up, he muttered, and then, softer, only for Harry. Thanks for the shove. Harry nudged him with a knee. Anytime. You froze for a second, Naruto said to the floor. I froze for a second. Then you moved, Harry said. That's the part I'm taking with me. Naruto blinked a lot at nothing in particular and then grinned too big. Believe it. Sasuke sat against the wall with his arms over his knees and let his breath find a less humiliating tempo. The hunter Nin, he said to Kakashi without looking at him. That was odd. Kakashi's eye crinkled above his mask. You're not wrong. Sakura paused with a cup halfway to the table. Meaning. Kakashi said, that hunter, Nin don't usually carry bodies away. They dispose of them on the spot to avoid recycling. He gave them enough time to remember what Zabuza could be recycled into. We'll assume he's alive. We'll prepare for it. Naruto stiffened. Good. The idea of another try sat well in his bones. Sakura bit her lip. Kakashi-sensei, you should rest. I will. After tea, he accepted a steaming cup from Tsunami with both hands respectfully, as if it contained something more sacred than leaves and heat. After we set watches. After we decide where to put you so you make less trouble by accident. Rude. Naruto said around a mouthful of rice ball Tsunami had not actually given him permission to take. Tsunami clicked her tongue and slid another onto his plate anyway. Tazuna slumped onto a stool and let his elbows find a scarred patch of wood that had probably been sanded away twice before. He looked at his daughter, and then at the shinobi, and then at his hands. "He'll come again," he said, not asking. "He will." Kakashi agreed. "We'll be ready. Your house is a target because your lungs are." Tsunami's mouth pressed white. She nodded once. "We'll make space." "Inari," she called up the stairs, gentled by habit. "Come say hello properly." A mutter, the slow drag of reluctant feet. Inari appeared, cap lower, mouth set. He looked at Naruto like Naruto had claimed to own sunlight. He looked at Sasuke like Sasuke had come to sell him pride. He looked at Harry and didn't know what he saw and didn't like that. He looked at Kakashi and looked away. "Hi," Naruto said, undeterred. "I'm Naruto. These are my teammates. We're going to kick the bad guys so hard they go home and confess to their mothers." Inari snorted. "You should go home," he said, flat and small and old. "People like you die here." Naruto flinched as if hit, then bristled as if told he couldn't. "People like me don't quit. People like you haven't had to watch," Inari said, and the room lost some air. Tsunami put a hand on his shoulder, not to hush him, only to touch. Inari. He shrugged it off and retreated upstairs with the care of someone leaving a room he didn't trust not to fall apart in his absence. Naruto glared at the spot where he'd been. What's his problem? Harry let his fingers wrap the cup Tsunami had put in front of him. The heat went through cloth and skin alike. "Maybe we'll be his solution," he said softly, to the tea, to the table, to the idea. Naruto looked at him. Some of his anger bled into stubbornness, which looked better on him. "Yeah," he said, too loud. "Yeah, we will." Sasuke's mouth did that little move that meant maybe, against his better judgment. He agreed with Naruto. Sakura sipped her tea, as if absorbing calm through her teeth. Night arrived like a long exhale. Tsunami showed them a spare room with a floor that had opinions and a stack of blankets that smelled like competence. Kakashi arranged them by the window and the door like chess pieces he intended to win with. He sank onto a pallet, pulled his headband down with 2 fingers, and breathed out exhaustion that reached into the corners. "Tomorrow," he said, voice low and sanded down. "Tree climbing." Naruto sat up. "We already know how to." "Without hands," Kakashi said. Naruto's eyes lit with a ridiculous amount of joy. "Okay," he said. "Okay, get some sleep," Kakashi said, but he was already asleep first. Sakura's breaths evened out after a while, small and tidy. Sasuke lay on his back with hands under his head and watched the ceiling as if it were a technique he intended to copy. Naruto sprawled onto his stomach and began snoring in a pattern that sounded a little like applause. Harry lay awake and looked at the dark. The cut on his arm didn't hurt the way it chilled. It felt like it belonged to yesterday's body, not tonight's, like a story told about someone who had been him for an hour and a half. Under his skin, under the fold of blanket and breath, something old and red and annoyed shifted again. Not hungry, not friendly, not asleep. "So," the not voice said, with a curl of disdain, "you finally noticed." Harry didn't answer because there was nothing to answer with. He tucked his bandaged arm against his chest and exhaled carefully until his heart understood it was allowed to slow. Outside, the sea worried the shore and found it still there. Somewhere far out in the fog, a man with bandages on his face didn't stay dead. In a small room in a small house, a boy stared at a ceiling and tried not to be afraid of winning. Morning would come. Trees would ask interesting questions. And somewhere between puddles and swords, between a bridge that had yet to learn its name and a village that always knew its own, 4 Genin had walked through mist and come out the other side with more than damp clothes. "Hey," Naruto whispered, not asleep at all. "Harry." Thanks for earlier." Harry smiled into the dark, small and real. "Always?" he said. "Tomorrow we climb trees. Me do." Harry agreed. and then we kick a demon's butt." Harry's smile tightened at the corners and didn't break. "We do our best," he said, because that was what he said when the part of him that made promises wanted to get ahead of the part that knew what they cost. Naruto snorted, reassured by the hedge, and let the snore take him. Harry lay awake a while longer, listening to the house breathe, to the sea grumble, to the low, reluctant rumble in the cage behind his ribs. He turned his palm over and watched nothing glow there. He closed his hand and let the day finally end. In the morning, the trees would await them with bark slick and unforgiving. And far off in the fog, just beyond the field's edge, the mist was already beginning to gather again. Chapter 6, Mirrors and Bridges. Morning came smelling like damp wood and the kind of hope you only get after nearly dying. Mist lay in the gullies. The trees wore it like shawls. Behind Tezuna's house, a stand of beeches lifted white, slick trunks into a sky still deciding on color. Kakashi put a sandal against a trunk and walked up it as if gravity were a rumor. He got halfway to a branch, turned a lazy page of his book, and strolled back down. "Your turn," he said, as if any of them had slept properly. Naruto cracked his knuckles, as if that would impress friction. "Ha! Easy." He sprinted, hit the bark, and immediately slid 6 feet in pure panic while pretending he had meant to do that. He hit the ground in a sprawl with the athleticism of a dropped laundry basket. Sasuke didn't smirk because smirking would be gotchi. "Don't blast your chakra," he said. "Feed it. Evenly." "I was feeding it," Naruto insisted, popping up and dusting himself off. "It's just hungry tree." Harry stood with his palm against the bark and listened. Chakra hummed under his skin, bright in his fingers, steady in his feet. He imagined the flow not like a waterfall or too much, or a river siphoned too strong, but like the slow pour of tea, a line that didn't break. He set his foot and kept the pour going. The bark stuck to his sandal, the trunk held him like an old friend. "Show off," Naruto muttered, but with fondness. "Don't fall." "I don't intend to," Harry said, and didn't. He walked up to the first branch, grinned down, and then, purely because the grin on Naruto's face would be worth it, cartwheeled off the branch and landed in a slide of leaves. Naruto whooped. "Okay, so slower pour. Gentle, like ramen broth. Not the first slurp. That's a terrifying metaphor," Sakura said, but she was smiling. She tried, focused, and stuck for 5 beautiful steps before panicking about how well it was going and peeling off the trunk with a little yelp. She caught herself, cheeks pink, and tried again. Sasuke went last. He placed a single foot, and the tree said yes to him as if it always had. He walked up without effort, turned on a branch, and looked down at Naruto with the expression of a cat that has found a new sunbeam. Naruto scowled at him with every fiber of his being. Don't look at me like that." "Like what?" Sasuke said, already walking one, handed just to be offensive. "Like you're better at my dream," Naruto said, and then clapped his hands to reframe his own sentence. "Which you're not, because my dream is my own. Which makes me better at it, so shut up." Harry laughed. "You're doing it," he told Naruto when Naruto got 6 steps up. "Keep your breath with your feet. If your breath speeds up, your chakra will." "Slosh," Naruto said, determined. "No sloshing." He made it 8 steps. 10. He yelled, "Believe it!" And the tree took that personally. He slid back down and landed squarely on Sasuke's shoulder because fate, like Naruto, sometimes got ideas. Sasuke made a sound of pure, unfiltered offense. "Get off!" Naruto rolled into the leaf litter, cackling. "Bonding!" "Your bonding bruises," Sasuke said, flicking a leaf out of his hair with murderous delicacy. By mid-morning, the beaches wore the scuffs of their attempts like tally marks. Naruto was sweaty, mud-kneed, and gloriously stubborn. Harry moved easily now, chakra steady in his soles, the exercise slotting into something familiar in his body, the same measured control he'd used 100 nights to steady himself when everything inside wanted to be louder than his skin. "Take 5, Kakashi said finally, stretching as if he personally had just hiked 3 mountains instead of watched a tree. They sprawled in the grass. The mist had lifted enough to admit color to the world. The sea noise hummed back of everything. Kakashi tossed Naruto a canteen. "Better. You're learning to listen to your own body. My body is loud," Naruto said, swigging, then handing it to Harry. "But yeah, okay, I can do this. I will do this." "You can," Harry said, and meant the sentence bigger than trees. Kakashi's visible eye slid to Harry's bandaged forearm, to the neatness of a wound that should have been messier, to the way Harry's hand flexed and settled against the grass. "We'll do meditation after lunch," he said, casual as a cloud. "Quiet is technique, too." Naruto groaned. "I'm terrible at quiet." "That's why it's called practice," Kakashi said, and flipped a page. Quiet, it turned out, had teeth. Harry sat cross-legged on the back stoop under the eaves while rain threatened and chose not to fall. He had his hands on his knees, thumbs touching, breath counting itself. He pictured his chakra neither as flame nor wave, too volatile, but as a lantern, a steady thing you choose to set where you need light. The lantern burned. Behind it, something huge breathed. It wasn't language, not yet, it was pressure. The felt sense of a paw the size of a door resting lazily on the other side of a thin wall. He did not go nearer. He did not run. He acknowledged the weight and went back to counting. The pressure tracked him like a cat eye behind lattice. He could feel it most clearly at the seal under his shirt, the place Minato's desperate art had knotted deep. Sometimes it was cool there, a firm hand on his midriff. Now it warmed, a coil loosening toward a stretch. "Stay," he told it, very gently, the way you speak to something that could flatten a house and is currently choosing not to. "I know you're there." In answer, the breath on the other side of the wall rumbled. Not angry, not pleased, simply awake. "Harry." Sakura's voice came soft from the kitchen door. "Food." He opened his eyes. The lantern of his chakra guttered once and steadied. He breathed and smiled and lied politely to his face. "Coming." He met Haku 2 days later because the world likes to lace kindness into traps. He had left early to clear his head, following a deer track that stitched the edge of the marsh to a ribbon of meadow where the ground wore star bursts of blue flowers. The fog was thin here, the light fell in milky sheets. He had a basket because Tsunami had said herbs if he found them. He had the kind of quiet that feels like a bruise, and he didn't know why. The figure stooped among the rushes wore a simple kimono and a woven hat that shaded a face he couldn't quite see. The hands were fine-boned, deft. When they glanced up, the eyes were cool as river water. "Good morning," they said, voice gentle and hard to place. "Hey?" Harry answered because he was built that way. The figure smiled the way you smile at a bird that hasn't yet decided if you're safe. People don't often greet strangers kindly in these parts. "I'm not from these parts," Harry said. "We're working on the bridge." "Hey." The figure's fingers moved sure and quick through leaves. "Then you're with the old man. He's braver than he looks." "Tazuna," Harry said. "I'd say he looks pretty brave." The figure's mouth tilted, amused. "Perhaps I should say he's braver than he says." They reached for a sprig at the same time, their hands touched. The other's skin was cool. Harry expected a flinch. There wasn't one. Instead, the stranger looked directly at him, sharply, kindly, as if they'd wanted the excuse to meet his eyes. "You're a ninja," they said. "Your hands know how to move without asking you." Harry laughed once, startled at being seen. "I'm learning." The hat tipped. A strand of pale hair escaped. "What do you fight for?" Harry searched the sky for an easy answer and couldn't find one. "For a future that belongs to us," he said finally. "For my brother. For my team." And for yourself, the stranger asked. Harry hesitated. His reflection in the stranger's eyes looked younger than he felt. He looked down at his hands. I'm working on that part. They considered him, then plucked a small white flower with an economy of movement that would have made Kakashi nod. When a person finds someone precious, they said softly, their strength grows to fit the shape of that love. It's not always gentle. Harry looked up. The stranger's face was all kindness and something behind it like icy immaculate, unforgiving. The combination made a strange kind of sense. What about you? Harry asked, because it was the obvious question. The stranger's smile went softer and farther away. I have someone. They put the flower in his basket as if they were giving him a coin. Their fingers brushed his again. Your eyes, they added, so light he could have missed it, carry loneliness and love. It's a rare mix. Be careful with it. Harry swallowed. I'm trying. Good. They lifted the basket's handle to steady it in his grip, a gesture so deftly domestic Harry's chest hurt. Be well, Shinobi. Harry, he said, too late and too early. The stranger's head dipped. Haku, they said, and walked away into fog like a thought he might have imagined, if not for the basket heavier in his hands. They set for the bridge before dawn the next day. Tazuna walked between them with purpose, knitting his shoulders together. The mist hung lower than usual. Even the gulls were quiet, as if word had gotten around. Workers had started early, shapes in the gray, ropes and planks. The rhythm of hammers trying to insist on the future. When Team 7 stepped onto the span, the sea below was a patchwork of slate and memory. Eyes up, Kakashi said, voice almost too soft to hear. He wasn't reading. His headband sat low, his hand hovered near it like a refrain. The fog evolved. It had edges now. The temperature slid. A blade like a door in the wrong wall cleaved through the mist and stood humming in the bridge's new spine. Zabuza landed on the steel's back and smiled behind bandages that had not learned how. Miss me? He asked, amused at the smallness of the world. Not especially, Kakashi said, and there was the flicker in his posture that meant the Sharingan was a syllable away. Snow, or what wanted to be snow, began to fall. Not flakes. Feather soft crystals that clung to lashes and didn't melt. A shape slid out of the fog and resolved into the hunter, Nin from the marsh. Porcelain mask, pale hair. The tilt of the head that meant calculation and regret had already shaken hands. Harry's chest went cold. Haku escaped before he could catch it. The mask looked at him for a brief, ordinary second, and something in Harry's ribs folded. Watch the client, Kakashi said, and pulled his headband up. His eye opened, and the world changed temperature again. Zabuza moved first, because of course he did, and Kakashi met him, metal to metal, motion to motion, a conversation in a language few people live to learn. They ran along the unfinished beam, traded water dragons, and split the fog into overlapping circles of force. Stay close, Sakura told Tazuna, nudging him behind a cart stacked with planks. Her hands shook only a little. Naruto's breath went high in his throat. Suzuki's hand flexed on the handle of an oversized shuriken, weight already factored into his stance, eyes narrowed to see between snow and mirror. The hunter, Nin, stepped forward, lifted both hands, and chakra slurred the air. Plates of ice bloomed from the fog like flowers opening, and then locked into a precise circle. Each panel gleamed, smooth as blown glass, rimmed in frost, catching the pale light to throw it back as shards. Sakura turned in a half-step of astonishment. Naruto! Sasuke! But the dome had already sutured itself. Naruto and Sasuke were inside. Haku was everywhere. The mask on every panel, the body between panels. A blur that wrote itself across the mirrors and launched Senbon with surgical mercy. Harry! Naruto's voice hit a pitch Harry had never heard in it. We're fine. Needles flicked. Naruto hissed. Harry moved to the nearest panel and slammed a chakra, gloved palm against the ice. It held, cold like a truth you can't argue with. The mirror throbbed with Haku's chakra, claws of it, delicate, exact. Don't brute it. Kakashi's voice came from somewhere in mist and motion, breathless. The technique feeds itself. Sasuke's fireball roared, steam exploded. The mirror's formed with frightening economy, frost skittering to fill the gaps as if it had been waiting for the order. Haku's voice came soft from everywhere. Please stop. I don't want to kill you. Naruto snarled, furious at the concept of gentleness delivered through needles. Then come out here and fight! Sasuke snapped, use your head, even as he pivoted to put himself between Naruto and the next scissoring blur of Senbon. His eyes, black coals, flashed with the first faint whisper of a red you could almost name. Haku's movement accelerated, the mirrors brightened from within. Naruto's kunai whistled and hit reflecting ice instead of flesh. Sasuke's fire scattered, the dome drank steam and snow and gave back needles. Outside, the bridge was a battleground of a different grammar. Kakashi threw up water and lightning. Zabuza laughed once, low, at the edge of breath, as if happiness had remembered him for a moment. The sword made shapes in the fog. Kakashi threaded them and wrote his name on Zabuza's ribs. Tazuna, stay behind me, Sakura said. She kept her eyes on the mirrors and her brain on the geometry of protection and her breath somewhere she could reach it. Harry pressed both palms to the ice and pushed. His chakra answered, obedient, bright, and blood into the mirror. It shuddered and held. The seal at his stomach warmed, a hum like a match held too long near skin. Inside the dome, Naruto's patience came apart in sparks. He lunged, was punished, lunged again, was punished. Sasuke moved with him, covering, cursing, hand always a fraction ahead of needles. Sweat tracked a clean line down Sasuke's cheek and disappeared into the collar of his shirt. Naruto low, Sasuke barked, and Naruto dropped on instinct. The next volley came not where Sasuke had calculated. Haku's speed increased. The needles knit into a pattern that didn't allow for math, for pride, for calculation. They spittered out, throat, eye, heart, a precise net meant to end a boy. Sasuke moved without permission from anything but his spine. He took the needles meant for Naruto in the soft meat of his chest and shoulder, body twisting to catch them with both pain and automatic grace, to throw Naruto out of the way with a shove that was a verdict. Naruto hit the bridge so hard the breath went out of the world. For a heartbeat, everything went soundless. Then Naruto made a noise that was not a human sound at all. Raw and high and full of the memory of a darker night when a different kind of parent had been taken by a different kind of monster. And that noise put Harry on his feet before thought's leash caught up. Sasuke, Naruto said, which meant no, 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 not you, not this. His hand scrabbled uselessly at Sasuke's shirt, at the needles, at fate. Hey, hey, team, hey, get up, you can't. Sasuke's eyes were open, unfocused, turned toward a place past Naruto's shoulder where a future hadn't yet decided if it would include him. His lips moved. Harry saw the shape of Naruto's name without sound. The lantern inside Harry exploded. Red hammered the perimeter of his control and cracked it. His skin felt wrong on him, too small, too soft to contain the ugly roar surging up under his sternum. The seal at his belly burned like a brand. Power rose, and it was not benign, and it was not his, and it wanted Harry. Sakura's voice snapped, distant through water. Don't. He bore down on the mirror with both hands. And this time he didn't try to match its logic. He shoved rage into the ice the way a wave shoves rocks against shore. Chakra howled out of him in a shape that wasn't human. It took the form the old thing liked best. A flaming arc the color of cut muscle, a whip, tail of energy that wrote claw marks on air. Nails became talons for a blink and left grooves in the mirror that screamed. The glass scored, splintered, webbed. Frost leapt to patch it on reflex and couldn't keep up. Haku's movement shuddered. For the first time, Harry saw the miss. His lips peeled off his teeth without his permission. His breath came in growls. The world went sharp and wrong and delicious. He pressed harder and the tail behind him lashed, one slick curve of chakra like a fox's pleasure, like a laugh that wanted marrow. Haku stopped. He stood in one of the mirrors with his hands splayed, with his head tilted, watching the red chalk itself across Harry's skin. Harry saw the exact moment fear adjusted Haku's kindness. He saw tenderness make room for calculation. Demonic chakra. Haku whispered, the words almost reverent and full of something like grief. So that's your monster. Harry hit the panel with a shout that had more beast than boy in it, and the mirror split open like a broken thought. He stepped through into the dome, veil of frost hissing around his ankles. The red in him looked at Haku and decided. He took a step, then another. Don't! Naruto's voice cracked across the dome, frantic, bright, too alive. Harry, hey! I'm here! I'm here, look at me! Harry looked. Naruto's eyes were red, rimmed and vast. He was cradling Sasuke with both hands and shaking, shaking, shaking. Don't be alone in there, Naruto said, hoarse and fierce. Don't go where I can't follow, okay? Not you. Not you too. The red stuttered. The tail flickered. Haku moved light as guilt, and needles snapped out, not to kill but to pin, to slow. They kissed Harry's skin and burned away in the heat of chakra, and left lines that would be bruises later and were nothing now. Harry, Naruto begged, breaking in all the worst and most honest ways. Don't make me pull you back. Harry's breath dragged. He saw his hands, clawed, shaking wrong, and the way they wanted a throat. He saw Haku's eyes behind the mask, sad, braced, and read the willingness there to be ended if the story demanded it. He saw Sasuke, pale and still and too quiet, and he heard the echo of his own promise from 100 evenings always. The tail slipped in on itself and went out. The roar coiled, low and sulking behind the wall. Harry choked on air. The chakra on his skin guttered and fled, leaving him cold and shaking in a body that had been a moment ago too strong for its own questions. He staggered and caught himself on a mirror that hissed and steadied under his palm. Haku's posture dropped by a hair. Thank you? Came so soft Harry almost missed it. Don't thank, Harry started, but the bridge had other scenes cued. Outside the dome, Kakashi had found a line in Zabuza's pattern and decided to draw through it. Lightning gnashed up his arm, making a sound like ripping tin. He moved with it, faster than apology, faster than decision. Rakiri, he said, and the air burned that word into itself. Zabuza turned late. His eyes widened. His body tried to be elsewhere. Haku vanished from inside the mirror and appeared between Kakashi and Zabuza in the space clear choices make. Kakashi's hand, full of lightning and the destination it had been given, buried in Haku's chest. The world stopped. The mask cracked down the middle with a neat sound. It slid from Haku's face, halves clattering on the bridge with the clatter of plates at a dinner the host has just discovered is awake. Haku's face, gentle, unguarded, tilted toward Kakashi as if to say, I know. Blood pooled dark and elegant around the edges of a wound too tidy and too final. Zabuza's pupils blew wide. His breath went animal around bandages. For half a heartbeat he stared at Haku with the baffled horror of a man watching a door close on a room he hadn't finished speaking in. Kakashi's lightning guttered reluctantly from his hand. He lowered Haku as carefully as if lowering a child from a dream and set him on wet stone. Harry's knees tried to leave him. He put a hand on Naruto's shoulder without looking and felt Naruto's breathing like a broken metronome under his palm. I told you, Haku said, voice shredded and still inexplicably tender. A person's strength grows when they have someone precious. Zabuza made a sound of pain he hadn't let himself make in public since he was small. It came out of him and went into fog, and then he looked up at the shape coming out of the mist. Gato walked with a treacherous swagger and a coward's math, men around him like moving fences. He clapped once. Beautiful, he said, delighted and bored. Truly art. That boy was expensive, but you. He flicked a glance at Zabuza as if pricing a vase. You've lost your bite, haven't you? Naruto stood up unsteadily, hands clenched. You, he said, which contained a thesis. You don't get to talk about people like that. Gato smiled. Everything is a number, boy. This bridge, that village, your lives. Men like me keep score. Men like you pay. Naruto's mouth opened to throw something nuclear and honest. Zabuza beat him to the explosion. He laughed once, a sound with no humor. He looked down at Haku, at the soft focus of his eyes, at the way the thinness of his wrists made no sense, and something in Zabuza's spine straightened that hadn't straightened for love before. You? He said to Gato, and the word was a sustained note of violence. Zabuza, Kakashi said quietly, warning a cliff he respected. Lend me a kunai, Zabuza said, not looking away from Gato. His arms hung useless, senbon lodged deep, muscles cut into obedience. Kakashi understood in a way that had nothing to do with sharing eyes and everything to do with sharing loss. He flipped a kunai and passed it hilt first. Zabuza took it in his teeth. He ran. He ran through men the way inevitability runs through excuses. Bodies fell with the wet punctuation of a rainstorm finding old tarps. Blood spray misted the air and made everything smell like iron and honesty. Gato turned to run and discovered that he was exactly as fast as his fear and no faster. Zabuza caught him on the edge of the span and introduced him to his own math. It wasn't elegant. It was thorough. When he was done, the men who had been listening to Gato's voice most of their days didn't look at Zabuza like a monster. They looked at him like a man doing something that had needed doing for too long. He staggered back, a cut garden of blades, blood marking his ankles like socks. He made it to Haku's side and fell there, heavy and careful both. Naruto, who had no defensive layer for the sight of love, when it didn't know where to put itself, came forward without asking anyone's permission. He knelt and took Haku's hand, because he didn't know what else to do with his own. Haku's fingers were cold and still tried to be polite. "You're kind," he whispered, looking at Naruto as if memorizing. "Be strong with it." Zabuza took the kunai out of his mouth, breath bubbling around bandages. "Idiot," he told Haku, with a tenderness that made a stranger flinch. "You were supposed to run." Haku smiled a little, eyes flicking to Zabuza like a habit. "You were my purpose," he said, words thinning by the second, and even Sasuke might have admitted those were the right ones to die on. "Thank you for letting me exist." Zabuza's shoulders hunched as if he'd been hit terribly in a place no one could see. "Ashem," he said, moist and furious, and bent his brow to Haku's, and for a long moment, the man the world called demon let the mask fall away, and was only what Haku had seen, the snow that wasn't drifted, slow and beautiful. It landed on Haku's lashes and did not melt. When Zabuza was done being something that couldn't survive other eyes, he turned his face toward the sea and inhaled with effort. "Hey," he rasped to Kashi, "do me a favor." Kakashi nodded once, as you do when the favor is also a debt you owe to your own dead. "We'll bury you together, facing the bridge." Zabuza closed his eyes on that picture, and maybe it helped. He didn't live long enough to open them again. There were not many words after. Workers gathered in the mist with the wary, quiet reverence of men who have just watched the story take a human shape and spring teeth. Some of Gato's men dropped their weapons with expressions that said the math had finally added up in ways they could live with. Some fled into fog and would keep running until they found new bosses for their fear. Kakashi moved like a man wading through yesterday's thunder. He pulled needles from Sasuke's chest with surgery in his fingers and calm in his voice. Missed his heart. Barely. He pressed chakra into the wounds. Lightning's cousin turned healer, and Naruto cried quietly in relief and rage. Sasuke's eyes opened, irritated to discover crying happening anywhere near his body. Doob, he croaked. Naruto laughed like the first breath after surfacing. You idiot. Don't do that again. Sasuke's mouth twitched.
You were in the way?
Naruto, said hiccuping. Sakura sat down hard, as if whatever had been holding her together had decided to loosen its grip now that nobody required her to be steel. She pressed both hands over her mouth and breathed until her body believed it again. Then she got up and helped Kakashi bind Sasuke's wounds with businesslike hands and a softness in her eyes she would deny later. Harry stood near the edge of the span, palms on the cold stone, watching mist lift in layers like theater curtains. The red inside had slunk back to its cage and tucked its head under its tail. It made the room behind his ribs quiet in the way of a house after an argument. He saw a small, bright memory of the meadow, Haku's fingers steadying his basket, Haku smiling like a secret garden, and felt something fold neatly along a crease that he hadn't known was in him. Tazuna came to stand beside him. The old man's hands were calloused in ways that made the bridge's bones ache less. He looked at the far shore as if he could see it through fog. He was a good boy, he said softly. Hey was, Harry said. You met him. Tazuna said, not asking. Harry nodded. He told me to be careful with loneliness and love. Tazuna grunted. Wise for someone so young. He grimaced, wiped at an eye with the back of his wrist as if it were sweat. We'll do right by them. The pair. They buried Haku and Zabuza on a little rise where the wind from the sea made the grass lie down and get up again all day. The graves were simple, stones and words and a silence Naruto filled with his own kind of prayer, all elbows and sincerity. Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets and his head down, as if listening to something underneath the ground. Sakura tucked flowers into the grass because it felt wrong not to put something alive next to all that ending. Sasuke looked at the stones as if they were an equation he'd solve someday or let go of with equal conviction. He didn't know which yet. Harry folded Haku's broken mask halves together like a shell and set them above the grave, porcelain edges kissing. He didn't say anything out loud. Inside, he said thank you in a dozen shapes and meant them all. The bridge opened 3 days later to a sky that had finally worked out how to be blue again. Villagers came with baskets and children, and the kind of laughter that starts out wary and grows as it hears itself. Tazuna walked at the head, chin up, eyes suspiciously bright. Inari trotted at his side, cap back, grin new, and a little unsteady on his face. What will you name it? A man called, voice ragged with someone else's debt finally paid off. Tazuna rubbed the back of his neck, scandalized to be sentimental in public. He looked at Naruto, who was attempting to stand very tall and not bounce, looked at Harry, who had folded his hands together like they might help him be less conspicuous. He looked out at the water and then at the pair of them again. The great Naruto bridge, he said, and the cheer went up like a flock. Naruto lit from within like a lantern. Yes, Tazuna lifted a hand, face all mischief. And if any of you tell this story without mentioning the green-eyed kid who broke a demon's mirror with sheer stubbornness, I'll dock your pay. You hear me? Bridges are built by teams. Somebody laughed, somebody else cheered. Naruto slung an arm around Harry's shoulders and almost knocked him off the railing. Ha! Hear that? The great Naruto bridge with footnotes. Harry's ears went pink. I don't need a... Oh, you're getting one, Naruto said, delighted. Footnote, endnote, side note. Believe it. Sasuke rolled his eyes with the relief that comes after you realize the people you measure yourself against are going to keep breathing. Idiots, he said, and didn't sound like he meant it. Kakashi leaned on the guard rope, hands in pockets, posture slack with a satisfaction he'd never admit to. Come on, he said. Say your goodbyes. We make for the boat in an hour. Tsunami hugged them all like she had been saving up the hugs for this very thing. She pressed extra food into Naruto's hands with a stern look he pretended not to need. Inari shook Sasuke's hand as if trying to steal some of his cool by friction. Sasuke bore it with grace he'd deny later. Harry found himself embraced and kissed on the cheek by 3 different grandmothers and decided this was what being in the world could be on certain bright days. They pushed off under a sky so clean it looked like it had been scrubbed. The boatman's pole kept rhythm, water whispered. The village receded, bridge arsing like a promise into the far shore. Naruto sat on the gunwale, feet swinging, face tipped toward the sun. "I'm gonna work harder," he declared to no one in particular and everyone. "So next time we won't almost." He swallowed and made the sentence about something else. "I'm gonna be Hokage someday, and I'm gonna make sure kids like Inari never have to, you know." Harry nodded, watching the ripples. "I know." Sakura sighed and smiled and elbowed Naruto off the gunwale without warning. He yelped and pinwheeled and caught himself at the last second, drenched to the calves. "Team rule," she said serenely. No dramatic declarations within falling distance of water. Kakashi's eye crinkled. "I like that rule." Sasuke smirked just enough to be audible. "I don't." Naruto climbed back in and dripped all over Sasuke on purpose. "Accident," he said, too innocent. They bickered all the way to the dock, which is to say they held the day together with laughter because the other option was to let it split along its seam. Later, when the others had dozed or pretended to, when the boat rocked in a quiet that had learned the day's lessons, Kakashi settled beside Harry on the bow. The light on the water glared and glittered. The world felt bigger than a team and smaller than a life. Kakashi didn't look at him when he said, quietly, "I saw the chakra." Harry didn't find a joke this time. He watched the wake drag a white finger down the river. "So did I." "It didn't surprise me," Kakashi added. "Not like it might have before I knew you." Harry swallowed around the beating behind his ribs. "I could have." His voice snapped once, as if it remembered being a growl. "I wanted to." "You didn't?" Kakashi said simply, as if simplicity could be medicine. "You're allowed to want. You're responsible for what you do." Harry huffed a breath that wasn't a laugh and wasn't not one. "Naruto pulled me back." Kakashi's shoulder tilted, a nod thin as a smile. "You pulled yourself back because he asked. That's how teams work. That's how families do too on the better days." Harry closed his eyes just for a blink. "What is it?" He tapped his stomach lightly, an old habit of talking to a wound. Inside, Kakashi considered, as if the tide had to weigh in. "Something old and angry and powerful," he said. "A thing that was caged for reasons that had nothing to do with you and everything to do with weathering a catastrophe. It's not fair. It's also not the end of the world." Harry let the unfair part sit next to him without pretending it could be comforted. "I don't want to hurt anyone." "I know," Kakashi said. He finally looked at Harry, eye grave and kind. "We'll talk more when we're home, when you're ready. But hear this now, you are not alone with it. You have me. You have Naruto." A beat soft. "You have all of us." The boat rocked. The bridge receded, the sea opened, and the line of Konoha somewhere out there tugged like a kite string. Harry nodded once, as if setting a seal. "Okay." The wake whispered. The gulls made triangles in the bright sky. Naruto snored in a pattern that still sounded a little like applause. Sasuke leaned against the gunwale pretending to be asleep and counting every sound. Sakura wrote in a small notebook until the words blurred and she rested her cheek against the page. Kakashi watched the horizon with a tired optimism that, if you squinted, looked a little like faith. And Harry, who had seen his reflection in ice and in a stranger's kind eyes, who had held both rage and restraint in the same shaking hands, watched the water and thought of Haku's voice gentle, precise. "Precious people, what we choose with our strength, how we hold our monsters so they don't learn the names of our friends. He folded that thought the way he had folded the halves of the broken mask and tucked it into himself, where he kept the stubborn and the tender things. Home would have its own trials. The world would send new enemies with new rules. The fox in his belly would pace its cage and test the bars and tell jokes that weren't funny. He would learn to listen better. He would learn to say no to the red and yes to the calluses that made bridges. The river carried them toward all that. The sun lifted. The future, unbuilt, unnowned, waited like a span of open air. And Team 7, wet and loud and mercifully alive, went to meet it together. Chapter 7, Tests, and teeth Konoha healed in small sounds, the thok of hammers on scaffolds, the ripple of laundry on lines, the chatter of market stalls as the world insisted on being ordinary. Lanterns returned to doorways, laughter acquired edges again, and then softened. Morning light went gold on the Hokage monument, like someone had taken a whetstone to the stone faces and made them gleam. On Training Ground 3, Naruto sprinted laps until his legs wrote complaints in the dirt. Sasuke practiced with shuriken whose hiss wrote straight lines through air. Sakura reviewed hand seals until her fingers moved like fluent birds. Harry balanced on a post with the poise of someone who'd taught his ankles to think. Kakashi appeared so casually it looked like the air had just remembered him. He tucked his book away. "You've gotten louder. You say that like it's a bad thing," Naruto said, panting and pleased. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled. Sometimes volume is a kind of courage. He held up 4 slips of paper like tickets to a theme park you could fail. And sometimes what you need is permission to prove it. Sasuke's chin tipped. "Sheichinin exams. Kakashi offered the papers out. "If you want them." Sakura accepted hers with both hands, eyes bright. "We do." Naruto snatched his like a starving boy with a sandwich. "Yes! Believe it! We're going to crush it!" Harry's slip was smooth under his thumb. The words swam with possibility exam. Advance. Decide who you are next. You'll be up against people who aren't from here. Kakashi said, mild voice and hard truth. They won't know your story. They won't care. Do you? Naruto squeezed his slip so hard it creased. I care enough for all of us. Sasuke slid his paper into a pocket with the care you give a blade. Good. Harry folded his once and tucked it inside his jacket, over the place where the seal warmed when his heart did. Let's go meet the future then. The academy had never looked so much like a stadium. The corridors hummed with kids who were not kids, pinned with metal, eyes older than their faces. Headbands gleamed in a dozen symbols, cloth in every practical color. The building smelled like chalk and adrenaline. Naruto scouted the crowd for an audience. We're going to pass so hard the exam will ask for our autographs. Shh, Sakura said, grinning despite herself. You can gloat at the end. A boy in a green jumpsuit with eyebrows like declarations leaped into their path, posed with a thumbs up so enthusiastic you could have hung laundry on it. Yosh! He boomed. Uksha Sasuke! I challenge you to a duel of passion! Sasuke's mouth flattened. No, his name is Rock Lee, the girl with the bun said, apologetic and fond. I'm Tenten. This is Nudgy. Nudgy didn't bother to mask his evaluation of their chances. Harry recognized that look a spreadsheet of destinies in someone's pupils. Lee was unconcerned with math. Sakura-san, he added, pivoting, striking a second pose that violated 2 laws of physics and 1 law of fashion. If I win, will you go out with me? Sakura's smile tried very hard to be polite. No. Lee's eyes overflowed with sincerity anyway. Then I will train thrice as hard. Harry had a moment of pure delight. He's gloriously earnest. Dangerously earnest, Sasuke muttered. Accept my challenge? Lee declared, and then he didn't wait for acceptance. He came. He moved like wind through bamboo, fluid, sharp, fast. Sasuke slid into stance and met him, palm strike to block, low kick to deflect. a flicker of surprise when his strike hit nothing but the echo of a stance Lee had already left. Harry's breath hitched. Even with chakra, bodies shouldn't be able to do that. Taijutsu specialist. Sakura breathed, attentive and a little impressed despite herself. Sasuke's Sharingan twitched and then, briefly, bite your tongue, not yet refused to wake. He met pure speed with good sense and smarter angles. Lee smiled like a sunrise. Their exchange ended in a standstill and a scuff of dust. Splendid? Lee enthused. You are worthy rivals and future friends. Neji sighed. Lee, coming, Lee beamed. He pointed at Sasuke, then at Naruto, then, unexpectedly, at Harry. I will grow stronger than you all through the springtime of youth. Naruto blinked. Is it contagious? Tenten tugged Lee away before he could propose to the concept of hope itself. See you inside, she said, amused. As Team 7 reached the proper classroom after a genjutsu that tried to make the floor pretend it was a ceiling, after a dozen whispered boasts and a handful of calculated sneers, they felt the temperature drop. A boy with hair like dried blood stood apart, siblings flanking him, a girl with a fan and eyes like knives, a boy with face paint, and a box on his back humming quietly with trapped malice. Sand drifted in lazy spirals around the redhead's ankles as if gravity were optional if you were interesting enough. Naruto took a step, curiosity beaten into him by habit and still refusing to die. Harry's hand shot out without ceremony and caught his sleeve. Don't, Harry said, soft and absolute. Naruto looked at him confused. What? He's just... Not just... Harry said. His skin prickled. The seal at his stomach heated as if aware of a cousin. Under his scar, his other inheritance, something old and specific gave a brief stinging pulse, like a memory looking up from a book. Inside him, the fox uncoiled a fraction and made a low warning sound. The redhead's eyes lifted and found Harry's with the soft plop of a hook taking a fish. His gaze was a desert wind, dry, empty, promising heat without mercy. The sand at his feet lifted a grain higher. The thing inside that boy smiled without moving his mouth. Tamari's attention clipped across them like she was measuring drapes. Try not to die, she advised, as cheerfully as a weather report. Kankura smirked. The redhead said nothing. His eyes said, I will know your name when it belongs to me. Sakura tugged them into the room before Naruto could offend a different force of nature. The exam room looked like any classroom with its nerves scraped raw rows of desks, a blackboard scuffed with old equations, windows that let in a polite amount of light. It did not smell like chalk now. It smelled like test fear and sharpened pencils and 20 subtle kinds of cheating. Ibiki Morino did not need to be introduced. His presence was an introduction. Scars mapped his scalp like someone had carved a rote to a place where mercy retired early. His stare took attendance and found everyone wanting. Listen up, he said, voice like gravel made to speak. There are rules. Learn them or leave. A proctor dropped a test on Harry's desk. Perfect, innocuous thing. 10 questions. The paper felt like paper, which made it more dangerous. Harry flipped it, scanned, and felt the shape of the trap in his teeth, not what the questions asked, but what they asked about the person holding the pencil. He let his eyes go soft and his breath go slow. He watched the room move through the corner of his attention. Proctors perched in impossible places like bats, glances flicked like thrown knives, reflections in windows layered second lives over first. Don't be caught, the room sang. Do not be good, be unseen. Harry kept his face polite. He let chakra pool in his fingers like tea about to spill. He set his pencil on the first question and, with an effort small enough to be invisible and enormous enough to count as faith, sent a thread of chakra down the graphite to the tip. The lead vibrated like a string being plucked. His hand relaxed. The pencil began to write in tiny, steady strokes that were nothing like a trance, and everything like letting a thought continue through his body without interruption. Across the aisle, Sakura's eyes moved like searchlights. 2 rows up, Shikamaru slept like a genius conserving fuel. Beside him, Chuji chewed with intensity and occasionally filled in an answer that looked suspiciously correct. Hinata's pencil fluttered, as if she'd been told the test was a dangerous insect and she intended to coax it toward sympathy. Kiba whispered to Akamaru, so quietly it could have been breathing. Shino did something subtle that involved light and 3 questions answering themselves. Naruto stared at his paper with the panic of a boy who can fight a demon with his fists and not 10 questions with his head. Harry could feel the frustration spike and dip and spike again. Naruto chewed his pencil into splinters and glared at the universe for having the cheek to be shaped like a quiz. Harry exhaled slow and particularly, the pencil steadied. He filled in another answer with his peripheral systems humming. He let his awareness sidle over to Naruto and stand there like a friend leaning against a wall. I see you, he thought, and didn't send it anywhere, and somehow felt Naruto hear it anyway. Time skated. A proctor pounced on a cheating sound, a team's despair blood through the room like a yawning mouth. Harry worked. Sakura finished and then doubled back because good is a habit. Sasuke Sharingan reflected micropatterns and angles like it had been born in a room like this and was unimpressed. When Ibiki said, "Last question," the room breathed. When he said, "You may choose not to answer," the room stopped. "If you refuse," he added, mild as arsenic, "you fail. If you answer and are wrong," he smiled a terrible small thing, "you will never be allowed to take the exam again." Hands twitched, eyes swung to teammates. Whispers became prayers, became calculations, became apologies. A girl stood up with her fist clenched and failed publicly with dignity, and the room swallowed around the absence she left. Naruto stood, chair screeching, and slapped his hands on his desk hard enough to make lead quiver. "I'm not running away!" he shouted, voice bright and stupid and heroic and exactly what it needed to be. "I don't care what happens. I won't back down." Ibiki looked at him the way you look at a spark in dry grass and decide to let it burn. He let the silence sit long enough to shape a dozen small lives. Then he smiled for real, and it was worse. Half the room made a noise like a storm had chosen a different town. He explained with relish, the point had never been answers, but pressure. Not cleverness, but choice. Harry sat with Naruto's declaration in his chest and the warm, stupid pride of loving the kind of person who drags sunshine into rooms designed for darkness. Naruto blinked. "What passed? I knew I was good at tests." Sakura pressed his shoulder with a shake of her head and a grin that might never recover. Harry glanced at him, fond. "You're the part of the answer they don't know how to grade." Ibiki was still speaking when the window shattered. A banner on a knife landed dead center of the board, the second exam, the forest of death. A woman with purple hair and a coat that fit like a dare stuck to the window frame like a lizard. She grinned sharp enough to cut. "I'm your next proctor," she sang. "Try not to disappoint me. I bite." Anko Mitarashi, Kakashi would say later, deadpan. "Try not to let her adopt you." Naruto leaned over to Harry, eyes wide. "She's cool. She's terrifying," Harry corrected, stepping subtly behind Naruto. "And cool." Anko flicked a kunai, and it cantered through the air and nicked Naruto's cheek so neatly Harry's stomach dropped. Anko caught the falling blood bead on her fingertip, licked it like a cat tasting rain, and cackled. "You'll do." "Phrazy," Harry murmured, watching her with an appreciation usually reserved for live fire and certain kinds of storm. At the Forest of Death Gate, 30 teams looked like 20 and smelled like fear. The fence loomed high and barbed like an idea with teeth. Inside, trees braided the light into long green shadows. Somewhere far in, a scream went up and cut off. Anko strutted in front of them like a conductor late to a concert. "Rules: you will receive 1 heaven scroll or 1 earth scroll. Your team must reach the tower with both within 5 days. Everything else you heard was probably a lie." sign waivers. Try not to bleed too much where it will attract things. Naruto signed with a flourish. Sakura read every clause and signed anyway with dignity. Sasuke signed like his name was a blade. Harry signed and then rubbed the brush across the pulse point at his wrist, superstition disguised as stress relief. Anko drifted unexpectedly near and sniffed him like a predator curious about a new smell. Her smile thinned. "You smell like trouble. Is it that obvious?" Harry asked dryly. She winked. "To people who eat it for breakfast." Kakashi met them at the gate with a look that said a lot of memory and no melodrama. "Don't get cocky," he said, ruffling Naruto's hair with distraction. To Sakura, "Trust yourself." To Sasuke, "Don't try to win the forest." To Harry, a pause, an old fatigue, and then, "Listen to your instincts." All of them. The gates groaned. The forest exhaled. They went in. The canopy caught light and strangled it into ropes. The air was wet in the way of a jungle that wants to be inside you. Insects sang. Somewhere nearby, something larger sang and meant it. "Passwords," Sakura said. "Low, the teacher in her shoulders earning its pay. If we separate, we challenge with, what did Naruto try to pay with at Ikaraku once?" Naruto blinked, offended. "Chocolate frogs." "Exactly," Sakura said dryly. "Counter is, and what happened?" Harry added. "Tucci banned him for an hour." Sasuke said, flat. Naruto pointed at him. "You remember?" "I remember what embarrasses you," Sasuke returned. They moved. Harry took point, senses extensive and deliberate. Chakra extended like a spider's web across his skin. The fox grumbled occasionally at noises only it could parse. Harry swept the undergrowth with eyes and listening and habits no academy had taught him, a childhood of hiding places, of learning where a room keeps its edges. He called halt twice. The first time it saved them a face full of poison needle. The second saved them from a pit that smelled like the breath of what had dug it. On the third hour, the forest changed the rules. Wind went sharp and snatched at the small hairs on Harry's arms. Birds shut their mouths. Sakura's neck prickled. "Down," Harry said, and they dropped as a kunai sang through the space his head had been. A grass ninja stepped into view, smile too wide. "Ah," he said, "children." His voice was silk wrapped around wire. "And one who is not quite a child." Sasuke slid into stance. Naruto growled. Sakura's fingers hovered over a kunai. Harry's scar pulsed again, an echo of night and green light, and a curse that had learned his name once long ago. Inside him, the fox bared teeth. "Password." Naruto snapped. "Because a rule is a friend." "Chocolate frogs," the grass ninja said smoothly, and his pupils didn't contract in the light level they were in. "And you were banned for an hour." Sakura's eyes flicked to Harry. He looked at the ninja's shoes, at the way they pressed the leaf litter as if gravity were only a hobby. He watched a snake uncoil from a sleeve and back into it as if the arm were a burrow. He tasted copper on the back of his tongue. "Funny," Harry said lightly. "How you know Teahouse gossip from Konoha?" The grass ninja's smile deepened in a way smiles should not deepen. "I keep up with cuisine." Sasuke moved first, because he always did. Shuriken drew arcs at the ninja's throat. A tongue that wasn't a tongue flicked caught the blades mid-flight and laid them on the ground like roses. Naruto swore, startled into honesty. "Ew." The grass ninja's wrists twisted, and a snake big as a carriage burst from the underbrush with an enthusiasm that suggested it ate carriages for sport. It hit them like a storm moving on its own errand. Sakura flew sideways, rolling. Sasuke leapt, fireball blazing, but Scales took the heat like a compliment and kept coming. "Harry!" Naruto shouted, and then the snake's jaws were around him, and he was gone. Time drew itself very thin. Sakura made a noise like breaking glass. Sasuke's breath went knife-sharp. Harry's vision tunneled to the place the forest had just decided to be a throat. The snake convulsed, body rippling like a rug being shaken. A beat. Another, then violent, Naruto burst out through the neck with a yell you could have used to clear concert halls, kunai in both hands, red chakra licking his shoulders like fire chasing new air. He landed hard and hit the ground already running, rage and relief a single bright engine. Bad snake, he yelled and threw himself back at the body, twin fists flaring. Chakra flamed off him in sticky, slick shapes that tore into flesh and left trenches. The fox laughed and lent a hand. For a terrifying instant, Naruto wore a mask made of fire and old teeth. The grass ninja watched, delighted. "Now that," he said, "is interesting." Sasuke lunged at him with a speed that would have read as rude in a slower room. The ninja moved like an answer to a question the forest hadn't asked yet. Sakura flanked left, kunai flashing. Harry cut a seal into the air with his palm, a quick braided line of chakra that snapped like a tripwire, and the grass ninja sidestepped wrong, caught by a contraption he hadn't factored in. Harry's hands burned. He pressed, lifted, laped, worked. The world went seconds wide. They pressed the advantage. Then the grass ninja stopped playing. He moved through Sasuke's guard like sleep through a tired boy and pressed 2 fingers to his throat. Cold slid into the clearing like a second moon. "Let's talk about potential," he murmured, a lover admiring a throat before a kiss. "Let's talk about hunger." Sasuke tried to twist away. The ninja leaned in and slid his mouth nearer Sasuke's neck, and what came off him wasn't heat, wasn't air, wasn't anything a human body should exhale. It was a different kind of ancient. Harry's scar flared like a stove ring. The fox snarled properly for the first time and threw itself against the bars with a racket that made Harry's teeth ache. "Get away from him," Harry said, voice not built for threats and making one anyway. "She," the grass ninja crooned. "This is between prodigies." His mouth opened wider than mouths do. His chi deepened, went swamp dark and temple cold. He pressed his hand to Sasuke's shoulder and bit his neck, not with teeth, but with a seal, with a brand. Chakra flared low and sick. Sasuke arched off the ground and screamed. The sound knifed the clearing. Naruto staggered as if hit. Sakura moved without thinking. Every calculation thrown aside by love, the grass ninja swatted her aside with negligent power, and she slammed into a trunk hard enough to flower stars in her vision. Harry launched into him. Chakra flaring a hot red, white that parted leaves and tore bark. They clashed. The ninja's skin was cold and slick as a rumor. He smelled like snakes and graves and sweet things left to rot. Harry's palm met his forearm, and the seal under Harry's shirt flared, a ring of light and heat that shot pain up his ribs and burned the ninja's skin like acid. The ninja hissed, not in performance. His eyes narrow-slit. He flicked his gaze down, amused and evaluating in the same breath. "Well, well," he said, delighted as a scientist spotting an anomaly. "A container with 2 locks." The fox shoved at the burn with a snarl. Harry bore down. "Touch him again," he said, nodding at Sasuke, "and I'll make sure you don't enjoy the consequences." The grass ninja laughed, high and unkind. "I am the consequence." He snapped forward, faster than Harry could have told you a body could go, and slapped a hand toward Harry's throat. The seal guttered, then flamed, old blood magic answering a new threat with the stubbornness of mothers and death gods. Heat spilled out in a ring that sizzled the ninja's palm. The skin bubbled and restoration ran late. This time the hiss was real and low. The ninja's pupils dilated like a cat's going wide to drink more darkness. Fascinating. He tilted his head like a serpent, considering a second strike or a second option. "Your parents were busy on the night you were born, little cup." Harry didn't know what that meant in any way he could translate into light or logic. He knew the shape of a monster delighted to have discovered a new shelf of curiosities. "Who are you?" he asked. As much stalling as question, the smile sharpened. "You can call me Orochimaru." The name fell like cold iron. The fox paced harder, fur up. The scar on Harry's forehead ticked like a second heart. For an instant, sick lurch, he smelled lilies and old stone and a laugh that had never belonged to a body. He saw white hands. He saw a corridor. As if across oceans and years, two nightmares nodded at each other in him in wary courtesy. Orochimaru watched the flicker pass through Harry's face like a connoisseur watching a rare bird decide whether to land. "I will have so much fun opening you," he cooed. "You'll have to get past us first." Naruto snapped, breath seething red, chakra licking. A fox shadow stirred behind his shoulders like smoke deciding it wants to be muscle. Orochimaru's mouth went fond and cruel. "Oh, I like you." He shook his injured hand once. The blisters sloughed off like a coat he'd grown bored of. He looked at Sasuke, unconscious now, the curse mark blacking his neck like a handprint. An expression passed over Orochimaru's face that was half a promise and half a prayer to an altar only he recognized. Then he smiled, all edges. "We'll play more soon," he said brightly. "Don't die before I get back." He blew them a kiss, placed 2 fingers against the ground, and vanished into a coil of snakes and falling leaves. Silence fell. It throbbed. Sakura hauled herself to her knees, breath hitching. "Sasuke." She crawled to him and caught his head in her lap with hands that shook and were careful anyway. The black sigil on his skin pulsed like a swallowed coal. Heat radiated off him in waves. Naruto's red flickered and dropped to embers. He bent at the waist like he might snap in the middle if he didn't hold his breath exactly right. "Is he alive?" Sakura said, and the word steadied her. "But he's burning up." Harry knelt opposite, throat sore in a way that had nothing to do with sound. He put his hand an inch from the mark and felt the chakra in it like a hive. The fox inside him pressed its nose toward the heat and then flattened its ears. "Don't," it advised, for once sounding more guardian than fiend. "We have to get cover," Harry said. "Now." They moved because there was nothing else to do. Naruto took Sasuke's shoulders. Harry took his feet. Sakura scouted ahead for a hiding place with her mouth pressed flat against the names screaming inside it for order and safety. The forest watched. The forest approved. They found a hollow in a root tangle that smelled like damp and old soil and the brief memory of fox nests. They dragged Sasuke in and rigged a screen from leaves in Naruto's jacket. Sakura set a perimeter of string and bells with fingers that remembered music class. Harry pressed his palm to the dirt and sent out a low hum of chakra that would nudge curious creatures sideways. He hoped. Sasuke twitched, breath ragged broken. The mark crawled under his skin like ink-learning legs. Sakura wrung out a cloth and pressed it to his forehead. "Hold, Sasuke," she murmured, as if talking to the day itself. "Just hold." Naruto sat back on his heels, hands, fists, eyes huge. He swallowed and then looked at Harry with a confusion that hurt more than the other wounds. When that guy grabbed you, you flared. The red. It's like mine, but not. Why didn't you tell me?" There it was, not accusation exactly, but the ache of being the last to know a secret in your own house. Harry looked at his hands. They were shaking. He curled them into his thighs. "Because I didn't want to be that to you," he said. "Truth like gravel. Another cage. Another fox you have to share the world with." Naruto's laugh was wet and offended and wholehearted. "Idiot. You're not a cage. You're..." He flailed for metaphor and landed hard. "You're my idiot. You and me. We're the ones who get it, right? The noise. The way people look at you like you're a what?" Harry's throat pinched. "I didn't want you to be scared of me." Naruto blinked twice, too hard. "I'm scared for you," he said, as if correcting the spelling of a feeling. "That's different." Silence sat with them, for a breath that felt like a choice. Harry nodded, very small, like signing something binding. "Okay, I have a fox. Like you. Not the same, but same enough. And something else too. Old magic. The night we were born, people made bad bargains to save us. They stuck." He exhaled long. "I'm still figuring out how to hold it without letting it hold me." Naruto sniffed. We'll figure it out together. Together, Harry agreed softly, and the word arranged his bones. Sakura shifted, and Harry realized she was awake more than he'd thought. Her eyes were on him, complicated. Not fear, evaluation rearranged by affection. She swallowed, squared, nodded once like a captain adjusting a plan mid-voyage. Okay, she said. We'll guard him. We rest in shifts. We don't engage unless we must. Naruto, you're on first watch with me, no charging off. Harry, make that bell perimeter hum louder. If anything breathes wrong near us, I want to know before it wants anything. Naruto snapped a salute he half meant and half used to keep his hands from shaking. Eh! Harry slid a hand through dirt that had watched wars and saplings both and sent a low, steady tone out like a song meant more for roots than ears. The sound came back to him with a map in it. Here a snake, there a team, farther, a swamp of chakra that was not coming closer. For now, they settled into their hole in the world like people learning to trust a small space. Naruto took up position with a kunai and courage. Harry sat cross-legged with his back against the root and let his breath find the rhythm of the hum. Sakura dabbed Sasuke's forehead and whispered things that were half instructions and half love disguised as annoyance. Afternoon slid toward night without asking permission. The forest got new teeth. Somewhere, something howled and meant it. In their dark pocket, 4 bells didn't ring. When the first pair of eyes lit in the brush beyond their shelter, low, yellow, intelligent in a way that had nothing to do with kindness, Harry opened his eyes into the dark and reached for Naruto's wrist. He felt Naruto's fingers tighten around his own. Sakura's hand hovered over Sasuke's shoulder, ready to push him closer in, to cover more with less. Stay small? Harry breathed, barely a syllable. The eyes blinked. Something large and patient shifted its weight. Above them, the curse mark pulsed like a slow, malevolent heartbeat. Far away, the memory of a man who smiled like a blade made a promise. They were 3 kids in a fever, and the forest was full of mouths. The night leaned in. Chapter 8, Arcs and Ash. The hospital doors learned too many names that month. Stretcher wheels carved grooves you could feel in your ankles if you stood still long enough. In the training fields, grass grew back with the stubbornness of citizens. If you listened from the rooftops, you could hear the village tuning itself like a blade, a whisper of whetstone, a breath before a strike. Preliminaries took place underground, in a room with a ceiling like a lid. The air smelled of sweat, medicine, metal. Janin ringed the balcony like spare parts waiting to learn what machine they'd become. The proctor's voice drew a circle on the floor and said, "Step inside it and tell the world who you are." Quick hits, Kiba cracked his knuckles and grinned at Harry as if he'd been born in an alley and liked it there. Akamaru yipped, white fur bristling with confidence. "Hope you're ready to eat dust, Scar Boy." Kiba taunted, crouched low, nose flaring. "I can smell your fear." Harry rolled his shoulders and offered a polite smile that said, "Good morning, and I am going to make you work for it." "Funny," he said. "I was just thinking I couldn't smell anything over your shampoo." Naruto cackled from the rail. "Get him." Kiba moved the way a dog decides to, right now and entirely. Fang over fang spun into a whistling cyclone. Akamaru mirrored him, 2 drills looking for wood. Harry didn't meet them head on. He stepped as if the floor had tiled itself for him, angles neat, timing neater. On the 3rd pass, when Kiba swept in to catch Harry's scent and lock a line, Harry snapped 2 quick seals and pushed out a palm. Wind answered like a friend. Not a gale, just a tight, mean puff, a spiraling burst that snagged the oil on Kiba's skin and the damp in his nose. It flipped the air, scrambled the scent, map mid-run. Kiba sneezed in the middle of a spin. Fang over fang wobbled. Akamaru's nose went wrong and clipped Kiba's shoulder with a meaty thunk. They unraveled in a heap. Harry didn't waste it. 2 shadow clones slid in like secretaries who knew your calendar better than you did. One took Akamaru's attention with a faint, soft, non-injuring, respectful of dogs, while the other dropped a smoke tag. Harry ghosted low through it, came up at Kiba's side, and hooked a foot behind his ankle. The throw was clean, almost gentle. Kiba hit the mat with a startled oof and a knife, kiss of cold steel at his throat. "Match," the proctor said, bored and approving. Harry eased the kunai away and held out a hand. Kiba eyed it, scowled, then took it and let himself be hauled up. "You cheated with wind," he grumbled, rubbing his nose. "I can't smell you when you cheat." Harry's mouth quirked. "That's the point of cheating, isn't it?" Akamaru wagged once at Harry, as if to say nice footwork. Harry scratched the air near his ear, careful of decorum. Across the hour, fights wrote themselves in strokes, some quick, some messy, a few that left the room smelling like lightning and regret. Shikamaru yawned strategically and humiliated a sound genin with a shadow that apologized while it won. Tenten's weapon sang and then fell quiet against Tamari's fan. Rock Lee burned the air with honor and almost bent Gaara's sand before reality closed around him like a fist. The way Lee fell did something to your ribs. Guy's tears fell with the gravity of planets. Hinata Hataga faced family and got a lecture instead of a duel. Neji spoke in a tone people used at funerals when they wanted to be right. His strikes were precise, his disdain architectural. Hinata moved like someone who had decided to show up anyway. When Neji tore through her guard and left her on her back, blood ribboning down her chin, he kept going, fingers blurring toward a heart that had the audacity to keep loving people who made it small. "Enough!" the proctor barked. He was late by 3 beats. Naruto's yell bridged the gap. Harry felt his fingers dig into the rail until Wood complained. Something ancient in him moved toward the floor with bare feet and a knife. Neji's eyes flicked up. He saw the howl perched in Naruto's mouth, the red heat gathering at the corners of Harry's. He smiled a priest's smile. "Fate," it said. "Fate belongs to me. Then I'll steal it." Naruto whispered, voice rough with promise. "I'll steal it in front of everybody." When Gaara fought, nobody breathed wrong. Sand moved on its own. A boy screamed once and then didn't. Tamari's fan stayed very still in her hands afterward. They called the winners, counted the bodies, sketched a bracket like a map of future bruises. Naruto got Neji. Sasuke drew Gaara. Shikamaru would tangle with Sand's fan. Harry pointed at his own name and found it sliding into a slot opposite Tamari in the finals. He caught a flicker of her eyes, a assessing glance that laughed at nothing. Fine. He'd give her something to measure. A month with names, the village expanded to fit their ambitions. Training ground ponds learned to hold reflections that looked like giants. Trees acquired footprints up their bark. Jiraiya descended on them like a storm you'd tell stories about later. He landed on the fence, scratched magnificently, and announced, "I am the Toad Sage!" Also a best-selling author. Also late to everything that matters and right on time for everything important. Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Teach me something awesome." "Summoning," Jiraiya declared. "If you die, I'll feel bad for a week." Naruto bit his thumb with glee and then summoned a tadpole so tiny it required a polite magnifying glass. "It lacks legs," Jiraiya observed, squinting. "It has heart," Naruto argued, protective already. Jiraiya's look slanted to Harry. "You Scar Kid, you're humming wrong." Harry spread his hands. "That's just me." Jiraiya hopped down and thumbed against the seal at Harry's stomach with the dark gentleness of someone who knows how thin skin is. His face went serious, the kind that cancels jokes for a minute. "Double weave," he murmured. "I can feel 2 signatures, the fox and something else old that doesn't belong in this alphabet." Harry's scalp pricked. "My mother left a protection," he said, which was a truth you could carry through a door without setting off alarms. Jiraiya grunted. "Figures. Minato always made the cleverest messes. Here." He wrote a small correction around the outer ring of Harry's seal in ink that smelled faintly of toad skin and wet stone. This will vent pressure better. Think of your chakra like steam. Don't keep the lid on forever. He made a hand sign. Try a summon. Just a taste, no heroics. Harry swallowed, bit his thumb, and let chakra pour in a careful ribbon. He put his palm down. A pop smoke. A small fox tumbled out, orange as a warning sign, one ear nicked, eyes offended at the indignity of physics. It sat, licked its paw like it had important places to be, and then glanced up at Harry. Its gaze caught on the seal at his stomach. Its ears flattened for a breath and then eased. It stepped onto his knee like it had chosen him after an exhaustive interview process. Jiraiya stared. That's not Toad. The fox sneezed daintily. Naruto was enchanted. He's so cool. Can we keep him? The fox decided Naruto was acceptable in small doses. It put a paw on Harry's hand and huffed. Name him. Naruto begged. Harry met the small creature's unimpressed eyes. If I name you, you'll have to listen when I yell. The fox blinked slowly. Harry's mouth tilted. Fine. Kits. Short. Simple. Not a leash. Kits yawned, as if to say you'll do. Jiraiya rubbed his temple. I'm not explaining this to anyone's paperwork. They trained. Naruto plastered himself to Toad's scrolls and fell off a cliff on purpose. Harry learned to peel chakra off the seal like you take gauze off a wound steady, patient, prepared for the sting. He practiced wind until leaves made honest confetti. He lined up with Kakashi once and let the man hit him with a genjutsu so thin it looked like honest memory. He learned to catch the seam and tear it gently. I'm taking Sasuke. Kakashi told Harry after one session, apologetic and uncompromising. He needs a specific set of tools right now. Harry nodded, hiding the unease that prowled his ribs. Just bring him back breathing. Kakashi's eye warmed. That's the idea. At night, Naruto sprawled on the training field and let the stars do their loud work. I'm going to knock destiny on its butt, he said, hands behind his head, voice full of future. Neji won't know what hit him. Harry lay beside him, the grass damp against his shoulders, Kits a warm curve against his ribs. He'll know, Harry said. He's good. Knowing and losing will be worse. Good, Naruto said, ferocious and fond. He needs worse. They laughed in the dark. Somewhere in the trees, a hawk called once and didn't need to again. Finals day stands filled. Flags figured out which way the wind wanted to show off. Vendors sold roasted chestnuts and opinions. The arena sand glittered with Mika and past regrets. Above it all, the Hokage sat like the end of a sentence you trusted. Harry caught Hiruzen's eye once as they filed in. The old man lifted two fingers in something not quite a salute, not quite a blessing. Harry felt the weight of it settle on his shoulders with the kindness of a hand that had carried many. Don't embarrass me, Sakura said, straightening Naruto's collar. Or do. I can't stop you. Both. Naruto decided. He and Neji stepped into the ring like two ideas that had been fighting in people's heads for centuries. Neji's eyes were milk and knives. Naruto's grin was a banner nailed to a rooftop, foolish, brave, flapping hard in a good wind. The start signal cracked. Neji closed distance with the speed of a belief. Gentle fist struck, staccato, a drummer tapping directly on organs. Naruto's chakra pathway shuddered, pinched, complained. He staggered, winced, gritted teeth. Neji lectured even while he hit, because certainty likes to multitask. Harry shouted himself hoarse alongside Lee. Sakura's hands were white on the rail. Even Sasuke, late, hovered at the tunnel's mouth with a look that said, "Don't you dare lose without me." Neji drove a palm into Naruto's chest and sent him flying. Naruto skidded, rolled, lay still long enough for people to begin eulogies. Stay down, Neji advised. Naruto pushed himself up with elbows that thought they were stone. He spat blood and grinned like a sunrise. Make me. Neji's mouth tightened. He came again. Strikes a map no one else could read. Naruto took two and let one bend him. He flowed with it, not because he'd planned to, but because bodies sometimes outvote plans. He hit the ground and split into 3 shadow clones, cheap and cheerful, and Neji dismissed them with disdain, turning, but a clone that looks foolish can still be on the correct line. When the dust kicked up and Neji pivoted toward what looked like a flailing fake, the real Naruto shot up from the hole he'd scratched under his own tumble. A burrowing trick Harry had seen him practice beside the pond with a wicked smile. Naruto's uppercut lifted Neji off his sure feet. He followed with a sweep that wasn't pretty and a headbutt that was. Neji hit the dirt with the surprise of a theorem encountering an exception. Naruto stood over him, chest heaving. "I make my own fate," he said, one hand on the Hattai 8 he'd earned, the other pointing at Neji like a lesson. "So can you." Silence held its breath a beat, and then the stadium roared like the inside of a wave. Lee whooped, fist skyward. Tenten laughed into her hands. Even the Hyga elders watched with expressions like plates tipping. Neji stared up at the blue nothing and saw a crack. He turned his face away so no one would see it climb into his eyes. Shikamaru fought like a Sai and made someone else do the work for him, then looked at the sky and forfeit when his chakra ran down because brilliance knows when it needs a nap. Tamari smirked her way through her first match with wind like a wall. Kankard played with puppets and his food. Harry's name came up, and Tamari's fan unfurled like a wing big enough to turn weather. "Don't blink." Naruto babbled at Sakura, vibrating. "I can blink," Sakura said. "Watch me." Blinking is normal. Harry stepped out and felt the field widen to meet him. Tamari's eyes were sharp under painted lines. "You don't look like wind," she said, amused. "Try me anyway. Ladies first," Harry offered. She did not require a second invitation. Her fan thundered. Air went muscle thick, pushing, slicing, dust tore up and made a veil. Harry let the first gust shove him, fell back, planted, and raised his hand. The second gust met a countercurrent that wasn't as big, but was pried into exactly the right angle. The 2 shears bit each other's edges and spat. Tamari's eyes narrowed. "Leaf Jinin with wind," she mused. "Now I'm interested." He gave her feints like compliments, 2 that were lies and 1 that was a misdirection with dividends. When she overcommitted to a wide swing that would have cleared trees, he flooded forward under the arc, into the dead zone close to her ribs where the fan made a poor sword. His kunai kissed the hinge of her fan, his shoulder checked her balance. A wire he'd palmed earlier sang around a wrist and a fan rib. He stopped with the point at her throat, not cutting, just declaring. Her smirk was appreciative and slightly annoyed. "You planned that a month ago, didn't you?" 3 hours, he said honest. "I learn quick when I'm scared." She laughed once, sharp. "I yield," she told the proctor, then leaned into Harry as they turned. "If we'd stayed at range, you were dead." "If we'd stayed at range," he murmured back, "you would have gotten bored." She huffed, amused despite herself. They called a break. Vendors did brisk business in buns and commentary. An old woman told her granddaughter this was what history looked like while it was still hot. Sashuk arrived late and cool because he didn't know any other temperature. He stepped onto the sand opposite Gaara with the air of a boy who had built his world out of 1 nail in a wall. Kakashi's training sat on his shoulders like new armor. Sasuke moved with silver intent. Chidori screamed in his palm, lightning giving itself permission. He ran it through Gaara's sand and bit flesh, red spilled, and Gaara's face went empty and then wrong. The air turned to glass. The sand shivered and grew. You could feel people around the stadium drawing in a breath like a coin pulled on a string. The trap springs the world slept. A blanket of genjutsu feathered down over the stands, gentle, treacherous, the kind of lullaby that kills. Heads nodded, hands slipped from cups. Naruto blinked, swayed, and then the seal in his gut kicked him in the soul. The fox hates cages. It chews on bars when they get too quiet. Red heat licked through him, snapping threads with contempt. Hey! Naruto shook Sakura's shoulder. She jerked with a gasp, eyes clearing. Harry's vision went soft at the edges for a heartbeat until the fox inside him prowled, lifted its head, and yanked. His scar stung, a grit of foreign malice sandpapering across old nerves. He shoved a pulse through his tenketsu, a dispel learned at Kakashi's patient hand. The world's focus clicked back into place. Paper bombs blossomed in the stands like bad flowers. Sound ninja shed disguises and unsheathed purpose. Sand shinobi moved in confident lines. Feathers of genjutsu drifted on the last of the illusion and caught quietly on the floor. On the roof, a square of air hardened into a barrier the color of bruises. 4 sound shinobi at the corners, masks up, chakra streaming. Inside, Orochimaru smiled with a mouth too full of old stories. Opposite him, the third straightened his back and put his hand on his hat, as if to keep it from blowing away. Harry saw the orange flare of the barrier reflected in Hiruzen's eyes and felt something hot and scared catch under his breastbone. Kakashi's voice cut the chaos cleanly. Naruto, Harry, they snapped their chins up like the world had called roll. Gaara, he said, pointing. The sand monster was halfway to a wall, Sasuke in pursuit, Chidori leaving bright afterimages behind him. You too. Intercept. Back, Sasuke. Do not engage the main force. What about you? Naruto demanded as smoke thickened and screams tuned the air into a bad instrument. Kakashi's visible eye settled on the purple barrier, on the old man under it. His mouth set. I have to help keep this village standing. Harry looked up at the roof. Hiruzen met his gaze across impossible distance and smiled like he always had when Harry came to his office with 2 bowls of ramen and a question. Harry swallowed hard, nodded once, and then turned to run. They ran. Through smoke, across stairs, over fallen flags, through corridors that suddenly smelled like snakes. A sand shinobi cut across them and didn't have time to regret it. A sound Jinin lunged and found the wall more hospitable than Harry's elbow. Sakura parted from them with a flash of pink hair and purpose. I'll help evacuate, go! And was gone, pulling civilians with a teacher's authority and a medic's eyes. They found the hole in the stadium wall where Gaara had decided it was a door. Beyond it, rooftops leaned into each other like neighbors gossiping. Sasuke's chakra left sparks on corners. The air ahead had the heavy flavor of monster they chased. A monster in the trees, the forest outside the village's walls doesn't care about politics. It took them in with the same green indifference it gave to birds and old stumps. Ahead, a shape moved between trunks, sand spilling like breath. Sasuke hit Gaara with another Chidori and got a scream for it, not human. Sand swelled. Sasuke staggered, breath hitching, the short, burned technique burning short. He lunged, left a line of lightning on Gaara's shoulder, and then went to a knee, panting. About time, he rasped as Naruto and Harry skidded into the narrow clearing. He's changing. Gaara's sand had grown into a carapace, a slick, grinning mask forming over his face. The gourd had cracked and become spine and claw. He stood in a growing cradle of his own rage, eyes rimmed red, breath high. Leave, he told them through sand teeth, or die for him. Pass, Naruto said, and launched himself with 1,000 cloned bad ideas. They hit the sand and popped one by one, buying breaths. Harry slid wide, hands cutting seals that braided air. A compressed lance of wind smashed into Gaara's flank, shaving sand, exposing an angry slit of skin that healed wrong. The mask turned toward Harry as if the whole weight of the desert had tilted. Something inside Gaara laughed. Shukaku sank his claws into the boy's chakra and pushed. Sand ballooned upward into a beast tanuki, great and terrible, obscene in its joy. It let out a roar that shook leaves off branches. Cool, Naruto said, terrified. Scale up, Harry panted. Scale up, Naruto echoed, as if ordering a new menu item. Jiraiya's voice rang through Harry's head, don't keep the lid on forever. He grabbed Naruto's wrist, bit his own thumb, and pressed their bloody hands together hard enough to hurt. "Borrow," Harry said, eyes red at the edges. The fox inside him bristled, snarled, and then, with all grace, shoved a shoulder under the weight. Naruto blinked as power surged up his arm like a tide deciding it would rather be a mountain. He slammed his palm down. "Summoning Jutsu!" The world popped. The smell of pond and smoke. They stood on the scarred head of a toad taller than most churches, sword strapped to his back, pipe clenched in a mouth that had argued with 100 moons. Gamakichi appeared alongside and waved as if he had invited them. "Who the hell summoned me?" Gamabunta boomed, affronted by everything. "Me," Naruto yelled over the wind. "And him." He jabbed a thumb at Harry. "Shared custody!" Gamabunta's giant eye rolled toward Harry. It took in the scar, the seal flare, the small fox clinging to Harry's shoulder fur up. Troublesome. The behemoth judged. "Fine. What are we stabbing?" Shukaku obliged the question by howling again and slamming a paw the size of a house into the clearing. Gamabunta rolled his shoulders, spat the pipe aside, and lipped. The ground left in disgust. The toad's blade hissed free and kissed sand. The forest trembled while giants argued. "Keep him busy," Harry shouted into wind that wanted to rip the words out of his mouth. "I'm going for the boy." "Don't die," Gamabunta recommended and met Shukaku with a slash that split a dune in half. Naruto and Harry clung to the toad like fleas on a dog with a vendetta. Red chakra licked Naruto's limbs. Wind shimmered around Harry's hands, a second skin that blurred edges. They vaulted off the blade's spine and ran up sand like fools, because sometimes fools win. Shukaku giggled, a child's sound ruined by echo. "Sleep," he cooed, and exhaled a bullet of compressed air that would have made a city wall rethink. Gamabunta took it to the shoulder and swore such a toad swarm of curses the pond back home probably blushed. Naruto and Harry ducked behind the sword and kept moving. On Shukaku's head, Gaara's body lay half, swallowed by sand, eyes closed in a lover's trance. Harry's stomach pitched. He kicked off, chakra flaring in his feet, and hit the mask near Gaara's face with a seal that bloomed into binding lines, buying a breath of stillness. Naruto sprinted the last stretch and shouted his name like a lifeline. "Gaara!" The boy's eyes fluttered. Shukaku hissed like a beast napping rudely awakened. Sand arms scythed toward them. Naruto jumped, body became a straight line of intent, and led with his head because he always had. He headbutted Gaara through the sand and into waking. Pain is a door. Sometimes love is the hand that turns the knob. Gaara's eyes flew open. Shukaku shrieked. The colossal tanuki shivered, sand shedding in great avalanches, and then collapsed in a rush that shook the trees and left the clearing a playground of dunes and broken trunks. They hit ground, roles reversed, monsters gone small, boys suddenly enormous again, with the weight of breathing. Naruto lay on his back, seeing stars and also feelings. Harry's lungs pulled with the greed of survivors. Sasuke staggered into view, pale and furious and relieved. Gamabunta landed with enough grace that the forest only complained and did not sue. Across the wreckage, Gaara curled around himself like someone who had never been touched and had just learned what it was. His siblings reached him, Temari wild with worry, Kankuro hideously gentle, and braced as if expecting a blade for their trouble. He lifted his head and looked at Naruto first, as if something in the headbutt had written Naruto's name behind his eyes. Then his gaze slid to Harry and caught on the red heat cooling around his ribs. Something like recognition passed over Gaara's face, not comfort. The comfortless thing that knows your shape from the inside. "You are like me," he said to Harry very softly, sand rasping in his throat. Full. Wrong. Loud. Harry's answer came like a reflex and a decision at once. "Not wrong," he said. "Harder to hold, that's all." Gaara blinked. Naruto hauled himself up on his elbows, face fierce and earnest. "We fight for our precious people," he told Gaara, as if offering a religion. That's what fills us. That's what quiets it. Gaara's mouth moved in a way that wasn't a smile and wasn't not. He looked at Temari's white, knuckled grip on his shoulder. He looked at Kankur's hands, still steady despite shaking. He looked at Naruto like a map to a country that might be real. He stood on legs that didn't quite remember the trick. Next time, he said to Sasuke, because pride is a habit. Then to Naruto, low, thank you for hitting me. Naruto grinned through a wince. Anytime. San rose around the siblings and carried them away into trees that kept secrets out of respect and disinterest. Gamabunta put his pipe back in his mouth, because victory is better with habits. I'm leaving, he announced, and vanished with the smell of damp and old stone. Naruto and Harry dropped into a clearing that somehow remembered it had been quiet once. Harry turned toward the village then, because something had been pulling at him the entire fight, a line from his chest up to a square of sky where purple light burned. He could feel smoke in his mouth even from here. We have to go, he said. Naruto saw the look on his face and didn't ask which way. They ran back into a city on fire. On the roof, the barrier still glowed. Inside it, two men who had both given their lives to the same village in different ways were ending them. Harry only saw pieces, flashes when the barrier's light stuttered, as if remembering that light is supposed to be honest. Hiruzen moved with the slow economy of age and wisdom, Orochimaru with the sinuous arrogance of a nightmare that had gotten good at walking. The Hokage's staff split air. Snakes bit nothing and changed their minds. A Reaper's mask, cold, hung in the air for a breath so brief Harry doubted his eyes and never would again. He couldn't get closer. The barrier ate jutsu and intent and hope with equal appetite. AMBU ringed it with desperate focus. Kakashi stood below, one hand bloodied, one eye the color of clouds, looking up with the expression of a man who had planned for everything except how to stop time. Harry found his breath hitching on a hook in his chest. He thought of warm pipes, of smoke curling in soft rope from the Hokage's mouth. He thought of a thumb pressing a fold in his hair straight. He thought of a man who knew all the names of all the stray children in his village and acted accordingly. The barrier flickered like the last page of a book. Inside, Orochimaru screamed, his arms, hanging wrong, hands clawing at air that would never answer him again. Hiruzen fell to his knees with a grace that said this is how we kneel for our dead. He smiled very, very gently at the man he had failed to save, and then at the sky, which is no one's to forgive. The barrier collapsed. The roof learned how much weight a hat can hold when there's no head under it. Harry didn't hear himself make the sound he made. Naruto's hand found his shoulder like an anchor thrown hard and honest. They stood, two boys in a crowd of ninja, suddenly older by a law no one had voted for, and watched the old man who had loved their village better than his own pulse fail in duty and leave it anyway. Sound and sand began to retreat with the ugly rhythm of forces that had gotten what they came for and then learned it would cost them too. Konoha's shinobi chased them with house lights in their eyes. Somewhere, Jiraiya roared with grief and knocked 3 men off a wall with a frog bigger than shame. Somewhere else, Anko cussed like poetry and stitched a wound with her teeth. Smoke made the sunset personal. Ashes and vows funerals teach a village how to stand together. White chrysanthemums lined the avenue like stars fallen politely to street level. Shinobi wore black that didn't make them smaller. The photographs on the altar were painfully honest. When they laid the third to rest, the wind crotchetched the incense smoke into a net full of names. Naruto cried with his whole face, wet and shameless, grief snagging on each of his ribs and making a map of them. He didn't step away when Harry stepped in, and the two of them leaned against each other like scaffolding put up overnight after an earthquake. Kits climbed into Harry's jacket and watched the procession with yellow eyes, perfectly still. After, the The village moved like a person who has remembered to do the dishes because someone else won't anymore. Shops opened with hands that had stopped shaking. People picked up tiles and set them back on roofs like the most defiant prayer. Jiraiya found them on the Hokage monument when the light was a thin line behind the faces. He looked older in a way that came from places shinobi don't talk about unless there's a wall to lean on. "I'm going to find her," he said. No preamble, voice rough. "Tsunade. She's the only person mean enough to wrestle this hat and kind enough to wear it anyway." Naruto wiped his nose with a sleeve and tried to look fierce. "Bring her. I'll make her be Hokage if I have to shout her into it." Jiraiya's mouth twisted. "You might have to." He clapped Naruto's shoulder, then Harry's. His palm lingered an extra beat on Harry, as if feeling the hum under his skin and not hating it. "You two, don't break each other while I'm gone." Naruto flashed a grin that had learned how to live with cracks. "No promises," he said, then softened. "We'll hold it." Jiraiya nodded once, a blessing disguised as agreement, and went. Below, the village stitched itself. Above, the carved faces watched like mountains do, present, patient, stern, incapable of bending. Still somehow full of human things because humans insist on seeing themselves in stone. Naruto stood with his hands fisted and his jaw set and looked at the horizon like it had done something to him personally. "I'm going to get so strong," he said, speaking to the town, the mountain, the ghosts. "So strong nobody gets to do this to us again. Believe it." Harry kept his eyes on the rooftops, broken, mending, honest, and said nothing for a long time. When he did, it came out quiet and hard. "Me too." He thought of Gaara's eyes opening, of Orochimaru's laugh cutting like a wire, of the third soft mouth being brave at the very end. He thought of Itachi somewhere inside the village or outside of it, watching a ledger he'd never shown to anyone. He thought of masks and marks and all the bars inside bodies that make the heart pace. He slid 2 fingers across the seal at his stomach, felt it answer with a warmth that wasn't just his. "We'll carry him," he said, meaning the old man, meaning the promise, meaning the weight. "And we'll make sure it means something." Naruto bumped his shoulder. "You talk fancy when you're sad," he observed, not unkind. Harry huffed. "We're both always sad, idiot." "Yeah," Naruto said, and smiled like a conspiracy. "And we're still here." They stood there until the light finally left the faces, and the village lights below stepped in to do what light always does: keep going. Somewhere beyond the trees, sand licked its wounds and learned a new word for mercy. Somewhere on the road, Jiraiya set his steps toward a woman who owed the village a debt and a love she would pretend not to have until she had to prove it. Somewhere under a moon that didn't care, a man with a snake in his soul nursed armless rage and whispered new plans to old bones. On the monument, 2 boys wrote vows in their mouths and sealed them, as shinobi do, with breath. Chapter 9, Bonds Under Knives. Konoha healed like a person does, unevenly, loudly at night, pretending it didn't hurt in the morning. Roof tiles went back on with hands that remembered the shape of loss. Paper lanterns returned to doorways like stubborn stars. The memorial stones bore more names. The wind learned how to pronounce them. Harry and Naruto visited the old man's picture when the light was thin and honest. The incense coiled like a soft rope. Hiruzen looked out from the frame the way he always had, from a place half between reprimand and fondness, wool smoke in his clothes. The weight of the hat still in the line of his shoulders, even though it lay folded beside the frame. Naruto set a steaming bowl of miso down because he didn't know how to bring flowers that made sense. "We're going to fix it," he promised the glass. "All of it. Believe it." Harry's mouth tried to find a smile and settled for steady. Kit's tucked deeper into his collar as if grief were a draft. "Well, carry it," he said, and the words felt like a strap across a back that could and would. Jiraiya found them on the steps, hands in his sleeves, hair having lost a little of its arrogance. He gave Hiruzen the small bow of a bad student who never stopped loving the teacher, and then tipped his chin to the boys. "Walk with me," he said. They took the rooftops because the village deserved to be seen from above, while it remembered how to stand. Tsunade, Jiraiya said, and the name held 10 years of unsent letters. She's the only one mean enough to fight the hat and kind enough to wear it once it loses. Naruto brightened, which was the only direction he knew. So we go get her. Simple. Harry glanced back at the memorial hall's doors, at the shadows of mourners moving behind white screens. The village. "We'll still be here when you get back," Jiraiya said gently, which was what you say when you can't say everything else. "And it'll need a Hokage then, too." Naruto elbowed Harry with the tact of a sunrise. "You're coming." Harry breathed in, tasted the smoke and the glue in the air, the hammer and the hope. He nodded once, the way good decisions are made with grief as witness. "Okay, pack light," Jiraiya advised, already turning, "and bring your patience. She'll make you earn it." Naruto grinned. "I'll make her earn me. Gods help me," Jiraiya murmured, fond and doomed. Road song, broken note. They left by the south gate before the morning had found all its colors. The road unspooled, the trees traded stories over their heads. Naruto pointed out hawks like omens and puddles like evidence of frogs. Harry listened, let Kits ride in his hood like a monarch, and kept his senses open in the way that means you've already learned not to trust a quiet day. They hit 3 small towns, 2 bandit daydreams, and a hot spring that tried to charge double for ninja hair. Naruto built a stack of water balloons because he'd seen Jiraiya eyeing the scroll and wanted the next big thing yesterday. On the second night, under the creak of timbers and the lullaby of a drunk arguing with his own hiccups, Jiraiya flicked a look at Harry's seal with an old medic's frown. "Any pain?" he asked quietly when Naruto went upstairs with an armload of snacks he'd called research calories. Harry rolled his shirt up. The ink lay on his skin like a well-drawn map. When he breathed, the lines breathed with him. "It hums when I'm angry," he answered. "Or when he is." Jiraiya's fingers hovered, not touching. "There's something layered in there that isn't Fox," he said. "Feels old and gentle, like a hand that won't stop holding you even if the world ends." Harry swallowed down a homesickness that had learned to share space with his ribs. "I know," he said. Jiraiya's mouth tilted. "You'll make it a chorus, then. Fox singing angry harmony. Old magic humming the melody. He tapped Harry's chest. "Keep the beat." They slept. The inn used quiet like a blanket. It didn't last. The door slid open without sound. Cold came in first. Itachi stepped through the gap like the dark had an older brother and it had learned that trick from him. Kisame's smile came second, all shark and vacation. Jiraiya's eyes were closed in the corner. He didn't open them when the air went tight. He didn't have to. The floorboards had a way of telling him when the past arrived in a new coat. "Uzumaki Naruto," Kisame rumbled, Samehada purring under its bandages. And the other one. Itachi didn't look at Naruto first. He looked at Harry like he was recalling a poem he happened to loathe. Sharingan met green, red washed across old scars. Kits hissed once tiny and brave, then went very still beneath Harry's collar. "So the 9, Tails is in you," Itachi said, voice faintly curious, as if commenting on the weather. "Harry Potter." Naruto blinked. "Potter." Harry felt his blood run both hot and cold at once. The name was a door. Only a handful of people in this world knew what was behind it. Orochimaru, a ghost that had stolen a face in the forest once. "Itachi, how?" Harry asked, quiet. Itachi's eyes didn't answer. "They said I have stood in rooms you should never see. I have listened to men you should never hear." Kisame shifted his grip. "Let's take them. Try." Naruto said, a hand already cutting toward a seal. "Kisame, Jiraiya sighed without opening his eyes. You always did have terrible timing. His hands blurred, the ingrown walls slaving wetly as Toad flesh erupted from wood. The room's edges bent inward, the floor becoming a tongue, the rafters a pallet. Kisame swore and slashed, the living corridor rippled and clung. Itachi moved like mathematics. Harry barely caught the first motion, the second happened in a world with different rules. A shadow landed in the doorway. Black hair, blue shirt, a curse mark like a bruise under a collar, eyes that had set themselves on fire years ago and called it purpose. Sasuke. Naruto yelped, half relief, half warning. Itachi turned. The room lost the sound of the outside world as two brothers faced each other through a decade of funerals. Sasuke lunged, Chidori screaming in a voice that had named Itachi before it learned the word mother. Itachi caught his wrist and turned his whole life sideways. The world bled to red and black. Time got long and cruel. Tsukuyomi took Sasuke into a place where Itachi broke him for 70, 2 hours that happened in less than a blink. When the illusion dropped, Sasuke hit the Toad, flesh with his knees and retched bile and grief. You're still weak, Itachi said softly, and for a heartbeat his voice held a tragedy too large for the room to contain. Jiraiya slammed the last seal. The Toad's throat constricted. Kisame cursed. Itachi let himself be swallowed because he had decided it would look like a retreat. A burst of fire and escape. The wall, mouth split. The Akatsuki slid through the cut and were gone like a decision you pretend you didn't make. Jiraiya exhaled, sweat on his temple. Naruto fell to Sasuke's side, frantic. Harry knelt and pressed his palm near Sasuke's shoulder, not touching. The curse mark pulsed under the skin like something that didn't know the difference between a door and a scar. Sasuke stared through them, eyes open on a darkness only he could still see. A queen of hearts with knuckles, they found Tsunade in the center of a losing streak. Cards slapped wood. Dice tumbled like small bones with secrets. Tsunade's laugh was a weapon and a bandage, depending on who she was pointing it at. Shizune hovered at her shoulder like the part of a conscience that refuses to take a day off. Taunton snuffled at a dropped peanut with an earnestness that needed to be protected at all costs. "Lady Tsunade!" Naruto announced like an event. "You're coming home." She looked the three of them over. One idiot with stars in his teeth, one sage who wore his grief like a joke, one boy with a seal that made the room change pressure. "Brat," she said, and flicked Naruto's forehead hard enough to reorganize his thoughts. "And no, you were Hokage candidate?" Naruto began hotly. "I was young. She shot back." "That disease passes." Harry watched her hands while they argued. The way they shook almost imperceptibly when a glass clinked, the impossible steadiness when she shuffled cards. Her eyes cut to him once sharp. She was a medic first. She'd seen the way he carried his center like a pot with a lid. Jiraiya let Naruto wind himself up like a toy and then put the bet down. "Rasengan in a week," he said. "If he pulls it off, you stop running from the hat." Tsunade's mouth curved, cruel and fond. "If you're going to waste your time, at least make it entertaining." Naruto grinned like a prayer answered. The training was a comedy of wet sleeves and triumphs that looked like accidents until they weren't. Water balloon, rubber ball, then containment, rotation, power, and refusing to let either escape. Naruto made puddles that reflected his stubborn face back at him. He popped 2 balloons, 3 clones, and 1 vein in Jiraiya's forehead before he found the thread of it. Harry tried on the side because he hated standing still. The seal's hum made his chakra heavier but more obedient when he was patient, and he'd had practice being patient since he was very small and very lonely. The water balloon burst for him with a neat snap on the 3rd try. The rubber ball went with a gratifying crack after Jiraiya's low grunt and a correction of wrist angle. Containment took him longer. The 3rd step always does. Kits watched him, tail flicking like a metronome. Naruto jabbed him with an elbow. Don't show off too hard, he demanded, not unproud. Harry smirked. I'll save my good tricks for when you need them. Ha! Naruto said, delighted. As if, at night, Tsunade sat alone with a glass and a history that had learned to win. Kabuto arrived with that careful politeness that makes your skin itch. Orochimaru slid into the doorway like mold into a corner. Dan, Orochimaru said softly. Nawaki, her hand on the glass trembled. The room smelled like snakes and old hospitals. Harry and Naruto watched from the roofline, breath small. Don't, Naruto said when he couldn't swallow themselves down anymore. He dropped into the alley like an argument you couldn't ignore. Don't listen to him. Tsunade flicked him into a pile of crates without looking. Stay out of ground-up conversations. She snapped and then closed her eyes because she knew better than anyone what she had just done, who she had sounded like when grief thinks cruelty is a shortcut to safety. Orochimaru's smile showed too many teeth, and none of them were human. You'll say yes, he purred, and left her there with her ghosts as pressure. Sanin-era weather pattern, it broke at noon, because noon is honest. Kabuto came first with medic hands and cruel eyes. Tsunade met him with power that turned the ground into a complaint. Blood spattered her knuckles, her breath hitched. Hemophobia is a stupid word for a horror that takes your legs out from under you. Tsunade's fingers went cold and her pupils widened until she was a girl again watching something she was not built to survive. Kabuto's grin cut. How inconvenient. Shizune darted in, needles hissing. Snakes curled from under stones at Orochimaru's lazy flick. Harry mangled them with wind sharp enough to be merciful and dragged Shizune out of a strike with a hook of chakra that left his fingers humming. Naruto saw Tsunade shake and didn't see a legend brought low. He saw someone he'd already decided to love failing at being invincible. He screamed. Rage and courage sound the same when they're yours, and threw himself at Kabuto with a half-formed sphere in his palm. Uzumaki. Kabuto sneered, and then his voice broke off as the jutsu took shape. Rotation, power, containment. The Rasengan drilled into Kabuto's chest and threw him backwards through his own cleverness. He hit the far wall with a wet thud, eyes very surprised. Naruto struck the ground hard on the follow-through, breath gone, hand shaking and bleeding, grin feral and boyish and perfect. Tsunade stared. He did it. She said to no one, astonished and something like saved. Her fingers clenched. The tremor didn't stop. It did not matter. Orochimaru spread his hands like a lover offering a gift. Shall we dance, old friends? They summoned because there are some arguments that need monsters. Manda coiled like a continent waking up resentful. Gamabunta landed with the kind of impact that makes your ancestors cough. Naruto staggered on his head and whooped. Harry hitched alongside on the knot of rope near the blade, small as a thumbtack, loud as a promise. Katsuyu spilled across the street like mercy given shape, divided into 100 calm bodies when the debris flew, each part running toward someone bleeding. Jiraiya's chakra control was a mess thanks to Tsunade's earlier hospitality. If you put sake in a sage, it fights back. He grimaced, pushed, adjusted. The three beasts collided in a ballad of terrible. Sandstone cracked, shingles flew. Someone's sign advertising dumplings became shrapnel, and then soup for Katsuyu fragments. Left! Harry yelled, and Gamabunta swung, blade skidding along Manda's scales in a shower of sparks. Naruto pushed wind under the toad boss's feet with a flailing, brilliant instinct, buying a half-breath. Tsunade blurred in under a snapping jaw and punched Manda's throat so hard the sound hit late. Orochimaru winced, delight and hatred making love on his face. Jiraiya spat 100 oil bullets, and Tsunade lit them with a flare of chakra through her fist. Fire walked in a ribbon across scaled flesh. Harry threw slicing wind at snakes that leapt for Shizune. Kit snarled and snapped at the face of a much larger serpent, because you can do anything if you're small enough and furious enough. Kabuto tried to stand and learned what bones are for. Naruto swayed, the world listing, then corrected plant strong. Tsunade saw him reach for the ground and reached first. Her hand wrapped Naruto's wrist. He steadied under it like a pillar, remembering how. "Gaki," she said hoarsely, "let me borrow that bravery of yours." "Anytime," Naruto gasped and grinned bloody. They won like people do, not all at once, not cleanly, but with setbacks that make the victory honest. Manda quit the field with a hiss and a promise of future invoices. Orochimaru retreated with Kabuto under one arm and thin patience under his skin. Jiraiya wobbled and sat down hard on the bit of road that still remembered duty. Naruto collapsed beside him. Harry dropped to a crouch, palms to his knees, wind dying around his fingers like a song completed. Tsunade straightened. Her hands still trembled. She did not hide them. She looked at Naruto, then at the horizon where Konoha lived whether or not she did. She closed her eyes and saw a necklace on a boy who never came home, and then opened them on a boy who would not let anyone stay gone if he could help it. "Fine," she said, with the inflection of a queen threatening a throne with her presence. "I'll be Hokage." Naruto laughed and cried in the same breath. Jiraiya put his face in his hands and thanked every god he owed money to. Harry exhaled a something he hadn't realized was stuck to his ribs and felt the village say thank you in a language only people who have stayed can hear. Tsunade knelt and looped a green crystal over Naruto's head. "Don't die," she ordered, voice thick around old vows renewed. "Not planning to," Naruto promised, which is the only way to talk to death that doesn't flatter it. Her gaze slid to Harry as she stood. Medical chakra warmed to life in her palm and flowed across his seal with a tenderness that made him have to stand very still. Her brow furrowed, then smoothed, then pinched again. "There's a knotted kindness here," she murmured, "and a very loud fox. We'll tidy what can be tidied. Later." Her eyes softened. "You remind me of someone. Be smarter than he got to be." Harry nodded, the motion small, the promise big. "Yes, Hokage Sama. Don't call me that until I have to wear the hat," she grumbled, and Shizun's shoulders dropped 3 inches in relief. Rooftop weather. They came home under flags that had been stitched up at night. Tsunade walked into the hospital and made administration flinch and then obey, because competence is a gravity you feel in your teeth. She peeled Kashi's chakra open with deft fingers, scolded him for existing, and sent him out of bed with a head tap and a threat. She put her hand on Sasuke's forehead and lowered him out of the nightmare Itachi had left, slow and careful, like taking a splinter out of a child who had taught himself not to cry. Sasuke woke with rage braided into his breath. He put on his shirt like it was armor and went to the roof, because rooftops are where boys go when choosing hurts. Naruto's voice carried up the stairs before his feet, full of relief and an anxiety he pretended looked like swagger. Harry followed with quieter steps. Kakashi took the outside wall, because he knew where stories wanted him. Sasuke's back was a hard line against the sky. "How strong did you get?" he asked the horizon. "While I was lying down." Naruto bristled. "Strong enough to catch up with you." The air got brittle. The things boys say so they don't have to say they are afraid came out dressed like insults. "You don't understand," Sasuke snapped, finally turning. "You." His eyes flicked to Harry. "You have everything. A brother who didn't slaughter your family. A village that loves you. Power you didn't earn." Harry flinched like he'd been touched where he hadn't known there was a bruise. "Sasuke." "Don't," Sasuke said, a knife on the word. "Don't pity me." Naruto stepped in, because that's his answer to most problems. "Fight me then, if that's what you want." Sasuke smiled without warmth. "Good." They moved. Chidori screamed, hungry and honed. Rasengan swirled into being in Naruto's palm with a gravity that pulled the rooftop dust toward it like love. The collision would have been a funeral service with no names on the program. Kakashi blurred. He caught wrists that didn't want to be caught. The force of both jutsu shunted sideways into the water towers behind them. Chidori punched neat and shallow. Rasengan flowered into a wide, deep wound that made the tower sound offended as it tried to hold itself together. When the water spilled, Sasuke looked and saw physics tell him a story he hated. The hole Naruto had made was a mouth that would drink the river. The cut he had made was a brag that already sounded insecure. Kakashi's grip on their wrists didn't shake. "If you want to kill each other," he said very softly, "do it when I'm dead, not before." He let go and left because there are moments an adult cannot fix. He can only stand nearby and be available when the pieces fall. Sasuke stared at the towers until the difference wrote itself into his eyes. He turned away with a face that had found a new angle for jealousy. Naruto's mouth opened, apology almost audible around the shape of his teeth, then closed because the kind of pain in front of him wasn't ready to be touched. Harry found Sasuke later because he wasn't willing to mistake leaving someone alone for kindness twice in the same day. He found him in the Uchiha district where silence grows like ivy, under a moon that liked to mind other people's business. Shadows stretched long and old. Sasuke didn't turn. "Did you come to tell me it's going to be okay?" he asked, bitter as tea steeped too long. "No," Harry said. "I came to tell you I'm scared." Sasuke made a small, involuntary sound. Harry took the step that made it possible to say the next thing. "When Itachi looked at me," he said carefully, "I felt at the bottom of a well, like all my loud noises were very far away. You live with that every day. I don't know how you breathe through it. I'm scared because I don't know how to help." Sasuke's jaw flexed. "You can't," he said, and if there was a crack in it, he did not enjoy finding it there. "You get to keep your brother. You don't get to tell me anything." Harry let the unfairness pass without trying to fix it like a man. "Okay," he said instead. "Then I'll say this: if you leave, I'll come after you. Not to drag you back, to make sure you don't die alone." Sasuke's head dropped a fraction. For a second, the boy with the paper fan and the big shirt stood where the Avenger had been. Then the second passed. "Go home," he said, and the night took the words like it takes warm breath. Harry did not sleep. Snakes make offers, boys make choices. The sound "for" arrived like punctuation in the wrong sentence. Sakan and Yukon, plural in the singular. Teyuya with a flute and a temper, Kidmaru stringing disgust from his palms, Jirby carrying his hunger like a hobby. They showed Sasuke their curse marks like badges where normal people put a family crest. "You want power?" they asked, and the village around them held its breath because boys at edges make dangerous decisions under an easy moon. They beat him down first because humiliation is a kind of sales pitch. Then they offered a barrel that was really an invitation to a fever. "He'll give you the strength to kill him," they promised. "Orochimaru will make you into the right weapon." Sasuke stood, blood running from his mouth like punctuation. He thought of water towers and brothers and hands catching wrists and calling it mercy. He thought of Harry saying, "I'll come after you." He thought of Naruto grinning because there was no other way for his face to understand the world. He went to the gate. Sakura found him there, under the trees that knew too much. She said all the right things with a voice that had learned to say them without hoping. Then hope snuck up anyway and put its hand in the middle of the sentence. Sasuke listened to it like a song from a room he'd already left. He reached out. He made the choice he'd been rehearsing since he was small. "Thank you," he said, and meant it, and then tapped the back of her neck with 2 fingers and lowered her gently onto the bench as if setting a teacup down. He left the village without looking back because turning your head is how grief wins. Kits woke Harry with a single sharp claw pressed into skin. Harry's eyes opened on a dark room suddenly too empty. He dressed by feel. He ran. He reached the gate in time to see the wake of 4 who could bend trees and 1 who had already bent himself. He stood with his hand on cold wood and let the quiet tell him the story it had learned to tell. Naruto found him there, hair a mess of sleep and anger. "He left," he said, and it wasn't a question. Harry's throat worked. "We're going," he said. When the village chooses you back morning cracked its knuckles and got to work. Tsunade's office smelled like paper cut by resolve. Shikamaru looked like a yawn in human shape until you watched his eyes and realized you were the one asleep. Jinan led retrieval squad. Tsunade said, fingers steepled, voice all steel softened by exhaustion. Uzumaki, Potter, Nara will lead. I'll loan you bodies that can move Akimichi, Inuzuka, Haiga. She flicked a glance at Harry, and for an instant the medic in her shouldered the Hokage aside. Potter, Akatsuki took an interest. You keep your loud friend from opening too far until you have someone older to hold the lid. Understood. Harry stood straight. Understood, he said. That he would ignore it if Naruto needed him went unsaid and already written. Shikamaru sighed, rolled the mission scroll open, and pointed like a man drawing a map of a storm. We run light. We move fast. We don't try to be heroes unless the choice is that or funerals. Naruto, you do the dumb thing smart. Kiba track, Akamaru, good boy, Choji anchor. Nudgy eyes, Harry, wind and weirdness. I'll make the choices you don't have time for, and then we'll all complain later. Perfect? Naruto said, vibrating with dread and determination. Kakashi leaned in the doorway, hands in pockets. Gaze soft with worry he'd never outgrow. Bring him home, he said, because sometimes the only mission parameter that matters is 4 words you already wanted to write on your heart. Tsunade reached across the desk and caught Harry's wrist as he turned to go, her thumb pressed briefly against the seal that hummed under his skin. Live, she said, sounding like a woman talking to a shrine and daring it to disagree. And when you get back, we work on that. Harry nodded. Yes, ma, Hokage, Sama, he corrected, and her mouth twitched even now. They met at the gate under the same trees that had heard Sakura cry. Choji tightened his scarf with hands that had lifted friends since childhood. Kiba scratched Akamaru behind the ears and said something rude about Sound Ninja's hygiene. Neji adjusted his bandages with a cool that had learned humility. Shikamaru looked up at the cloudless sky and muttered, "What a drag." Like a prayer. Naruto tied his hattai, ate tighter and looked at the road like a negotiation. Harry glanced once back over his shoulder at the faces on the mountain. Hiruzen's stone smile didn't change. It didn't need to. We'll bring him home, Naruto said. Or we'll die trying, Harry said, because telling the truth is a way of being brave. Shikamaru blew out a breath. Let's try the third option, he suggested dryly. We don't die, and we do bring him home. Naruto laughed in spite of himself. Kitz's ears went forward, the fox's tail flicked once, a metronome set to go. The gates opened like a held breath being released. They ran. The village watched them go the way a heart watches a tendon pull, awed and frightened and proud, already writing the next beat around the absence. Somewhere ahead, across trees that remembered too much, boys in barrels thought dreams were chrysalis and not traps. Somewhere farther still, a man with snakes for habits waited with a grin that had only ever been a wound with good posture. Between them, on a road that knew the names of people who changed their minds too late and people who kept their promises too soon, 6 rookies, and a plan set out to bend fate's careful handwriting. They didn't look back. They didn't need to. The village was with them, in the soles of their feet and the hum of their seals, in the sharp inhale before a leap and the long exhale after a landing. Bonds are a kind of armor. Bonds are also the place to aim if you want to kill a person without touching them. They ran faster. And the forest, which loves and hates equally because it is honest, opened to let them in. The forest swallowed their footsteps and gave them back as drumbeats. Kiba ran point, Akamaru low and silent at his side, nose cutting the wind into useful pieces. Neji ghosted above on branches, pale eyes bright as frost. Choji's shoulders moved like a promise under his scarf. Shikamaru tracked the whole board with that bored look he wore when the stakes scared him most. Naruto ran as if the air owed him something. Harry kept his breath even and the seals hum quiet, a steadying drum under the ribs. They hit the first trap at a clearing where the light fell in coins. Jerba stepped from the trees like a wall that had learned to sneer. "Stay back," he said, too pleased with himself. Chakra sucked out of the air, weight slammed onto their bones. The earth itself grabbed their ankles. Choji's hand went to the bag at his waist. His eyes were very gentle and very brave. "I'll eat this one." "Choji?" Shikamaru started, already knowing. "Leader, right?" Choji smiled like a sunrise that only needed a little help. "Then lead the rest." The red pill cracked between his teeth. Butterfly wings of chakra unfurled behind him, impossible and beautiful. The ground misjudged his mass and moved under him like regret. He hit Jerba like a small planet. Trees shook out birds, the clearing learned to pray. When the dust settled, Jerba lay in a crater that didn't know how to be a shape anymore, and Choji stood as if it had cost him something he'd been willing to spend all along. He waved them on, legs trembling, mouth stubborn. "Go!" he panted. "Tell Naruto, tell him I wasn't just hungry." "Idiot." Naruto choked, then grinned around the word because that made it true in the right way. "You're our hero." They ran. Kid Maru's webs came next, gleaming ropes strung between trunks like a cruel harp. Neji stepped forward with a breath that made the world slow down a little. He moved into the lines, as if walking through rain you can see. Spiders sprang, golden thread sliced. Kid Maru laughed and climbed into the canopy with a bow and a god complex. The first arrow took Neji in the shoulder, the second cut hair and pride. He looked up, sweat breaking across his temple, veins rising around his eyes. "I can see you," he whispered like a man telling the truth to a lie. He changed angles, found the blind spot, and ran into a hail meant to write his end. The last strike landed where Kid Maru had thought the world guaranteed safety. The spider boy fell through his own arrogance and hit the ground wrong. Neji slid to his knees, fingers bloody, smile small and satisfied. "Tell Naruto," he murmured when Shikamaru's shadow eased him against a tree. "That fate can be argued with." "You can tell him yourself," Shikamaru said roughly, already binding. Already calculating how many heartbeats Neji could steal back. Seiken and Yukon came with laughter that sounded like knives eating. Kiba met them with snarls. Akamaru swelled with soldier pill courage and loyalty that had never needed medicine. Flesh merged, split Yukon's arm in Kiba's shoulder, pain white and ridiculous. "Naruto." The answer arrived as a puppet's jaw snapping shut. A lacquered face grinned, threads sang. Kanker's voice drifted in like a smirk. "Lift dogs always run into the worst bushes." Karasu's blades unfolded. Saken turned too late. Yukon tried to marry his body to a puppet and learned that wood does not take guests. The coffin of the puppet's ribcage snapped, poison kissed, the brothers screamed and went still. Kiba sagged, half laugh, half sob. "About time. Try not to get stabbed by people," Kankuro suggested cheerfully. "It's a bad habit." Tamari's wind shook the next part of the forest like a god exhaling. Teyuya's flute, carved genjutsu faltered under a desert gale. Shikamaru's shadow snapped tight like a hunter's jaw. For a heartbeat, the red-haired girl bared her teeth and dragged at the tether, clever and cruel. And then a fan 3 times wider than a man is tall slammed down between them, and the trees reconsidered their relationship with verticality. "Troublesome?" Shikamaru muttered, relief breaking over his face like shade. "Thanks." Tamari tilted her head. "You owe me 1 cloud." "Deal." Every save bought another mile. Every mile bought a choice: turn back or keep bleeding forward. They kept going because that's what they were built for. Boys who had found meaning in a forehead protector and refused to set it down. By the time the river's roar found them, the world had narrowed to breath, to pain counted and ignored, to one name. The Valley of the End opened like a book written in stone. The statues of Hashirama and Madara faced each other across the waterfall. The old argument turned to granite. Mist rose and wrapped everything in the ghost of a veil. The sky looked like it had decided on rain and then thought better of it. Sasuke stood at Madara's feet, head tilted back, eyes to the heights. He looked very small and very certain. Naruto didn't slow down until the water's edge threw itself up at him. Sasuke? Sasuke turned, and the Sharingan lit like coals fanned back to life. You made it, he said, and it wasn't surprise. It was an accounting. Harry arrived on the next beat, breath steady but hard won, hair damp with spray. He took in the cracked barrel on the bank, the black markings blooming along Sasuke's collarbone like ink with its own heartbeat, the set of Naruto's jaw. He swallowed rage down to where he could use it later. You're coming home, Naruto said, because that was the only future he'd learned to say out loud. Sasuke's smile was a thin slice of something he'd once been. Home is where my enemies sleep, he answered. Right now. That's not Konoha. Don't do this, Harry said. It came out flatter than he meant, the fear filed to a blade. Sasuke looked at him, really looked, and something like respect passed through the air, a shadow of the boy who had eaten lunch beside them, who had listened to Naruto's loud vows and Harry's quiet ones, and found himself moved in ways he did not forgive. Then he raised a hand to his forehead protector and pulled it off. The metal was clean. You too, he said, almost fond. You're brothers. That's why you'll never be able to follow me where I'm going. We'll go anywhere, Naruto said. Even if I have to drag you, try? Sasuke invited. The first exchange was skin and bone and training, feet on water, fists quick as answers, elbows in close, breath measured in the space between strikes. They climbed each other's bodies like ladders, statue toes, kneecaps, stone hems. Wind kicked spray into diamonds. Stone collected scuffs they'd remember later. Naruto's clones spilled like a crowd from behind a door. Sasuke shredded them with fire and absolute intent. The lake steamed and hissed at the insult. Why? Naruto hurled it in between punches. Why him? Why that? Sasuke's palm flared with Chidori. Naruto met it with the Rasengan that had learned to sing in his hand like a small sun. Spark screamed, because the world taught me how to count. Sasuke shot back. And when I finished the lesson, there was only one number left, and it was his name. On the statue's brow they paused long enough to breathe and tell the truth without words. Naruto saw Team 7 laughing at a cat that hated being caught. He saw Sasuke's profile at sunset on the training field, attention like a blade he wanted to deserve. He saw Raymond's steam, Kakashi's eye crinkling, Sakura pretending not to care when she always did. He saw Harry's smile the day they both tied on headbands, and he saw that same mouth now tight with a kind of fear Naruto hated because it made him feel older than he liked. Sasuke saw a corridor of nights where he'd replayed the same 3 minutes until the edges wore off. He saw Itachi's hand at the clan compound doorway, casual as a god, blood finding the path of least resistance. He saw Naruto's hand extended 1,000 times. He saw Harry's shadow a pace behind him in more fights than he wanted to admit had been survivable because of it. He folded those visions up like letters he could not afford to keep and put them somewhere he promised himself he would never look. The curse mark sighed open. Black reached across his skin like ivy that liked hurting walls. His hair lifted as if gravity had stopped being persuasive. Wings, dark and wrong, burst from his shoulders, not feathers but fins, a perverse kind of angel. His skin grayed to ash, the whites of his eyes went dark. The Sharingan glowed nuclear, a red that knew how to teach. Naruto's breath hitched. The thing in front of him wore Sasuke like a uniform. "You don't have to, don't I?" The voice had a new echo in it. "Stop speaking like a boy." Naruto's feet slid back on wet stone. The air around him shivered. There was always a little of the fox in the world when Harry was near, a humming resonance like a bass string brushed. Naruto's skin prickled. Something warm and angry and old reached toward him from the bond he'd carried since a different night, a different seal. Harry swore softly under his breath on the bank, as he felt his chakra tug, a thin thread plucked. The seal on Harry's stomach burned in warning. He locked his jaw and throttled it, enough to keep Naruto standing, not enough to let the fox off the leash. Naruto's eyes flared, only for a heartbeat. Not red, but brighter, the blue gone electric, pupils thin. Chakra vented off him like heat above a road. "If this is the only way to reach you," he said, "then I'll break myself here and start over tomorrow." "Good," Sasuke said, and dove. Lightning met wind. The world narrowed to two names slamming into each other in a canyon that had been watching brothers argue since the earth was younger. They fell into the water and fought under it. They burst out in a spray and fought on it. They fought in the air where nothing holds you up except will. Naruto's clones crowded the surface, 100 versions of a boy who refused to let one version stand alone. Sasuke's black Chidori ate chunks out of the river and tried to carve the sky. The statues looked down with the old patient expression of monuments that know there will always be another pair of fools in love with their own beliefs. At the end it was simple because endings are. Naruto's cloak broke across him like a single tail of heat. Sasuke's arm glowed with lightning so dark it seemed to drink the light around it. They charged, their mouths open but no sound because the moment would not share room. Time put a hand on both their shoulders and slowed. Harry ran. He could see the crossing lines of their trajectories, the straight geometry of tragedy. He launched off the bank with wind under his heels, hands thrown forward not to strike but to reach. Kit screamed inside his hood. The seal pulled like a hook. Water jumped up to help and wasn't fast enough. Fingers brushed cloth. The two jutsu collided. The world inverted. Sound left, then came back wrong. Light tunneled. A ring of water exploded outward and ran as a wave to the shore and up the legs of the statues and into the low sky, where it pretended to be rain for a second before admitting it was just breath leaving. Naruto spun out of the blast, smashed shoulder first into the statue's jaw, and fell hard to the wet stone. His headband jumped loose and skittered toward the edge, caught on a chip of rock, and stopped there like a coin declined by a slot. Sasuke landed on one knee, panting, the curse mark slowly unclenching like a fist that had made its point. The lightning burned out of his palm. The black wings twitched and settled. He stood, gaze on Naruto's sprawled form, and something in his face moved that he would deny until he died. He walked to Naruto and looked down. The scratches across Naruto's cheek made a red crotch under whisker marks. Sasuke crouched, reached out, and for a second his fingers hovered over the Hitai 8. Then he closed his hand around it and lifted. The metal caught the thin light. He turned it, saw the groove his own Chidori had carved into it on the rooftop days ago like a prophecy fulfilled, and put it down by Naruto's hand. "Thank you," he said so quietly the waterfall almost ate it, "for making it hard." Harry found his breath at the edge of the platform and hauled himself up by angry will. "Sasuke!" Sasuke turned. The Sharingan spun, then it steadied, and for a moment he was just a boy with too much to carry who had learned to lift by cutting off his hands. "Potter," he greeted, a ghost of an almost smile. "You came like you said you would. Come back like you should." Harry threw back. "We'll find another way. We always do." Sasuke shook his head. "There's a door I have to walk through. If you follow me, you'll lose more than I'm willing to take." "I'll go anyway," Harry said. His voice cracked and he didn't care. "We're not done with you. I know. Suzuki's eyes softened. There was no other word. That's why I can leave. He moved. Harry stepped, hand rising, chakra gathering for a wind that would pin, not cut. The world folded sideways. No, not the world, just his senses. Sharingan Genjutsu wrapped around his sight like a warm cloth over eyes, the kind healers use before they pick glass out of a wound. Harry froze, every instinct screaming, breath coming shallow and fast. In the dream Sasuke offered him, Harry stood alone at the village gate forever, watching people leave and never return. It was gentle as a trap can be. I won't fight you, Sasuke said, voice very near and very far. Take care of him. You two together, you are something I never got to be. The Genjutsu flicked away as neatly as it had landed. Harry stumbled forward 2 steps into air that was just air again and found nothing to catch. Sasuke was already on the river, already a blur heading for the trees that had learned all their names by heart. Harry could have launched, could have cut the air into a blade and tried to hamstring destiny. He looked at Naruto instead. It took the length of one broken breath. Choices that quick. He went to his brother. Naruto's pulse thudded wild under skin that had learned to recover faster than it should. Come on, Harry said, low, already wrapping his head in a still, clean bandage, already sealing the worst of the bleeding, already cursing how his hands shook. Come on, idiot, don't make me tell Tsunade I let you nap. Sook. Naruto muttered, eyes fluttering, finding nothing. Did? Harry closed his eyes. He's gone. Naruto made a sound that wasn't a word and wouldn't have fit in anyone's mouth anyway. It tore something open in Harry that all his careful control couldn't bind. Pakun's bark snapped the moment. Kakashi arrived on the next breath, lightning still a taste in the air around him from the distances he'd covered. He took in the scene the way men like him always do, all at once, never admitting how it hurts to learn it that way. Can you move? He asked Harry, already crouching, already lifting Naruto as if he weighed no more than a memory. Yes, Harry said. He could, and he did. He picked up the fallen Itai, ate and slid it into Naruto's hand before Naruto could wake enough to feel its absence. They left the valley with one fewer boy than they had brought, and the statues watched them go without blinking. Konoha received them with the low roar of a village that had learned how to mourn and keep working. Tsunade met them at the gate with sleeves already rolled. Shizune flanked her with a tray of tools that turned blood back into a solvable problem. Choji's breath fluttered like a trapped bird on a windowsill, then steadied under green light and a medic's profanity. Niji opened his eyes to a ceiling and grimaced, which is how a Hige says thank you for saving my life. Kiba snored while Akamaru spanned his chest like a warm blanket and growled in his sleep at enemies who were no longer in the room. Shikamaru stared at the ceiling and counted his failures, then stopped when Temari knocked her fan against the doorframe and told him he owed her a cloud. Naruto woke in a white room with the afternoon stuck in the blinds. Harry sat beside him with a book open to a page he had not turned in an hour. When Naruto's eyes found him, the book sagged and closed. Suzuki, Naruto started, and the question died because the answer had already found his body. He gripped the sheet until his knuckles went pale. The tears came in a rush, then slowed to quiet heat. Harry reached for him and Naruto, grabbed his wrist like a drowning boy, then let go a little because it was Harry. I promised. Naruto said raggedly, and I didn't. You fought him to a standstill, Harry said. You gave him a choice and he used it wrong. That's not on you. Naruto scrubbed his face with the heel of his hand and missed a spot. It feels like it is. I know. Harry's voice had scraped itself raw on the way out of his chest. I feel it too. They sat in the quiet where machines ticked and the village breathed, and somewhere a nurse told someone they were lucky in that no one had died this time, as if luck were a bill you could pay in steady installments. Harry told him about Itachi at the inn at last, because secrets aren't armor between brothers, they're weights. The words were careful and clipped, the name that shouldn't be known, Kisame's smile like a wound, the way Itachi had looked at him with knowledge Harry wanted to refuse. He thanked me, Harry said softly, tonight, in the valley, for making it hard. Naruto stared at his hands. We'll make it harder next time, he said, and a weak smile tried to show up for duty on his mouth. Yeah, Harry said. The smile returned, steadier. Next time. That night, the hospital roof wore the moon like a hat. Harry leaned into the rail because the night air helped him remember he was a person and not just someone who had failed in a way that mattered. The seal hummed, patient. Kits climbed up onto his shoulder and tucked her face against his jaw, a warm apology for a world she had not made. Itachi arrived like a shadow, deciding to be polite and ask permission before crossing the threshold. Harry didn't startle. You shouldn't be here. I'm almost never where I should be, Itachi said dryly. He looked at the lights of Konoha with an expression too complicated for someone his age to wear. Thank you. For what? Harry's hands stayed loose at his sides. For being his friend, Itachi said, and the words weren't heavy. They were careful, put down like glass. For standing next to him in the places I left him alone. He turned his head. In the red of his eyes there was something that did not belong to murderers or heroes. Protect the village. Protect Naruto. If you do those things, you will be protecting him too. Harry's throat clicked. Why tell me this? Because you are a stranger here and you chose us anyway, Itachi said. There are not many like you. He paused, then added, very softly, there is a road that connects your world and this one. It is narrow, and it only opens when grief and purpose are equal in a person. You will find it again. Be ready not to fall through. Harry blinked, and the roof held only moonlight and an old tobacco smell. He exhaled. The seal at his stomach thrummed once, low, like a drum at the end of a march. In the morning, Jiraiya leaned against the window with an apple and a mission. Akatsuki is moving, he said. We need to move faster. Tsunade stood beside him, arms crossed, the soft under her voice hidden. I'd chain you to the bed for a month, Uzumaki, if I thought it would make you listen. Naruto grinned at her, as if being loved hurt less when you had the decency to exploit it. I'll bring you back a Hokage souvenir, he promised. Maybe a frog, or a mountain. Bring me yourself, she snapped, and then reached out to straighten his hattai, ate with fingers that trembled once before pretending not to. He fist bumped Harry and held on a fraction too long. Train while I'm gone, he ordered, like a kid playing at Commander and getting it right by accident. When I come back, we go get him together. I'll be here, Harry said. The promise felt like a post driven into the earth. Jiraiya clapped Harry's shoulder as they left. Keep your melody steady, he murmured. We'll need the beat. The gate swallowed them, and then the road did, and then the horizon. Harry stayed. He trained until his breath was a tool and his fear a map. Tsunade reconstructed his seal's edges with hands that were stern and kind under their calluses. Sometimes she'd go quiet while her chakra spread across his skin and he'd feel a memory not his own brush past like a silk sleeve. Kakashi took him apart and rebuilt him in a training ground that had learned to ignore scorch marks. Yamato arrived with wood that grew wherever he told it to, and a look in his eyes that said, I've held monsters' leashes before, and I'm not afraid of the boy under this one. Harry learned to sort the fox's rage from his own and rap, both in control, until they behaved like power instead of grief. He learned to cut the air so thin it apologized. He ran missions where his name came back on reports stamped with Tsunade's seal, and a small check next to the box labeled returned. 2.5 years folded into each other like origami, intricate, purposeful, full of sharp edges that somehow made a bird. On the last morning of that long paper crane, Harry stood at the village gate in a flak jacket that had earned the right to fit. The Hokage monument wore the dawn. The wind smelled like rain that had decided to be generous. Kits leaped up onto his shoulder and made a small happy sound in his ear, the kind that means soon. He put a hand to the metal at his forehead and thought of a valley where stone remembers everything. He thought of a brother on the road and a brother who had left it. He thought of a man under a village who loved it enough to pretend otherwise, and of a sage and a medic who had rebuilt him with their best habits. Bootsteps came from the road beyond the trees. A laugh he'd know in any lifetime carried before the bodies did. "We'll be ready next time," Harry told the air, and the seal hummed agreeable under his palm. The gates opened. The village breathed in. The story took its next step. The wind came off the mountains, smelling of rain and wet bark and the faint, metallic tang of new steel. Konoha's gates were taller than he remembered. Or maybe he had simply grown into them. Harry stood in their shadow with his pack slung over one shoulder, and a nervous, irrepressible grin he couldn't quite keep down. He'd been back in and out over the last 2.5 years, missions, brief debriefs, days that blurred, but this was different. This was the day Naruto came home. Whoa. Kakashi's voice drifted down from the gatehouse. He waved with the lazy cheer of a cat that had already knocked 3 things off the shelf and was thinking about a 4th. Beside him stood Sakura in a red dress with her hair cut sharper, her posture steadier. She spotted Harry below and jumped the last 3 steps. "You're early," she said, but she hugged him anyway, burying the remark in the fabric of his jacket. "You didn't sleep last night." "Couldn't," Harry said, voice muffled. "You punch boulders now, only if they deserve it." On a related note, Kakashi murmured, "The village's budget for training field repairs has quadrupled under Tsunade-sama." Before Harry could answer, the road beyond the trees brightened with motion. A figure in orange, a mop of blonde hair, a wave like he was signaling ships from miles away. Naruto. They met halfway, running the last steps like kids who still believed if you sprinted fast enough you could outrun time. Naruto didn't stop. He crashed into Harry and jingled him with all the hit and hug he'd honed since childhood. "You got taller," Naruto said, stepping back and shoving his fists into his jacket pockets like he hadn't just radiated pure joy at seeing a brother again. "You got louder," Harry said, and somewhere inside, the fox stirred and huffed in amusement. They took each other in the way you do when you've kept track of someone in letters and rumor, but haven't seen how their eyes have settled. Naruto's had more steadiness in the blue now. Harry's were darker, not in color but in knowledge. "Bell test," Kakashi said, all casual doom. Sakura groaned. "No." "Yes," Kakashi said, and his uncovered eye curved. "For old time's sake." They did not fail. Naruto blew through Kakashi's feints with a coordination that wasn't there as a kid, clones that moved like a single thought subdivided. Sakura split the earth with her heel, and the shock made birds scatter from the trees. Harry took Kakashi's book with a wind-assisted pluck and placed it on the post with a neat little bow, earning a long look and a longer silence. "Not bad," Kakashi said finally, retrieving the book. "Try not to level the training field. Tsunade-sama is very attached to her budget." They ate at Ichiroku after, warmth and broth and laughter unrelated to the weather. Old stories were pulled out and shook clean. Somewhere in the pauses, they counted who wasn't there and did not say the names aloud. That night, the village slept with the easy confidence of a place that had rebuilt itself before and would again. War was rumor, the future, a ledger not yet totaled. For a handful of people seated under the Hokage monument's stone faces, it felt like the last quiet breath before a long dive. The mission to Suna stripped the quiet out of the weak. By the time Naruto and Harry reached the sand, the cordon around the village felt terrified and brittle. Deidara's clay bird dotted the sky in obscene mockery of doves. Sasori's puppets broke shinobi the way a cruel child breaks sticks. On the breach line, Kakashi's breath fogged the inside of his mask. "Harry with me. Naruto, you." "I know," Naruto said. Jaw set. "I'm getting him back." There was no time to argue. Harry kicked off the dune beside Kakashi, wind chakra wrapping his soles. The world blurred into a streak of grit and detonations. Deidara's laugh drifted down, bright and cold and juvenile. "Art is an explosion," he sang, dropping more clay. Kakashi's eye unshuttered. Lightning forked down the wire he'd planted moments earlier. Deidara swore and yanked his bird higher. Harry flared chakra into the air with a palm out thrust. The wind hit like a wall, and the clay bombs tumbled, their fuses sputtering out with little choking coughs of smoke. "Cute trick," Deidara called. "Let me show you a reel." A shadow moved. Naruto was there with Chiyo and Sakura, sprinting past with a speed that almost tripped the eye. Below the parapet, gauntleted hands wove seals. Sakura drove her fist through a puppet that screamed like metal. Chiyo danced old, precise patterns with her fingers that made life and wood move like they were cousins. Later, standing around Gaara's body, hearing the rasp of Chiyo's breath as she gave years away with a steadiness that made Harry feel both angry and small, the village shrank down to the circle around the Kazakige's stillness. When Gaara's chest rose again, and the first sob caught and broke into relieved laughter, something tight loosened under Harry's ribs he hadn't realized he was gripping. Akatsuki didn't feel like rumor after that. It felt like a hand on the back of your neck. Tenchi Bridge was supposed to be simple: meet a spy, extract information, leave quietly. They found Kabuto instead, wearing a smile he hadn't earned and a voice like thin tea. "Information is a living organism," he said, spectacles hiding all of his tells except the one Harry smelled in the air, the cold, sweet odor of snake. "It refuses to be held in one place for long." The snake came after the man. Orochimaru stepped from the tree line with that terrible, amused gravity he used like perfume. His tongue flicked across his teeth. The sound of it, the tiny wet click, drove Harry's pulse up an unhelpful cliff. "Little fox," Orochimaru said, head tilting. "I've wondered how your seal sings at night." Harry's breath shortened. Chakra surged in his arms, in the small bones of his hands, hot and too eager. The world pinholed around Orochimaru's pupils, around the delicate, mocking lift of his mouth. "Don't," Yamato said sharply. Wood wreathed up out of the earth around them, a quiet forest conjured between heartbeats. "Stay behind me." Naruto moved instead. The ground cracked under his sandals when he pushed off. Shadow clones burst across the field like dandelion seeds. Orochimaru laughed, not at Naruto, at the whole idea of effort. He slid out of reach and blood-killing intent until the air turned thin. Something inside Harry uncoiled. It wasn't a decision. It was a reflex with teeth. His skin burned, his throat tore in a roar that wasn't sized for his body, and the cloak came up like a storm pushed through a narrow canyon. One tail, two, burning, boiling, the sensation of moving in a world that had slowed down out of prudence or fear. Orochimaru's eyes brightened with a terrible joy. "Yes," he whispered. "Show me." Harry didn't. He fell, because Yamato's wood climbed his ankles, his waist, his chest, and pinned him like a child snared in a parent's hug that didn't care whether he agreed. The world returned in pieces, the taste of blood, a rawness in his palms where chakra had chewed at flesh, Naruto's voice calling his name and hiding something like fear under the syllables. Afterward, back under a canvas lean to that smelled like rain and old sap, Yamaha knelt in front of him with the tired patience of a man who had learned to talk to fires. "You can't give him what he wants when he looks at you," he said simply. "He wants the part of you that believes you're only strong when you stop being yourself." Harry stared at his hands. His fingers trembled if he watched them. If he didn't watch, they trembled anyway. I won't lose it again, he said, and meant it and didn't trust it and meant it anyway. Naruto punched him lightly in the shoulder. We don't do it alone, he said, a little gruff. If you feel it slipping, you grab me. You hear me? You grab me, and I'll yell at you until you're annoyed enough to come back. Harry laughed a little too sharp. Deal. The night Itachi chose to meet him was bright with cold. Moonlight spilled over the river and turned the stones at its edge into scaled backs of fish. He came as he always did, without sound, without ripple, the air simply parting and finding it had one more person to support. Potter, Itachi said. Not Harry, not Jinchuriki, not Nine Tails. Potter, in a quiet voice that knew where the name had come from and why it mattered. Uka, Harry said, every muscle wanting to coil and every instinct he'd built urging him to keep them uncoiled. Itachi stopped at the edge of shadow. His face looked thinner. There was a drawnness around his eyes that said illness without giving it the dignity of a name. If you hadn't been looking, you wouldn't know. Harry was looking. It will end soon, Itachi said, and for one dread beat Harry thought he meant the war. He meant himself. Before it does, you should know truths that cost me too much to leave dying. He spoke without drama, laying out the shape of an old crime as if they were two men standing over a map tracing a river's path. The Uchiha, the coup, the order from a village that chose survival as a principle even when it meant tearing out a piece of its own spine. The boy, soldier who shouldered the weight and then put it down only when he was alone with his brother, and even then, only enough to let his fingers be gentle when he tapped the boy between the eyes. Harry tried to swallow and found his throat dry. Why tell me? Because you are going to be in the room when Sasuke learns, Itachi said. The wind shifted, his hair moved like cut ink. Because you will be asked to decide whether Konoha is a place or a promise. Because you carry something older than this village and angrier, and you need to know who you are before you decide who you will be. He took something from his sleeve. A scroll, thin as a rib bone. I took this from a man who thought snakes made him immortal, Itachi said, with a not quite smile that didn't warm anything. It belonged to another man who shed his soul and called it strength. The night you fell from another world, those two noticed the seam between here and there. Orochimaru found the edges and herded them. The other, Voldemort, tried to tear them open with death. That is why your scar hurts when you are near certain kinds of malice. It is a wound, and wounds ache when the weather changes. The scroll was lighter than it should have been when Harry took it. The seal on it was old and smelled faintly of snakeskin and damp parchment. His hands wanted to shake. He made them not. What do you want me to do with it? He asked. Understand it, Itachi said simply, and do not let it tell you that you are made of accident. You are here because two men broke things they didn't understand and another made a choice. That is not fate. That is a debt. Choose what you will spend it on. He reached up. For a second, for less, Harry flinched, ridiculous, silly, automatic. Itachi ignored it and touched his two fingers to Harry's forehead like he was listening for a pulse. Take care of him, he said softly. I always try, Harry said. He never makes it easy. Itachi's eye curved just a little. That is how you know it matters. When he left, it was with no more sound than the moon makes moving across water. Harry stood with the scroll cooling his fingers and the pressure of Itachi's touch fading on his skin, and felt the shape of his life shift half a degree. The river would still reach the sea, but not along the banks he had thought. Payne's first step into the village felt like a shared intake of breath that never let go. Harry was in the West Market when the air pressure changed. He looked up and the sky had a new geometry in it. The body that landed on the tower roof across from him had orange hair like rust and eyes like delicate machines. Find God, one of the bodies said, voice as flat as a blade. Find cover. Harry said, and pushed a woman and her son behind the cart he'd just paid at. The first explosion made a ring of dust rise around the tower. Harry sprinted, the cloak not erupting so much as flexing. Controlled, the word like a bridle in his mouth. Two bodies, one with a drill for an arm, one with too many eyes, turned toward him. He went low and the wind with him, the drill-chewed brick where his head had been a second prior. He slammed a palm into the god realm's chest. The recoil skidded him backward 3 meters and left his hand numb. Shinra Tensei, the god voice said, bored, and Harry's body lifted and met a wall. There was too much to think. He didn't think. He moved. He grabbed whoever was nearest and dragged them toward anything that looked like it might hold weight. He caught sight of Shizune across the plaza with blood up to her wrists, saw Tenten on a roof firing steel faster than a rational arm can, saw the Inuzuka clan's dogs go in as a pack, a brown wave of teeth. When the sky caved in and the radius of destruction widened until the horizon was a line of broken teeth, Harry's legs were already moving toward the blast line. He wasn't the fastest. The man in orange with toad oil on his sleeve was. Naruto landed atop the toad like a heraldic figure jumped off a scroll. The moment he threw Peen back with a single elegant motion that felt like a new equation for hope. The village inhaled for the first time since the first blast. Harry cleared a path where he could, wind to throw debris aside, hands to lift beams. Curses that left his mouth tasting like iron when he saw who he was too late to help. He heard the rhythm of Naruto's fight like a drum 2 streets over. Impact, pause, and matched his breath to it without meaning to. After, when Peen lay finished by a conversation as much as by force, the village seemed to stand up on shaking legs. People cried and laughed and began to count. In the square, villagers lifted Naruto onto their shoulders because when a story asks to become legend, you either say yes or you admit you didn't understand what stories are for. Harry found him later sitting alone on the edge of the training field where craters made a confetti of the earth. "You did it," Harry said, and Naruto looked up with an expression that was still for a second. The boy who had snuck Raymond late and sworn to change the world just because it was rude enough to try to be the way it was. "We did it," Naruto said. "You saved 3 kids and an old lady who threw her shoe at a pain." "Accurate," Harry said. It was a surprisingly effective weapon. They sat until the toads left and the cicadas got louder and the sun ran out of the day like a spill you can't stop. The cage summit was snow and stone and tempers packed in neat diplomatic phrases. Harry stood a step behind Tsunade's chair with a posture he hoped said bodyguard and not body in the way. Arguments whipsawed around the circle. Gaara spoke quieter than the others and somehow made more space with less sound. The Raikage thumped the table and did not apologize for the market left. Tsuchikage's laughter had gravel in it. Mei smiled like embarrassment was something that happened to other people. And then there was a ripple in the air and the room had a new person in it who wore a mask that tried to make geometry political. His voice was reasonable. His demands were not. "War," he said, conversational as weather. "For the sake of peace." Harry's hands curled. He thought of Chio's hands on Gaara's chest, of Naruto's face, as he accepted the village's cheers, with the weight they actually meant, of the scroll in his pack, its seal patiently waiting. He thought of Sasuke walking into things he thought were choices and found were funnels. When Obito left, the world unlaced itself a little. "Allied shinobi forces," Tsunade said afterward, her voice already arranging supplies and funerals. She looked at Naruto, then at Harry. Some of what she didn't say sat heavy in the pause before she spoke again. "There will be measures taken to keep certain assets safe." "No," Naruto said immediately, and somewhere far away an old prophecy rolled its eyes. Tsunade turned to Harry. He met her stare and was relieved to find he had words that didn't require his throat to clear. I don't know what I am to their plan, he said, truth kept in a steady hand. I know what I am to this village. I'm not a weapon you lock in a vault and pray you never need. I'm a shinobi you point at the problem and trust to choose the right kind of damage. Tsunade's mouth tipped at the corner, a brave woman recognizing another kind of courage and not arguing it to death. Fine, she said, and the sigh in it was not defeat. But you will not be reckless with yourself. That is an order, not a suggestion. I'll be responsible with my recklessness, Harry said. Close enough, she said. Preparations ate the weeks. The training fields were never empty. The mess halls hummed late with men and women who joked like people who decided to wring whatever sweetness out of the days would be left. Harry sparred until the world reduced itself to timing and breath. He stood with Gaara on a ridge at dusk, the sand flickering around the Kazukage's ankles like small obedient ghosts. I heard about your other world, Gaara said without turning. We all come from somewhere we cannot go back to. Harry looked out over the plain where tents glowed like low constellations. Somewhere out there, Naruto was arguing with a man who had informed him he would be staying safely out of the fighting. Harry smiled to himself, a brief flash. I don't know that I ever belonged there, he said, but I want the door to stop banging in the wind. Gaara nodded, slow and grave. Doors do not close by themselves. The night before they marched, the sky was low with cloud, the light diffused and kind. Harry sat cross-legged in his tent with the lamp turned down as low as a breath. The scroll Itachi had given him lay open on his knees, the parchment scarred with diagrams that weren't quite seals and weren't quite spells. The logic of them wanting to be read from all four directions at once. A sketch of an array that required blood that wasn't yours. A marginalia note from a hand that wasn't Orochimaru's. Thin, neat script in a language this world hadn't needed until now Horcrux. A chart tracking chakra density at the moment of Minato's seal. A hair caught in the wax, pale and brittle as a trapped whisper. It made his scar prickle like someone had said his name in a dark room. He traced a line that arced toward a symbol for a serpent swallowing itself, and the fox shifted lazily in the back of his mind, not with hunger, but with a kind of grim amusement. They want to turn you into a door, Harry said to the silence, to the fox, to the memory of a man who had chosen his brother over his clan and then chosen his village over them both. I'm not a door. No answer, not in words. Just a sense of great old weight rolling onto its side and opening one eye. Be careful, that feeling said without saying. Be cruel if you must. Be kind if you can. Do not mistake one for the other, because the world will ask you to. He folded the scroll and tucked it into the sleeve sewn inside his vest. When he stepped out into the cool air, the camp was a quiet animal breathing. Torches guttered. Somewhere a man coughed and then laughed after it. Naruto emerged from shadow with a bowl of something steaming. He thrust it at Harry with all the gentleness of a thrown rock and then sat beside him on the log. I liberated this from a cook who said you weren't on the list, he said. I educated him on the importance of rule breaking, on the importance of feeding heroes before they do heroic, dumb things. Harry ate. It was salty and too hot and perfect, and the heat made his eyes water in a way he could pretend was about spice. We're going to win, Naruto said into the darkness, no bluster in it, just a statement he'd decided to make true. We brought everyone together. That has to mean something. It means everything, Harry said. It means we're worth the trouble. Naruto leaned his shoulder against Harry's. You know that thing you do, where you stare at something until it gives up its secrets out of awkwardness, observation, creepy staring. You look like that. You okay? Harry exhaled. Itachi found me. Told me a lot. He asked me to protect Sasuke and the village. I said yes. I keep thinking about the cost of yes. Naruto was quiet. Then every promise costs. We choose which ones we pay, right? Right, Harry said softly. I'm just not used to the bill coming due all at once. Naruto bumped him with his shoulder again and got up. Sleep. Big day tomorrow. Harry watched him go. He looked back at the tents, at the shadowed faces of people who had decided to stand between their homes and the idea that home was a thing that could be taken like a prize. He felt the fox stretch inside him and settle. He felt the weight of Itachi's 2 fingers on his forehead like a blessing he had no idea if he deserved. He closed his eyes and listened to the war breathing, and he did not feel alone. Dawn found the Allied army standing in ranks the width of a river delta. Standards snapped in the wind, sand, leaf, stone, mist, cloud, colors that had meant border and blood once, now thrown together like farm quilts to keep children warm. Gaara walked the front with a voice that carried, and even those who would have killed him in another life stood taller for it. Somewhere on the left, a squad of Abare murmured to their insects like priests to patient gods. In the center, Tsunade and Reikage stood with a map pinned to a table, as if paper could tame the future. Harry stood with his unit and rolled his shoulders. The air felt full of rain and of something else, a pressure like the moment before a storm decides to be a storm. Beside him, Sakura flexed her hands, the little cracks of her joints loud in the hush. When this is over, she said, voice light out of courtesy. I want a week where the worst thing I fight is a stubborn fever. You'll get 3 days, Harry said. And you'll be grateful. She smiled. It reached her eyes. Deal. On the ridge to their right, Naruto stood with his hands on his hips like he'd decided to pick a fight with the horizon and was considering strategy. For a heartbeat, the boy from the gate, orange, grin, too much noise and not enough world for it, overlapped with the man who had changed a god's mind. Harry felt something in his chest go tight and bright with pride and fear at once. A horn sounded. The army moved, not like a single thing, but like a collection of choices agreeing with each other. Harry took one last breath that belonged to peace and stepped forward. The first drops of rain found his face and ran down it, cold and clean. Behind his ribs, the fox lifted its head, not to take over, to look with him. Let's go, Harry said to the world, to Naruto, to Itachi, to the boys they had been, and the men they were making in the furnace of their promises. Let's finish this. And somewhere, folded and patient, an old scroll waited for the hand that would open it when the moment asked, and the answer mattered. The first day of the war didn't arrive all at once. It came like fog over low ground, a pale weight that flattened color and stole the distance out of the landscape. Camps were already breathing, banners already snapping, and the earth already written over with the lines of too many plans when the Zetsu rose. They came as white bulbs pushing up through soil, as if the field had decided it could grow soldiers the way it grew weeds. The 4th Division held. Gaara stood unmoving at the crest, eyes narrow, sand humming around his ankles like a living vow. On his left, Kiri Shinobi in blue, gray flanked a line of leaf. On his right, a squad of stone dug in with the neat efficiency of people who had made a religion of hard work. Harry rolled his shoulders and felt the fox answer from behind his ribs, a weightless coiling, the sense of teeth under velvet. Ready, he asked the air. A great old patience opened one eye. Let them come. They did. The first wave broke like ice striking rock. The second surged around the rock and tried to find the seams. The third learned the rock moved. Harry slid low under a spear that wasn't a spear at all, but a pale thorn thickened into a blade. A chakra arm unspooled from his shoulder in a ribbon of gold and caught the attacker's wrist. The cloak brightened along his skin, its pattern inked in whorls and arcs that looked like the inside of a storm. He threw the Zetsu into the next 2 and tore the air with a palm heel of wind that shredded their faces into pulp and clattering wood. Back. someone yelled in Kiri blue. JKBI. A child-sized distortion jogged into existence 50 yards ahead, grinning and sweating steam, the air around it ringed with heat haze. The second Mizukage's mirth rang out weirdly in the open field, his revived voice arriving with the old conceit that dying had not humbled him. Explode him at range, a Kiri swordsman shouted, dragging a wounded comrade. Don't. Too late, the Mirage full sprinted and then blew apart, heat and shrapnel in a killing blossom. Harry's cloak flared. He swung both chakra arms wide and drew the wind in tight, a bubble of pressure locking around the squad at his back just as the blast broke. Heat rolled over the barrier and left it singing. When the smoke cleared, the Kiri swordsman, Chaojar, the one who hunched until he didn't, and then something inside of him cut clean through doubt, stared at Harry over the rim of his sword, face smeared with grit and a shock he didn't bother to hide. "Thanks," he said, breathless. "Don't waste it," Harry said, and caught the next Zetsu by the jaw. They fought for hours that felt like a single minute folded in a dozen directions. Gaara's sand flowed, reading intent like Braille. Stone's wall lines rose with the confidence of men who knew where to set a foundation. Mist's water caught fire in the way only chakra can make it do. Leaf's green moved like a forest had pulled up its roots and decided to walk. War was ugly and glorious and stupid and necessary. On the second day the Edo came. All the old sins were given faces again. They found the third rakeage in the flats, a man carved from iron and stubbornness, a dead legend wearing his anger like jewelry. He plowed a furrow in the Allied line and shrugged off everything they threw at him until Gaara's sand held him, just long enough, and Harry stepped in with wind whirling around his hand so thin and hot it made the air cry. The cloak burned brighter, Kurama's power funneled down, controlled, and he drove the condensed blade into the old cage's shoulder, where one tiny weakness remained, because a story about a spear that could pierce anything and a shield that could stop anything had to pick a side. The Edo looked down at the wound with a frown of offended logic. Then the tag sealed him. "Good," Gaara said simply, and that was high praise. By night, the fourth slept in shifts that fooled no one and counted as mercy anyway. Harry ate with Mist and Stone under a tarp that clicked in the wind and tasted of salt and smoke. A woman with shark-toothed laughter passed a canteen. A Stone veteran told a joke so old it came out new. Chaojar sat with the heavy lightness of exhausted men who have not yet given themselves permission to sleep. "Never thought I'd say this," he admitted, rubbing at a scorch mark on his bracer. "But I'm relieved to be fighting next to Leaf. Don't get sentimental." The Stone veteran grunted, "You'll embarrass the vegetables." Harry smiled into his bowl and didn't trust his voice. He met Itachi again in a stand of black pines where the shadow lay like ink drying. The Edo's eyes had softened. Not the color, the purpose. He moved with the quiet of a man who had finished confusing necessity with virtue and forgiven himself for forgetting the difference. "Potter," he said, and the war fell away for half a second. It was the name, the simple precision of it. It cut through the noise and laid his life out in two lines that crossed here. "Itachi," Harry said, and it felt like both greeting and goodbye. They fought together the way people who respect each other do, without speaking much and without wasting motion. One of Nagato's bodies faltered in the trees and looked up into fire that arrived like thought. A platoon of Zetsu tried to flank and found itself repelled by a layer of gold and a wall of ash. Harry's cloak locking around a group of Med. Nin, Itachi's Kaiten sweeping the perimeter with merciless grace. For a moment, Harry thought maybe this was how it should have been, a world where Itachi had survived his choices long enough to benefit from them. "I should go," Itachi said, and the weight in the words made clear it was not from fear. Kabuto is the taproot. If he lives, this war never stops ending. Harry nodded, throat thick. He told me to look after Sasuke. He said, words finding his mouth without permission. To look after the village. He touched my forehead like a small, real smile ghosted across Itachi's face. He will always be my foolish little brother, he said. And in that one sentence was a love so steady it could bear any amount of misunderstanding. And you. He lifted 2 fingers very lightly and tapped Harry's brow. Are very stubborn. It will save you, and it will cost you. Choose your debts. I will, Harry said. Itachi's body already knew what it was going to do. Hours later, in the middle of a skirmish that was mostly dust and shouted names and steel too close to skin, the world shuddered as if someone had finally found and pulled the right thread. Edo Tensei loosened its teeth. Light cinched around the revived like a kind hand closing a book. In the eastern sky, pale ash drifted down without burning. Harry felt it, a pressure lifting, a promise being kept beyond his reach, and looked up in time to see particles falling not like dust, but like the gentlest rain. In that slow drift, he thought he saw a man with his shoulders unbowed and his eyes at rest. The moment threaded itself through triumph and grief and tied them together. Sasuke found him that night in the ruins of a watchtower, shadows pooled under his eyes and something raw and cleaned out in his gaze. He's gone, Sasuke said, and the words landed with a hollow that belonged to both of them. He asked you to protect the village, didn't he? Harry didn't ask how he knew. Some lines were drawn by hands they could not see. He only said yes. Sasuke's mouth twisted. It did not reach rage. Not now. Then you'd better do it, he said. And for a heartbeat, the boy, who had sparred in the dull afternoon light of the academy, blinked behind the man. Or, I'll have to come back and yell at you. Deal, Harry said. They stood a while without speaking. Across the plain, campfires made constellations out of human stubbornness. Somewhere a flute played badly. Somewhere a medic laughed for the first time in 3 days and then put her head in her hands. Obito arrived like a problem you had ignored returning in a better suit. 10 Tails' power made the air busy. It hummed with a frequency the bones in Harry's face didn't enjoy. Obito's body had become an argument against being human. The first time a tail lashed the earth, the ground tried to shrug everyone off of it. The second time, Naruto caught the blow with both hands and something that looked like courage and sounded like stubbornness. On your left, Harry called, and poured Kurama's chakra into Naruto, the golden lights along their cloaks stitching for a breath into one pattern. Kopi, Naruto yelled, and their twin Rasengan wound around each other in a helix that threw off sparks like wetted steel. They slammed it into Obito's guard, and for the first time the mask of invincibility slipped. Sasuke's arrow of black flame sought the seam. Kakashi's lightning, measured and cruel and precise, took the opening when it found one. They were not winning. They were not losing either. They were making a space where victory could be possible later. Madara took the field with the patience of a man confident he had the time to savor his own inevitability. Infinite, Tsukuyomi hung in his voice the way rain hangs in the belly of a cloud. When he tried the first small cast, a test, a cruel experiment to see how terror spread, Harry felt the genjutsu reach with long, careful fingers and snap against the barrier he threw up around the squad nearest him. The gold blood white at the edges, a ringing built behind his teeth. He held because Kurama leaned in with a rumbling old will and because 20 people pressed in close to the circle, trusting. And because he had learned that all kinds of light are worth protecting, but the kind that lives in eyes is the one you build your body around. Nice trick, Madara called, voice dry with a scholar's interest, as if he'd seen a boy produce a puzzle box and appreciated the craftsmanship. But the moon is larger than your hands. When the real cast came, it was not a trick. The moon turned and showed a face it didn't have, and branches of light fell away from it like a tree that had decided to grow downward. Salvation lived inside the curve of Suzuki's Susanoo then, and only there. They took shelter under it and listened to the world go quiet as a billion dreams flooded the field. Harry's barrier failed. He let it. He put his hand flat to the Susanoo's plated ribs and shoved Kurama's chakra into it until the shell swelled a meter wider, and a woman with a child squeezed in next to Shikamaru and cursed him for taking up too much space. The end was old and new at once, old because all endings are, new because this one required sealing a thing that had been a story into a story again. Kaguya's face didn't look like a person's. It looked like a hunger-given skin. Team 7 moved as one strange, miraculous machine, Sasuke's angles, Naruto's arcs, Sakura's pure, deserving force, Kakashi's stolen light made honest in his hands, and sealed her with a finality that felt earned. The cheer that followed didn't sound like victory. It sounded like relief, learning how to be joy. They counted the living. They said names for the dead until their voices turned to ash, and then they said them anyway. Harry found Shikamaru on a cot with Ino stubbornly refusing to move from his side. He found Chiji asleep, sitting up, a bowl balanced on his chest. He found Gaara alone with his eyes on the horizon, where dawn was already working at the edge of night. "You kept your promise," Gaara said without turning. "You did not turn yourself into a door. Why I'm reconsidering all architecture metaphors," Harry said, and when Gaara's mouth curved very slightly, it felt like sunlight on clean bone. For an hour, war was over. The library was not a library until it decided to be one. They found it under a ruined outpost of Odo, a place that smelled like old damp and newer blood, a shape in the earth that had the dignity of a wound that had not yet decided whether to scar. A false wall, if it had ever been anything, but a suggestion yielded to Sakura's palm. Steps spiraled down into a throat that breathed cold. Light slid over shelves that had been carved, not built. Some of the scrolls were written in chakra ink that wavered when you looked at it too long, refusing to settle into lines your eyes could treat as obedient. Others were on paper Harry recognized that shouldn't exist here, vellum thick as a fingernail, parchment scabbed with ancient wax. He reached out and stopped before he touched anything. "Trap?" Kakashi asked mildly from the doorway. His voice echoed. Even his voice seemed to understand that in rooms like this, noise was an intrusion licensure didn't cover. "Not yet," Sakura said, already scanning, already cataloging with a medic's neat, cruel efficiency. "Shield arrays are dormant, but the room is awake. They move like honest thieves." Harry found a book bound in snakeskin, so carefully treated the pattern was a suggestion more than a boast. The crest pressed into the cover was half a stylized leaf, half a skull with a tongue for a snake. It made his scar pulse like someone tapping on glass from the other side. He opened it, and the stench of old ambitions hit him like breath from a cellar that had been sealed too long. The diagrams were wrong in a way that wasn't a mistake so much as a choice. Chakra lines braided with something else, text that slanted into Latin when it got tired of being written in kana, words that had a habit of changing tense if you looked at them with too much hope. Horcrux appeared in a margin, neat and patient. Below it, a sketch of a chakra network laid over a human outline that had more than one shadow. Notes in two hands, Orochimaru's elegant cruelty, another sharper, drier, like Bone had learned to write, Voldemort. The name was not written, it was impressed, as if letters themselves had refused to hold it and only the idea remained. Sakura stood at his shoulder. "What am I looking at?" "Bridges," Harry said, throat tight. "Between worlds, not like the accident that brought me. A deliberate knot. They mean to open a way wide enough for an army and narrow enough to force two kinds of power through the same throat until it chokes and keeps choking." He turned pages. The ritual required a monstrous math. Chakra of the 9, tails in tandem with chakra juxtaposed from other tailed beasts, a Rinnegan's lens to focus, a supply of death to prime the mechanism, anchors in both worlds, one in Konoha's ley lines. He hadn't even known they called them that here. One in a place marked only as Hallows. A side note, if the door resists, pierce it with pain. If the hinge screams, do not comfort it. Does this tie to Kabuto? Kakashi asked, because he had the gift of bringing questions to a level where they could be treated with respect. Orochimaru kept a second project, Harry said. He let Kabuto exhaust the world with one kind of disaster while he prepared another kind, and he had help from a wizard who knows how to break his soul and call it insurance. Great, Sakura muttered. We just finished saving this world. Now we have to stop someone from inviting another one to the party. Harry found a small drawer in the stone beneath the shelf and slid it open. Inside lay a strip of parchment the color of old teeth. He held it up. The script across it was a scratch of English so sharp it almost cut thboe wheo liti istboe duhobgs. It smelled of snake and regret. Name? Kakashi asked. Harry hesitated a heartbeat and then said it out loud. Voldemort. The room chilled as if a draft from a winter no one had ordered slipped under the door. Kakashi's visible eye tightened minutely. We'll need a council. Not just Konoha, Sakura said, mouth set. Everyone, and beyond everyone, Harry added, the shape of the decision already pressed against his ribs like a newly healed bone. We have to warn them. The other world. Wizards. Kakashi regarded him for a long moment in which the entire future had the courtesy to wait. I hate diplomacy, he said. Let's go talk to 5Cage. They met in the largest intact hall they could find that didn't feel like it was about to remember it had been a ruin. The 5Cage sat in a crescent. Their advisors stood behind with faces that had learned too quickly how to hold grief and suspicion at the same time. Tsunade looked 10 years older and fearlessly alive. Gaara's calm bent the room toward sense. The Raikage looked like a man who had fought a hurricane with a door and would do it again, loudly. Onoki had folded his weight onto his staff the way men fold their jackets across a chair and pretend they aren't cold. May smiled the way a swordswoman touches the flat of her blade to see if it still tastes like iron. Harry stood in the center. He did not feel small. He felt used, the good kind of used, like a tool whose edge had been kept. He told them what they had found. He did not make it dramatic. It did not need help. So, the Raikage said when the explanation lay drying like a map on the table. After all this, you propose we start a second war. I propose we stop one, Harry said, meeting his eyes. Before it starts, they will open the door whether we cooperate or not. If we let it happen to us, we are victims. If we move first, we are allies. Of whom? May asked, curious instead of skeptical. Your people, wizards. They're not my people, Harry said honestly, and the truth steadied him. They are where I came from. They will not understand chakra. We will not understand magic. We will mistrust each other. We will make mistakes. Some of them will be fatal. But Orochimaru and the man he's partnering with intend to exploit our confusion until it kills us by halves. If we step through on our terms, alongside those who would fight him there, we deny him the most powerful weapon any villain ever had, our surprise. Onoki snorted softly. Hemph. He talks like a shinobi who has read too many stories and survived anyway. Tsunade cut her eyes at Kakashi. Well, Kakashi didn't look at Harry, he looked at the room. He's right, he said. The only thing worse than one war is two wars with different rules. I would prefer to choose which battlefield we meet on. And if this Voldemort is as reckless as his notes suggest, he will not politely wait while we grieve and rebuild. Gaara lifted his hand. The room quieted more. When I was a child, he said, I was a weapon that my village feared and used and did not know how to love. Harry Potter is a weapon that learned to be a person while the rest of us were learning how to treat him. If he says there is a door and we need to put our hands on it, I suggest we trust him with the hinge." The rakage grimaced, which for him was almost a grin. "Fine. But if any wizard attempts to turn me into a ferret, I will consider the alliance void." May's smile sharpened. "I would pay to see it." "Focus," Tsunade said dryly, then turned to Harry. "What do you need?" He had thought about that walking up the stairs, and every step had given him one more piece of the answer. "Space," he said. "Seals, the Uzumaki's best scrolls, Minato's notes on the flying thunder god if they still exist, the barrier teams from every nation, sensors, medical squads on standby in case the door bites, and something of mine to aim at." "A locus," Onoki murmured. "A sympathetic anchor. How do you aim at a place you have never seen?" Harry touched the inside pocket where Itachi's scroll lay like a second, folded heart. "I have a name and a scar and an old, ugly magic that recognizes its own stink," he said. "I can find the seam. Kurama can hold it. You," he looked around at men and women who had rebuilt worlds with their bare hands, "can decide what we send through it." Tsunade's gaze warmed by 1 degree. "We give him what he asked for," she said, and the hall's uncertainty found itself with a thing to do. "Uzumaki, Nara, Yamanaka, Haidga, Kaguya techniques if we can stabilize them without losing anyone. Get to work." "Where?" Kakashi asked. "Here," Tsunade said, rapping her knuckles on the stone. "It's as good a place as any to remind the earth what it's for." They built a circle the size of a plaza. Wood rose at Yamato's command, ribs of a great creature curving up to hold the pressure the way a ship's hull holds the sea. Sand spread in a patient layer under Gaara's supervision, forming a bed that would give where it needed to and refuse where it did not. Ink drank the floor. Seals unrolled and argued with one another until the Uzumaki teams negotiated peace with a series of brushstrokes that made the hair on Harry's arms lift with their old power. Tenten arrived with bundles of tagged steel and smiled with the grim joy of the well-prepared. Shikamaru squinted at a plan and made it more annoying and more likely to work. Ino set her palms to Harry's temples and took a long, clean look inside with a tenderness that made him want to look away. "Lot of noise in there," she observed, voice steady. "Fox is not unhappy." "Huh. We have an arrangement," Kurama said, and Ino jerked just slightly, eyes unfocusing for a heartbeat. "Okay then," she whispered, and patted Harry's shoulder like you would pat a large dog that had chosen not to eat you. "Don't get lost." Night fell. Torches made the circle into a sunrise that was deciding where to go. Naruto stood opposite Harry, hands fisted, grin lit from inside. "Hey," he called. "You scared?" "Yes," Harry called back. "That's how you know it matters." "Good answer." Sakura looked up from the medic line and gave them both a look that said, "If either of you die, I will invent a jutsu to bring you back, just so I can kill you again." Kakashi leaned on the rail with what looked like slouching and was actually vigilance. Tsunade folded her arms. Gaara's sand whispered. Harry stepped into the center of the array. The seals hummed. Itachi's scroll warmed his palm. The scar on his forehead, old lightning frozen under skin, twinged as if recognizing a distant cousin's laugh. He breathed in through his nose until the breath reached the bottom of him and found the fox waiting, not impatient, simply present. "Ready?" he asked. The sense that came back wasn't words. It was a canyon opening to let a river see where it was going. He spread his fingers and dipped them into the well of chakra and memory and H that lived where his heart met the old wound. The circle answered with light. Lines flared, rising bright as day, and old hungry inks woke and remembered why they had agreed to be shaped. Air pressed down. The wood ribs groaned and settled. Wind poured into the space and flattened every banner into a single direction. "Now," Tsunade said, because someone had to say something to break the sheer weight of listening. Harry closed his eyes. Voldemort's name was a bruise on the inside of his mouth, but he pressed on it anyway. He found the seam. He pushed the first thread of himself through the place where worlds had scraped long ago and never fully healed. The earth shivered like a dog throwing off water. Seals roared in silence. The circle brightened until shadows fled under the benches like scared animals. Naruto's grin went feral. Sakura's hands hovered over a tray of instruments that could cut and mend with equal precision. Ino's focus narrowed to a needle. Gaara's sand lifted, ready to catch. Kakashi's book slid into his pocket as he straightened. Tsunade's chin lifted. The first edge of the portal began to right itself in the air, a thin, impossible line like the start of a cut in silk. Harry took one more breath that belonged to a boy from another world and let it out as a shinobi of this one. "Hold," he murmured, to Kurama, to the seals, to his own human fear that always arrived dressed as caution and sometimes saved his life. "Hold." The line opened its eye, and the world leaned forward. The line in the air became a cut, and then the cut became a mouth. Light poured through it as if the night had sprouted a second dawn. Seals burned on the floor, black lines turning white, hot Uzumaki ink waking like old gods startled from sleep. Wood ribs groaned as the pressure bent them. Yamato braced a hand to the timber and fed it chakra until it sang instead of screamed. Wind pushed hard enough to flatten cloaks and swallow words. Harry stood in the center with his palm over his scar and the other over Itachi's scroll and let the two oldest things he carried talk to each other. Kurama pressed up into his ribs, warm, vast, patient. The world smelled like rain that hadn't fallen yet. "Hold," he whispered, and the note of it threaded through every array in the circle. Sand anchored under Gaara's hand. Naruto's grin sharpened. Sakura's gaze flicked through their formation like a medic checking a pulse. Kakashi slid his book into his vest and stepped closer without seeming to move at all. The cut split clean across its own wound, reality pulling back like snapped skin. On the far side, space rippled into shape, a sweep of black lake with a thin moon lying on it like a cut coin, a bank sloped in winter grass, a castle with too many turrets to keep its own secrets straight. For a heartbeat, the air on both sides tasted exactly the same, like old stone and breath held too long. Harry exhaled. "Now," Tsunade said, voice steady as a table leg, and the barrier teams shifted the weight. The portal steadied. Its edges looked like they shouldn't be edges at all, and yet politely agreed to behave. The first thing through was a breath of colder air that smelled of hearth smoke and parchment. The second thing through was Gaara's sand, just a soft roll, a curious hand feeling for purchase. The third thing was Naruto, because of course it was, bouncing once on his heels, and then leaping the threshold with a whoop that might as well have been a trumpet. "Whoa!" Naruto hollered across two worlds at once. "You've got a castle." On the far bank, invisible wires thrummed. Wards tightened like a belt cinched an extra notch. Lights flicked on in windows and along stone walkways with the accelerated purpose of a place that had been drilled for crisis. Figures moved, robes and wands, cloaks flaring like banners, boots on old steps. A silver claw of light lifted itself above a tower and unraveled into a translucent dome that settled over the grounds, humming. Kakashi stepped through, one hand raised in a show of peace that somehow looked like a threat anyway. Sakura followed, then Yamato, then the first rank of ANBU in a sweep of masked faces that made even the moon pause. Harry took one step, felt the portal kiss at his skin as if it recognized him, and then he was on the grass of a world his bones remembered without the help of his head. "One's down." A voice snapped from somewhere bright and stern. "Now." It came from a woman whose hair had gone the color of the frost on stone and whose eyes had not softened a day since the last time she'd had to teach children and fight a war at the same time. Robes swirled around her like she'd been born in them. She came down the steps with purpose, and beside her, a man with a long beard and a face like a well-kept garden descended more slowly, blue eyes bright and unslept. Harry's heart went strange in his chest, not faster, wider. Professor McGonagall, he said, the title arriving in his mouth as if it had been chased there across 13 years of not being said. "Who?" she began, sharp, and then saw the scar. She stopped so suddenly her own robes nearly tripped her. Her stern mouth loosened. The lines around her eyes changed direction. Pain turned sideways into shock, into hope. There were 100 years in the way. She took one step closer and lifted a hand that shook and then steadied. "Mr. Potter," she whispered, and the whisper carried to every ear on both sides of the portal, because the world had learned to make room for names that mattered. Harry opened his mouth. Nothing sensible came. He nodded. Behind McGonagall, the older man's eyes softened. Grief and relief hit his face in the same breath and made it look younger and older at once. "Minerva," he murmured. "It seems we were not, after all, wrong to hope." "Headmaster," Harry managed, and the word broke somewhere in the middle and put itself back together, because he had never said it to anyone with that beard, and now he was. The aurors and professors arrayed behind them moved with professional confusion, wands leveled, feet braced, eyes flicking from masked shinobi to hand, signs they didn't understand to blonde kids in orange yelling about castles. Moody limped forward with his magical eyes spinning madly, every scar twitching in a way that suggested half of him had already started a fight the other half hadn't agreed to yet. "Staves down," he barked, misnaming kunai on principle. "Show your hands." Kakashi lifted both palms open. "Can do," he said pleasantly through the mask that hid his other half. "We're here to parley." "Parley," Naruto repeated brightly, proud of himself for using a big word. "And also save both our worlds from crazy snake guy and noseless evil wizard." "Subtle as ever," Sakura muttered, elbowing him, then took a step forward with medical calm braided into her voice. "We mean you no harm. We come with someone you've missed." McGonagall didn't wait for anyone's permission. She closed the space between her and Harry in 4 long strides and put both hands on his shoulders. "Professor, straight, grip gone gentle." "You're alive," she said, as if correcting an old mistake on a blackboard that had taken 13 years to find a piece of chalk for. "You're alive," he smiled, and it broke. She pulled him in, and he let his forehead touch her shoulder and thought he might never forgive this world for how easy it was to miss someone he'd only just met. When she let him go, her mouth had got its steel back, but her eyes were full. Dumbledore came closer. If there were any tears in his eyes, they were the kind men of his age had learned to hide in the lids. "Mr. Potter," he said, delight and regret wrestling politely in his tone. "Welcome home." "I don't know if it is," Harry admitted softly, "but I think I'd like to borrow it." "That," Dumbledore said, "is more than sufficient." Sinead stepped through then, authority trailing her like perfume, 5-cage crest glinting dull in torchlight. 24 more shinobi followed, banners of different nations catching Hogwarts wind and making a new language out of sound and cloth. Wands lifted again on reflex. Dumbledore lifted a hand without looking, and the sudden tension gentled by small degrees. "We will lower our wands if you will lower your knives," he said mildly. "Kanai," Tenton corrected automatically, then blushed when 30 wizards swung bewildered faces toward her. "Sorry." "Yes, we can sheathe them. We appreciate hospitality," Sinead said. "We also appreciate honest tables to plan at." Gato was a small man. "Our current problems are not small." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Minerva, if you would." McGonagall looked as if she wanted to keep one hand wrapped in Harry's sleeve forever, but duty is a hard habit to break. "Follow me," she said crisply. "All of you. And if any of you touches the statue of Gregory the Smarmy on the second landing, I will consider it an act of war." "Who's Gregory the?" Naruto began. "Don't," Sakura advised. "They crossed the grass together." Shinobi boots soft in old loam, wizard shoes clicking on stone. The castle watched them approach with its windows and did not comment. The paintings did. The first portrait they passed, a knight only just remembering he'd been a knight, sat up and shouted, "Invaders," in a voice like trumpets. "Guests," McGonagall corrected sharply. The knight peered again, Wests with scarves. His mustache twitched, approving. "Excellent." "Those are headbands," Naruto told him. "We're ninja." The knight looked as if someone had said a glorious swear in church. Splendid. They entered the great hall under a storm of candlelight. Hundreds of floating flames looked down on shinobi masks and leaf green vests and mist blues and stone browns and sand's desert neutrals. The colors harsh and simple against Hogwarts' softer palette. The longhouse tables had been pushed aside to make room. Benches circled outward like a ripple that had paused. At the far end, the staff table glowed under a hanging banner that had learned to love 4 animals at once. Kakashi stopped a step inside and tilted his head up. "The ceiling," he murmured to no one, or to everyone. "Illusion? Charm," Dumbledore said, "but a quite honest one. Troublesome," Shikamaru said, already calculating lines of sight and angles and the way sound would bounce here and there in ways that made lies travel funny. But interesting. A giant of a man in a moleskin coat that looked like it had wrestled a forest, and one barreled down the aisle with arms spread wide. "Harry!" Hagrid bellowed, tears already sliding into his beard. "Knew ye'd be. Well, didn't know really, but hoped, and there ye are!" He hugged Harry with a tenderness scaled for a smaller person. Several nearby Aurors took a step back in case anything big tried to fall. Kurama, to Harry's surprise, purred in the bones of his chest. "Please don't break him," Naruto said cheerfully. "We need him for the war." Hagrid snorted, moist and affectionate. I'm back together if I do." Madame Pomfrey bustled forward on Hagrid's heels and without any sort of bustle in her eyes. She looked everyone over as if she had already trudged them and was offended by the number of people pretending not to bleed. Sakura moved toward her as a needle does toward thread. "May I?" Sakura asked, gesturing to a young Auror trying to hide a cut at his hairline. Madame Pomfrey arched one thin eyebrow. "If you can," she said, skepticism gently salted into the syllables. Sakura's fingers glowed green. The cut knit closed in 3 heartbeats. The Auror blinked, reached up, and found nothing but clean skin. Pomfrey's mouth parted. She leaned in. "Your method, chakra," Sakura said. "Life energy. It's like you have spells that are shapes, and we have shapes that are muscles." "Fascinating," Pomfrey murmured, and then, with the practical joy of a healer who had just found new tools, "Can you teach my apprentice the basics? If we're to be sharing battlefields, I'd like to share as little blood on the floor as possible." "Of course," Sakura said, and the relief that slid through her shoulders made Harry want to hug both of them. Not all wars were fought to break things. On the far side of the hall, a red-haired boy stared at the Anbu masks with avid terror and delight, while the bushy-haired girl beside him bounced a little on the balls of her feet like curiosity had finished stretching and was ready to run. They were a little older than Harry had imagined people named Ron and Hermione would be. It didn't feel wrong. It felt like he'd found a book midway through and opened it to where the characters had been waiting. "Wizard's chess?" Shikamaru asked shyly, as if he hadn't already mapped the board with a glance. Ron's face lit as if someone had flared a Lumos under his skin. "Do you play?" "I'm willing to be humiliated in exchange for intelligence," Shikamaru said, "and to see if your pieces actually break each other." "They do," Hermione said, still scanning masks, hands, seals, mouths. "Oh, goodness, they do." Naruto had already drifted beneath a painting of a lady with a plumed hat. The lady fluttered a fan and sighed. "What a darling boy." She declared to the fat friar next door, "Look at those whiskers." "They're not whiskers," Naruto complained. "They're, birthmarks," Harry supplied. "Yeah," Naruto said. "That. So you do magic with those little sticks?" he asked brightly, turning to Dumbledore, who actually choked on a laugh. "Ones," McGonagall corrected, and yes, Naruto reached for one in Moody's hand with the simple generosity of a boy offering to carry groceries. Moody snarled. "Don't touch." Naruto swished it experimentally. 4 books levitated off a bench and began to spin. Everyone within 3 meters hit the floor like trained professionals. Naruto yelped, grabbed the books with both hands, and they fell on his head one by one. "Sorry," he grinned, sticking a thumb up from under a pile of basic transfiguration texts. "This is awesome, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said gently, dragging him to his feet by a sleeve out of habit and then realizing he was not, in fact, that Potter. "There are rules. We will teach you some, or we will lock you out of the library." "You can lock a library?" Shikamaru asked, horrified. "We can," Hermione said gravely. "We don't," Ron corrected. "Not anymore," Hermione admitted. "Can he keep the wand?" Naruto asked Moody, hopeful as a puppy. "No," Moody growled, but there was the ghost of a grin in the scarred ruin of his mouth. "We'll find you something that won't explode the castle when you sneeze." In the small room off the hall that had been used for detentions and celebrations, and at least one hasty argument with a portrait that refused to rat out its subjects, they put a table between them to make their differences polite. Sonade and Dumbledore took opposite ends. Kakashi and McGonagall flanked. Snape stood in shadow, arms folded, mouth a thin line of dislike that might have been for everyone equally. Harry sat with Naruto on one side and the knowledge of the other world on the other, and tried to behave like a person someone might trust. Sunade spoke first. She did not waste time finding throat-clearing words. "Orochimaru is binding his life to a ritual that uses our oldest power and yours. He has partners. One of them is a wizard who splits his soul to survive. We have reason to believe they are preparing their final attempt at a place that touches both worlds." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "Our information suggests something similar," he conceded. "There are places where the fabric between our world and your world feels thinned. The Department of Mysteries guards one such. Well, they call it a veil. There has been activity near a ruin to the north where an old Roman road collapses into a valley. The wards have been unsettled. Creatures migrate oddly. Ruins of the veil," Harry said, and the words scraped like rust off a hinge. He didn't know where he'd learned the name, Itachi's scroll, or the way his scar had tingled when he'd read the word Hallows. Snape's eyes flicked to him. They were black and brilliant and not kind. "You know this place," he said, not a question. "I know what they intend," Harry replied. "Orochimaru's notes say he's set the anchors. He uses words that mean things in both our worlds. He plans to thread them through the same needle and pull until the cloth tears." Moody growled something obscene about men who underestimated sewing. "What are their numbers?" Sunade asked, businesslike to a fault. "Or enemy," Dumbledore said carefully, "is not universally loved. Voldemort lost a body once. He has regained something like one. His followers, the Death Eaters, have gathered, but the Ministry is not entirely blind or toothless. We have Aurors. We have the Order." His mouth tilted. "We also have school children who refuse to do as they're told, but I would prefer not to employ them." "I will take your Aurors," Sunade said. "And your Order. Children can stay here where the castle will argue with death on their behalf." McGonagall inclined her head so briefly it could have been a flinch. "We agree." Snape's voice slid in, smooth and edged. "The Dark Lord has experiments. In Fury. Curses that damage the mind. Artifacts that should be destroyed and cannot be, because he has broken them into tasks. He will attempt to control your chakra the way he controls will. He will fail where people have spines. You sound like you don't like him, Naruto said helpfully. Snape stared at him as if considering turning him into a hedgehog out of sheer academic curiosity. Astute. Dumbledore turned to Harry. The question he had been postponing sat in his eyes like a weight politely waiting its turn. How did you survive, Mr. Potter? Harry lifted a shoulder. He felt 12 years old for an instant and then stopped and reminded himself he had survived wars grown men had not. My mother's protection. Your magic names it sacrifice. Ours names it a seal. They meet in the middle nicely. When Voldemort cast his curse, it misfired. A door opened. I fell through. He swallowed. A shinobi caught me. Then another refused to let me die. I grew up learning how to run on trees and argue with gods. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, they were older and lighter. I am sorry, he said simply, and the apology was large enough for a world to sit in. I should have found you. I did not know where to look. I spoke to a prophecy and mistook its silence for closure. I left you? Harry let the words hit. He did not flinch. I grew, he said, and I found people who taught me how to carry the weight. You didn't do that, but you can help now. Dumbledore's mouth softened into a smile that had space in it for regret and also pride. Then I will. McGonagall stood abruptly, as if movement kept her from either crying or hitting something. You should see them, she said gruffly. Your parents. A photograph. She reached into her robe and pulled out a frame she shouldn't have been carrying, and of course had been carrying for 13 years. The picture inside moved, a young man with hair that wouldn't be told what to do, and a woman with eyes that made kindness look like a weapon waved and waved and waved, as if they had been practicing and were pleased to finally be seen. Harry's breath left him like a struck bell. His hand shook when he took the frame. Lily smiled, and the smile hurt and healed in the same measure. Hi, he said, and the boy in the picture elbowed the girl and made a face at the baby she held. The baby kicked and laughed. Harry shut his eyes until the world steadied. When he opened them, McGonagall had her hand on his shoulder again, as if anyone touched by Lily and James should not be allowed to stand alone. We need a plan, she said briskly, because kindness exhausted her faster than battle did. Headmaster, Dumbledore rose. The room felt it like weather. Today, he said softly, 2 worlds have chosen to be one where it matters. Minerva is correct. We must think. We must plan. We must act. We will bring Aurors, the Order, and those members of the Ministry who have remembered how to be brave. You will bring your teams. We will bring our charms and curses, our counter curses and artifacts, and what will no doubt be a deeply irritating amount of bureaucracy. You will bring your seals and speed, your sand and swords and stubbornness. Add stubbornness twice, Naruto suggested. Thrice, Tsunade amended, giving him a look that would have turned lesser men to good behavior. We need a joint strike. Barrier teams to contain the ritual, sensory teams to locate the anchors, breakers to sever them. You have anti-apparition wards. Would do, McGonagall said curtly. We also have broom squads, patronuses, and a handful of Weasleys with no sense of self-preservation. Excellent, Kakashi said, as if she had just offered him a replacement bell. Expect reanimated shinobi. Harry added, the words jagged, and you're dead. In fury, he will make you fight things you love. Do not look closely enough to let his voice make sense. Look at your hands. Do what they know. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Snape. Snape grimaced. I will contact the usual suspects, he said, and left before anyone could accuse him of volunteering. They built the plan like a bridge hammered from parts that weren't designed to fit each other and made better for it. Aurors would finalize anti-apparition wards around the Veil. A and BU would ghost in and mark anchor points with tags that had learned to taste both magic and chakra. Barrier teams would set a ring, wizards would weave protections that could flex without shattering when chakra pushed. Gara's sand would serve as living foundation. The Rackage's people would break whatever needed breaking, with Moody's team on their heels to arrest anyone who survived their own decisions. Onoki volunteered to drop a mountain on anything that refused to listen to geometry. McGonagall politely requested he warn the broom squads first. Snitches, Lee said later, eyes shining, after Ron tried to explain Quidditch to him and failed. They have golden snitches. Do you fight them? You catch them. Ron corrected. Usually, I will catch one, Lee declared, clenching a fist. For youth. Please don't, Hermione begged. They're very expensive. On the flagstones outside, students peered from behind professors' legs. One tiny first year stuck out a hand and touched the trailing tassel of Tamari's giant fan with a reverence normally reserved for mummies and new sweets. Tamari stared down at her and gave her a soft smile she would deny later. Kiba chased a large ginger cat under a bench and then yelped when something that wasn't a cat hissed back. That's Crookshanks, Hermione informed him, pride and apology braided together. He's very clever. Bites, Kiba noted, sucking the side of his hand. Akamaru barked once, offended. In the infirmary, Sakura stitched magic and chakra into a temporary treaty over an Aura's sprained wrist, while Madame Pomfrey hummed thoughtfully. You compress along the meridians, Pomfrey observed. Our spell pulls at the tendon. I wonder, we can braid them, Sakura said, surprised into delight. If I slow my feed and you push at the last moment, Pomfrey finished. Yes. Let's write this down in case we survive to teach it. Shikamaru and Ron's chess pieces smashed each other with genuine affection, while the two boys argued strategies as if they weren't both planning for a different, worse game. Hermione took notes on Shikamaru's hand signs and what they did to the air. Shikamaru underlined rules in her copy of Hogwarts, a history with wicked focus, and murmured, counter, measures, until she took the book away from him. McGonagall found Harry in a corridor under a moving staircase that looked like it would take offense if you named it. She had the picture again, as if she were afraid he'd lost it and needed a top-up. They were good, she said without preamble, her Scottish turning the word into an epitaph that didn't weep. Your parents. Messes, both of them. Brave. Difficult. They would have well, she sniffed. They would be very proud of you. Harry looked at James's grin, at Lily's eyes that he wore like a borrowed sky. His throat hurt. Thank you, he said, which was both insufficient and all he could afford without breaking something he needed. She gripped his shoulder. Don't die, she said fiercely. Please don't die. I'll try not to, he promised. Dumbledore found him next, in the shadow of a gargoyle that had learned to enjoy gossip. The headmaster's face looked tired enough to make bravery look irresponsible, and then chose it anyway. There is one thing you should know, Dumbledore said. When you vanished, our prophecy fell silent. Not broken, silent. I suspected the world had taken matters into its own hands. I did not imagine it had taken you somewhere it expected you to learn to argue with fate by way of tree climbing. Harry laughed, because he had to. It worked. It did, Dumbledore said softly. Forgive an old man his mistakes. Harry thought of Horizon's hands on his head, of Minato's last smile, of Kushina's voice in whispers a fox had carried for years, of Itachi's fingers against his brow. He thought of Naruto's ridiculous courage and Sakura's green hands, and Kakashi's book slid away in a pocket so he could catch them instead. He didn't have room left to keep grudges fed. I do, he said simply. Dumbledore's relief was a small, private thing he shared anyway. Thank you. At dawn, the Hogwarts grounds looked like a painting that had decided to tell the truth. The lake lay cold and patient. The towers stood with their collars turned up against the morning. On the lawns, ranks formed that had never thought to stand together, shinobi in tight, quiet lines, flak jackets catching the early light, witches and wizards in robes and battle cloaks, house colors peeking under the sober black. Auras checked belts and wand holsters the way kunonoiti checked kunai rolls. Broom squads stood with bristles resting on boots like lances at rest. Owls lined the railings like a feathered jury. Tsunade stood with her hands behind her back, chin lifted just enough to make anyone taller than her remember their posture. Dumbledore stood with his hands folded, eyes half closed, listening to the way the day would sound when it began. Gara's sand curled lazily around his ankles like a tame desert. McGonagall's lips thinned into a line that trembled only once and then did not. Kakashi smiled under his mask in a way that felt like a blessing and a dare. Moody's eye spun, then steadied on the portal, which still pulsed softly, and waited. Harry stood front and center, Naruto at his right shoulder, Sakura at his left, Kakashi behind, because that was how they fit. He had no wand in his hand. He had a kunai and a seal tag tucked under the hem of his sleeve, and Kurama's old power humming under his skin like a second sun. People who had not quite believed in the other, kind of people the day before looked sideways at each other and smiled despite themselves. An Auror with hair the color of dust held out a roll of bandages. A sand shinobi took it with a nod that promised debts in good coin. A Ravenclaw 7th year tugged the strap of her cauldron satchel tighter and whispered to a mist boy that she'd never flown over a battlefield. He told her quietly that he had. He did not say it got easier. He did say he'd point where the wind would break first. Tsunade stepped forward. She did not shout. Voices carried differently over grass than over stone. "We fight because we are alive," she said simply. "We fight together because we prefer it to dying alone. We move fast. We hold where we must and break what cannot be allowed to stand. Protect the ones beside you, even if you don't know their names. You'll learn them if you live. Let's make room for future introductions." A ripple of grim laughter rolled the tension thinner. Dumbledore's turn. He lifted his head. "I have spent my life in a school," he said, as if it were a confession that had grown on him like a second skin. "Schools are an act of faith. They say, we believe there will be a future populated by children alive enough to learn. Today, we are fighting for the ordinary miracle of tomorrow's homework. Today, we marry what we are good at to what our friends are good at and call it hope. Today, two worlds find out how much braver they are together." Naruto pumped a fist and yelled, because the old man deserved to have someone cheer when he talked about homework and made it sound like a battle cry. Laughter came easier now, bright and bare. McGonagall looked at Harry one more time, eyes full. "Go," she said. He nodded. He took Naruto's wrist and squeezed it once. Naruto squeezed back like he meant to break bones in a helpful way. Sakura touched both their backs with a healer's hands and a friend's. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair, and then Harry's in a gesture so quick the latter almost missed it, and when Naruto turned to complain, Kakashi was already staring at the portal with the polite gaze of an alibi. The anchor teams took their places in the circle Hogwarts had allowed them to paint into its grass. Seals lit, different inks learning each other quickly. Wards layered over them with the hum of a choir choosing harmony. The portal swelled. It looked thinner and truer in the morning light, like the lens of a patient eye that had found something it wanted to see. Harry felt Itachi's scroll warm under his hand like a living thing. He let his breath sink, let Kurama open the canyon he had carried since before memory. He reached for the seam that smelled like snake and cemetery clay and an old fear with a new plan and pulled. The cut opened. On the other side, the veil-weighted ruins crouched around a stone arch older than words, air crowded with spells waiting for orders, shadows thick with men who had been alive too long and decided not to stop. Somewhere in the noise that had not yet become sound, a high, cold laugh rehearsed itself for a triumph it did not deserve. Harry stepped. The army stepped with him. Wands lifted and hands formed signs. Sand rose and brooms angled forward. Hope strapped itself on like armor and became a verb. He took a deep breath as the combined forces crossed the veil between worlds. They went to war together. The sky above the veil had lost its mind. Lightning stitched itself in crooked seams between a butchered moon and a lid of storm, unpicking the dark and resewing it so fast that day and night seemed to blink. The ruins rose out of the moor like the bones of a cathedral that had once stood enormous and pious, and now only remembered how to kneel. An arch at the heart of the site glowed a color that didn't belong to any sane spectrum, every pulse thinning the air, making the old stones breathe and the grass lie down, as if under a giant's palm. Beneath the arch, an altar stood where no altar had a right to be. It was a slab that had learned to drink. Cables of jutsu ink and runes bound it, thick at the center and fanned out in lines that snagged across the ground like a spider web cast by a god with a grudge. Above the altar, a vortex of words churned curses written backwards, names cut from tongues, edicts stolen from dead languages and forced to labor. On the high, broken stairs of a tower that refused to fall because malice was holding it up, two men watched the world crack. "Look at what they bring me," Voldemort murmured, voice like a fingernail along glass. The wind peeled his robe away from his frame, tried to make a flag of him, then thought better of it. Two armies, two worlds, and a boy who should have died. Two boys. Orochimaru corrected softly, tongue tasting the storm. He lifted his pale hands, and the runes on the back of them hissed. One with a fox in his belly and a bloodline that learned to love sealing chains. One with an appetite for endings. How could I resist inviting them? All around the veil. The ground closed its eyes and tried not to know what it felt. Then it opened them again, and everything rushed in. The first wave hit like a scream. In fury, wax-eyed and blue-lipped, shambled out of the wet grass in ranks so neat a drill master would have wept. Behind them, white zetsu, like growths, tore themselves out of the soil, pale as roots, teeth full of mud. Tether tags flashed on reanimated shinobi, paper of Orochimaru's design fluttering like rotten leaves above their scapulas, and behind those puppets strode a handful of legends, dragged out of their graves to do chores. A titan made of bone and anger dragged an iron chain. Giant cursed beasts, more shape than species, loped on too many limbs. The air smelled like grave dirt and snake musk and rain waiting. "Protego line!" McGonagall snapped, and a dozen Aurors dropped to one knee and inked their wands across the air, shields slamming into place with a sound like bells telling lies. Light flared. The first hail of kunai pattered against a wall that wasn't there and fell like hard rain. "Up and over!" Kakashi called, and the shinobi moved as one body, cracking its knuckles. Lee went first, of course he did, vaulting the shining barrier with a laugh that sounded like youth refusing to be corrected. Behind him came a green wave of flak jackets and steel, ANBU masks, grinning their constant grins as their owners took death personally. Gara's sand rose in a brown tide and hardened under an umbrella of translucent blue shields. The broom squads kicked forward, pierced through gaps like silver fish. Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice carried calm through the howl. "Left flank with me." Kakashi slid in at his shoulder, hat tilted by a wind that kept trying to be a blade and kept failing. A reanimated Kakuzu rose from the moor like a bad memory assembled out of thread and stubbornness, masks writhing on his back like barnacles that had learned to hate. One mask opened and spat a gout of fire so hot it made the storm hiss. "Not bad," Kingsley said, whipping his wand. The stream broke on a shield he shaped into a wedge and shoved back toward the source. It hit Kakuzu in the chest with the force of a thrown door. "Yours." Kakashi's hand had already gone bright white. "Mine." Lightning blade met thread, and thread lost its argument about being anything other than string. Across the field, A giant whose shape couldn't decide between boar and hill reared back. Sakura leapt with a shout that carried pure relief at having something heightable that large. She planted her heel between two ribs with a crack that spent a year's worth of earthquakes in one sound. The giant stuttered back. Niville, who had been white with understandable terror and green with unreasonable determination, saw exposed flesh that smelled like rotten nightshade, yanked a pouch off his belt, and scattered something alive and hungry into the wound. Devil's snare likes the dark, he yelled, as if that helped. The vines took the hint and dove, constricting like a friend who hugged too hard. Sakura hit again. The giant fell, vines knitting it to the earth like a quilt that refused to let someone nap. Lee blurred a green streak that made the rain jolt. "Professor," he shouted, grinning at a height that put him eye, level with Flitwick's hat. "Make me fly!" "Don't tempt me." Flitwick squeaked cheerfully, flicking his wand. Levitation caught Lee not like a cradle but like a spring. Lee pivoted in midair, feet bicycling in joy, and then he went where he intended to all along, through a knot of enemies with such grace that the foes he hadn't kicked fell down from embarrassment. "Splendid form," Flitwick cried, sending a chain of disarming spells that made wands and weapons go briefly ambivalent about belonging to the living. "Thank you," Lee sang back, happiness refueling his legs. Aurors staggered under a new wave. Moody swore so inventively the air learned new words. "Hold your line," he roared. "What, train for worse?" "We didn't. But pretend we did." A serpent of chakra, killer bee's work. Joy in every coil whipped through a phalanx of inferi. The dead fell and tried to learn better behavior and failed. Above, broom squads strafed the giants. Gaara caught brooms that lost riders with hands of sand and set them down with a gentleness the storm hated. Harry fought the way someone fights on the day after their childhood is finally over efficiently and where it mattered. Kurama lent him a cloak that burned red in a world already full of fire. He kept it thin, tight to his skin, unwilling to let it think for him. He moved to where the line went soft and stiffened it with seals and speed and a bad habit of refusing to die. Naruto was the opposite kind of joy, a shock of orange and a laugh that fear tripped over, shadow clones flooding lower ground like an army made of the word try. When a snake the size of a train unstitched itself out of the grass, he drove a Rasengan into its hood so hard the air popped. "Nice one," Harry yelled, even as a curse snapped past his ear with that cold, flat crack that turned the inside of your bones to ice. A man in dark robes flicked his wand again, face pale, eyes mad and empty. Harry moved on instinct seals, a drag and drop of chakra into shapes Itachi had called clever and Jiraiya had called, "Please don't show Tsunade that one." The curse hit a barrier that didn't exist a moment before and ricocheted sideways, cooking 3 zetsu where they stood. "Harry," Sakura's voice, then the pitch of it, the sound a medic uses when she says your name because she's counting on your legs working. He turned, and the battlefield fell away. They walked out of the rain as if it had been trying to hold them back and failed. A woman with hair the color of autumn seen through tears. A man whose grin looked like a dare someone had finally accepted. Their movements had the wet, mechanical precision of the tethered dead. Their eyes, no, there was nothing of eyes in those eyes, only black screen glass and someone else's picture moving behind it. "Lily," Voldemort called from his broken tower, sweet as arsenic. "James, fetch." James raised his wand. Harry's heart came to a full stop and then lurched like a cart pushed down the wrong hill. Every line he'd imagined for this moment, in dreams he'd been brave in and dreams he'd woken gasping from, burned away, too clean to be of any use. "I'm your son," he said, "because betrayal is complicated and love is not." His mouth shook. The words came out like a confession said at a stranger's grave. "I'm your son." Lily moved. The wand in her hand drew a curve in the air. he recognized without having learned a protective reflex turned inside out. James's jaw tightened, and the spell he cast was something fast and mean a younger man might have invented and been proud of. Harry dodged left on instinct, then cut himself off and took it shallow because he couldn't make his body decide to fully get out of the way of his father. Pain burned across his ribs. He staggered and his cloak flared, Kurama growling in his blood. "Harry!" Naruto yelled, and then his voice broke into a sound that was not a word at all, not in any language that had ever had books. He looked right. Minato's cloak fluttered in the storm, yellow, a remembered sun. Kushina's hair red like a spilled flag. They moved in tandem the way a memory moves when it refuses to be contradicted. Minato's kunai rang as they struck each other, air stuttering around warp points, space pretending it wasn't being bullied. Kushina's chains flowered from her back like a field of iron lilies, beautiful and fatal. "Mom! Dad!" Naruto shouted, knees flexing to leap, and then locking because children did not leap at their parents with knives drawn. Kushina did not answer. Her chains did. One shot past Naruto's cheek and cracked stone behind him. Another looped for his waist. He cut it with a wind blade that would have impressed a past version of himself and sickened the one here. Minato flickered, and then Naruto went flying, impact numbing his arms from shoulder to fingers. He hit the ground, rolled, and came up with blood in his mouth and anguish on his face, and he still looked like a kid who wanted to make his mother laugh. "Boss, focus." Gamakichi croaked from somewhere near his ankle, because it seemed unwise to let a moment pass without a toad saying something practical. "I know." Naruto breathed. "I know." The battlefield closed around them, as if deciding to give this scene its stage. Sakura tried to cut in on Harry's flank, and a serpent the size of a carriage rose out of the turf and snapped her back with fangs that dripped venom that sizzled when it hit seals. Kakashi moved to intercept, and a chain jutsu he'd taught someone himself slapped his hand aside. Kingsley lifted his wand, and a volley of green light from 3 masked faces cut the air between him and Harry into something no one should walk through. "Stay back!" Harry shouted, and hated how much of him meant it. Lily's wand traced another curse. James's mouth pressed thin. Their faces were empty of joy except for a flicker. A heartbeat stutter under a lid, a tremor at the corner of a mouth that had once learned to smile like a habit. "I wrote you letters," Harry blurted, blocking too slow, taking another cut along his forearm, so shallow he wanted to call it love. "When I was little, to nobody. To you I didn't know. Lily's left hand twitched. For an instant, her wand faltered. The curse that should have come a straight line to his throat kinked at the end and burned a ring into the ground beside his foot instead. The smell of cooked grass flooded the moment. Lily's breath caught. James fired. The spell caught Harry along the side hard enough to knock the breath out of him, robes searing, ribs protesting. He hit one knee, and Kurama cast a hard wall through his skin that kept his heart still present. "They're in there." Harry gasped, half to Naruto, half to himself, all to the storm. "They're in. I know," Naruto shouted, eyes wide with a kind of fury no one should ever have to learn, Hope's angry twin. Kushina's chain punched the earth where his head had been. Minato flashed. Naruto met him, racing and in palm, and the sound it made when it hit Minato's kunai was like 2 untranslatable words trying to make a sentence. "Minato?" Kakashi whispered from the edge, where he couldn't help without ruining what had to be done by the hands that had the right to do it. He never allowed his voice to break in front of students. It cracked now. He pressed a palm to his Sharingan. "Sensei." James came in hard, and Harry met him with a seal so old it smelled like Kushina's kitchen in a memory that had never happened to him. He caught James's wrist, skin on skin, heat over cold. "Dad," he said. Something changed. Not in James's face, there was nothing there yet but obedience, but deeper. in a place Orochimaru's ink hadn't bought sufficiently. The wrist under his grip trembled just once. The wand dipped a hairbreadth. James's eyes didn't focus, and his mouth didn't, not really, but his breathing hitched wrong, like a sob taught to march. Naruto's shoulder bled where a chain had kissed him. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled at his mother through new tears like an idiot boy who had decided a lifetime ago to love and hadn't found a good reason to stop yet. "Mom," he said, softer than battle has time for. "You called me your little man, remember? And you told me not to. Kushina's chain skirled through the air like a choir made of knives. Minato's hand landed on her shoulder. Everything slowed as if the storm had agreed to let this one thing be understood correctly. Kushina's head shifted a fraction. Minato's fingers tightened. One squeeze, the kind a shinobi gives to say I am here in a room full of people pretending not to cry. Naruto sucked in a breath like a drowning boy touching the dock. They're inside. Harry's hand slipped to his pouch. Jiraiya had laughed when he'd given him the ink, had said something about getting sentimental in his old age, and then punched him in the arm. Uzumaki lines snapped awake love-struck when his blood hit them. He glanced at Naruto, and they moved together without speaking. Hands fanned through signs boar, ram, snake, hare. Harry could feel Kushina's approval like a hand pressed between his shoulder blades. The seal came off the brush like singing and stuck to the air as if it were a surface. Orochimaru, Voldemort called lazily, tone sliding back and forth through S as if he were sharing an inside joke with a snake. They seal like lovers. They seal like orphans. Orochimaru corrected, amused. It amounts to the same result, desperate art. Naruto's chakra surged hot and gold. Harry's blood red and vast. The two braided in the ink and made a third color no one had a name for, only a feeling, the ache of a thing becoming whole. They moved together, steps matching, breath sensed. The world staged wrong and their bodies insisting on their own choreography anyway. Ink met skin, Harry's seal on Lily's sternum, Naruto's on Kushina's forearm, both boys steadying their hands through shaking. "Please," Harry whispered. "Please let it be you." For an instant, just a sliver of a beat between storm and thunder, Lily's eyes focused. Green met green. The smile that slipped through the cracks of the curse wasn't large. It didn't have to be. It landed in him like a home he had not believed in making room. "Harry," she said. Her voice sounded like his name said for the first time in a kitchen with bright light, and a baby who had decided he loved spoons. "You grew up?" James's mouth tilted into pride so pure it hurt everyone who saw it. "Look at you," he managed, voice rusty with the dumb wonder of fatherhood. "Brilliant." Minato's face softened like a sunrise squeezed into a second. Kushina's mouth quirked, warning and love and promise, and you better eat and stop making your teacher pull his hair out. No tears. She scolded Naruto gently, even as tears slid down her own cheek without asking permission. "Strong. Okay. Our boy. Always." Naruto sobbed, and the grin he gave them through it was exactly the grin you give a photograph when you're 12 and don't know if it hears you. Always. The glue of Orochimaru's jutsu felt them slipping and tightened, cruel as wire. Voldemort sneered and flicked his wand as if to sharpen a knife. The seals blinked forward like closing eyes, then flared. Light took Lily like forgiveness. Dust rose from James in a whisper that sounded like "you'll be fine." Minato's hand didn't leave Kushina's shoulder even as their bodies collapsed into clean nothing. The chains flickered away. The kunai clanged on the stone like bells told to be quiet and refusing briefly. Two smiles stayed, the ghost of them, the suggestion of warmth on skin that had gone suddenly cold. Then they were gone. Harry's hand fell emptily through air where his mother had been. Naruto lurched a step forward and stopped, because that was what they would want to go on. He pressed his palm to the ground and bent there for a second like a bow. Sakura reached them in that second and put her hands on both their backs, green light trembling around her fingers. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. Her shoulders shook. "Thank you," Harry said to whatever listened, and he meant it savagely. Hope, like any muscle, needed more than one repetition to get strong. The battlefield did not care they had just done the hardest thing a boy can do. It pressed forward again. The Allied line had buckled while the world was kind enough to watch a miracle. Zetsu sprouted from fossils of their own dead. Inferi found their feet when no one had asked them to. Every time someone fell and didn't stand again, Orochimaru's sleeves ticked. Paper talismans lifted on an unholy draught, and a new puppet came blinking out of the mud, unless someone got there fast with fire and prayer. Dumbledore and Voldemort met at the lip of the altar in a collision of eras that made the ruined tower flinch. Spells strobed. Old men's bodies moved with the recklessness only belief can lend. Dumbledore's wand drew arcs that sculpted the air into structures that shouldn't stand and did out of sheer argument. Fountains of blue, white fire rose and folded into cages. Serpents of light opened their mouths and swallowed green death and spat it back. A ring of transparent stone clamped around Nagini and began to crush. Voldemort laughed soundlessly, mouth widening in a shape no mouth should. Curses fracturing diffractions off curses, a rain of killing curses, falling at angles no geometry textbook had warned about. He moved like a memory of a boy who had decided never to ask permission again. Dumbledore took a hit along the ribs and staggered. Blood darkened his robes. McGonagall's cry cut out of her like a hawk's. He stayed on his feet because he had spent his life practicing standing in front of children and refusing to sit. Sonaid hit Orochimaru like a hurricane that had finally learned his name correctly. Her fist sank into the stone beside his head and made an apology on behalf of every earthquake for taking so long to arrive. Orochimaru slid sideways like a smile you couldn't trust and let a wall of Edo Tensei slip between them. Hiruzen's eyes met Tsunade's through that wall. There was apology there and pride and the kind of command you obeyed out of love. "Sensei," Tsunade said, low and raw, "do not hesitate." Hiruzen said, lips not moving, voice not his own, but the intention scrawled over Orochimaru's calligraphy enough to be legible. Tsunade didn't. She drew back, broke the puppet cleanly, and wept later. Kingsley lost his wand for a heartbeat and got it back with a headbutt that splintered the nose of a masked Death Eater into a shape noses weren't meant to explore. Kakashi's breathing grew ragged. The Sharingan painted things in red he wasn't supposed to see. Neville dragged an injured Auror behind a wall of sand, just as a swarm of cursed blades stitched the air where his heart had been. Ron bellowed with fear, and then courage as he sent a pack of animated chess knights charging into a cluster of Zetsu, hooves pounding, lances lowered. Shikamaru yelled, "Advance 2 squares." And the knights, insulted by the inaccuracy, did something better. Hermione and Sakura were back to back over a litter of wounded, their shields sugar, glass thin, and still somehow holding. Hermione's jaw clenched on a Lumos so hard the light shook. "On your left!" Sakura called. Hermione pivoted and turned a hex into a harmless burst of feathers that drifted down over Naruto's clone army like confetti. "Thanks," Naruto yelled, and got his leg back under him by sheer stubbornness. Gaara knelt, swaying, sand wrapping his torso like a tired mother. He raised a hand and a dome blossomed over a collapsed broom squad. 3 seconds later, a hail of cursed arrows thudded into it, black shafts twitching like insects, and stayed outside because the sand had decided. Moody took a curse meant for a child and spat, and kept moving. Tunks went down with a cry, hair bleaching white with pain, and Remus threw himself over her, snarling not like a man. McGonagall transfigured rubble into a swarm of iron ravens that tore at the eyes of a summoned giant, rage making her precise and generous. Flitwick sang an incantation like a wedding toast, and stairs grew where there hadn't been any. allowing a team of leaf chunin to run straight up a vertical face and take a platform that had been choked with Death Eaters 10 seconds before. For every enemy they felled, 2 stood up from places nothing should have stood. For every miracle they made, someone screamed and didn't make another. Voldemort looked down from his ruined stairs at the kneeling breeches and the standing few and the boys made older by 10 minutes than by 10 years and smiled. "This," he announced, voice amplified by a charm that made cruelty sound like rain on a window you couldn't open, "is what your hope buys, Harry Potter. Ruin. How many times must you disobey the order the world has written you before you learn it does not change the ending?" "Shut it, Snakeface!" Naruto rasped, one knee in mud, blood making his smile look like a wound and a flag. "We're not done." "I admire your courage," Voldemort said, tilting his head like a viper deciding which artery it wanted. "It will make your failure poetic." Orochimaru spread his hands, palms stained. "You fight beautifully," he offered, as if making a professional note in the margins of their massacre. "I will learn so much from your corpses." "Over my dead," Tsunade began, and then snorted at herself for the phrasing and set her feet again. Harry tried to stand. His legs answered with static. His ribs felt like an instrument a child had been allowed to practice on with a hammer. The world narrowed to faces he knew and ones he didn't, and the sound of thunder deciding the rhythm. Kurama pressed against the bars of his mind and didn't rattle them. He waited. He had never begged. He didn't know how to start. "Harry," Sakura whispered, and the syllables were full of orders and concern and all the times she had stood between him and the stupid thing he had decided to do. "We need." "I know," he said, and the words felt like an apology to everyone living and dead. Across the field, Dumbledore's wand faltered. Voldemort struck. Green light flew. The headmaster turned the curse at a bad angle, and it sheared past, but his shoulders sagged, and he sank to one knee. McGonagall made a sound no student had ever heard her make. Gara's sand lagged, and a gap opened, and 3 in fury fell through it before Lee's foot broke all the rules and sent them back to the ground as pieces. Kingsley reeled. Kakashi's mask was torn and his eye bled red tears. "Potter," Voldemort called, lazy, "come to me. Kneel and I will let the children live." "We're not children," Naruto growled. "You are," Voldemort said, bored and precise. "All of you. That is why you are so easy to break." Harry looked right. Naruto looked left. Their shoulders touched. It felt like the only true thing left in a world that had been bent wrong and then set to spinning. Kurama's voice came from the place where storms go after they fall apart and before they decide to come back. It did not thunder. It simply arrived. "Little human," the fox said, and the words were almost gentle. The way an old predator is gentle with the one cub it has decided to spare from the lesson it teaches everyone else. "We can end this." How? Harry thought, closing his eyes because he needed to see what mattered. The battlefield's noise stepped back a half pace. "Give me the leash," Kurama murmured. "Give me your hands. Give me your breath and your name. Give me the part of you that has spent your life standing between other people and the things that wanted to break them. Give me everything. I will give it back as fire." That sounds like a lot, Harry admitted aloud, and his laugh came out as a sound with no humor in it. "What's the price?" Kurama did not lie. He never had. "Your soul will smell of me forever. Your threads will be knotted to mine. You may not see the end of this path, because the path will eat your feet, but they will live." He let the meaning of they fill itself with faces, Sakura's and Naruto's and Kakashi's, and a stern woman in tartan, and an old man with a terrible beard, and a boy with a toad on his shoulder and far too much belief, and 1,000 faces Harry did not know and wanted to. Across the shattered field, Voldemort smiled and lifted his wand for something operatic and final. Orochimaru's fingers fluttered. The altar hummed as the vortex above it thickened. the air suddenly tasting like copper and midnights and first breaths. Harry opened his eyes. His sight found Naruto's. The world steadied in that small, stubborn way it does when two people agree to continue. He looked at the devastation, Dumbledore on his knee, McGonagall rigid with contained grief, Tsunade bleeding and standing and daring the ruins to try their luck again. Aurors huddled, shinobi swaying, children who had given up afternoons for practice, giving up their innocence for the rest. He looked at where his mother had smiled, at where his father had nodded, at the new space inside him those two gestures had made. He closed his eyes one more time and dropped his chin a fraction and whispered into the place where the bars had never really been, only for them. "Do it. I'm ready." Kurama didn't roar at first. He chuckled. "About time you stopped pretending you're smaller than you are, little human," the fox said, dry as old cedar. "Let's end the arithmetic." Harry let his breath go. He uncurled the fingers clenched around his fear, fingers that had held kunai, scrolls, ramen bowls, the hands of friends, a boyhood that had gone too quickly, and opened them to the heat. The chain around his heart went slack. His name felt lighter and heavier at once, like steel that had learned to sing. "Yes," he said, "only for them." The first pulse rose through him so gently it felt like a hand on his hair, like a mother smoothing back a fringe. Then the world lifted. Light took him, red and gold braided, so tight the colors argued, until they agreed. It burst out of him as a column, straight through the bruise of cloud above, punching a hole into sky. Wind slammed outward in a ring so crisp it shaved the rain off the battlefield and left a halo of steam. Every head turned. Swords paused, spells stalled mid-arc, even the dead stuttered in their obedience as if terror had taught them manners. "Harry!" Naruto's voice cracked raw, half warning and half prayer. "What are you doing?" "Winning," someone whispered who didn't believe in saying the obvious out loud. Maybe Kakashi, maybe Kingsley, maybe the ruins. Chakra didn't just flare, it resolved. The pillar of light bent into a spine, a rib cage hung its ribs on heaven. Tails unfurled like banners, each one a river of sunlight with a red heart, each one ending in a brush of annihilation. A muzzle formed where no flesh was, a brow like a cliff, eyes opening the color of a furnace seen through amber. The 9, Tails stepped out of light and took the field, not as a beast of rage, but as a god of purpose. He was not fur. He was not shadow. He was radiance given an outline and a will. 9 tails fanned like a halo, each swipe pulling wind into shape and making it kneel. Where his paws touched, the stone glowed instead of cracked. His roar shook the sky not as noise but as verdict. Thunder rolled over to listen. The aura rolled first, harmless as dawn to those who stood under banners of leaf and lion and sand and stag. It touched shinobi and soothed torn muscle. It slid over witches and wizards and pressed warm palms to bruises, rewove a few frayed threads, steadied breaths. Then it hit the other side, and it burned. Zetsu wilted in place like mushrooms under sun. Inferi took one step back, forgot who had told them to move forward, and slumped into the relief of not being any more. Every paper tag on every Edo tensei curled up and blackened. The chakra scaffolding under them snapped with a chorus like 1,000 puppet strings being cut. Bones collapsed, sins lay down. On the broken stairs, Voldemort's mouth flattened to a line of disbelief. The wand in his hand seemed to weigh more for the first time in a very long time. "Impossible," he hissed, and the word sounded childlike and ridiculous in a throat that had made so many elegant threats. Orochimaru's smile never reached his eyes. He took a step back without meaning to. The altar behind him hummed harder, terrified to be near its masters. The 9 tails crouched. A globe swelled between his jaws, black as a moonless well, ringed by a spinning crown of white. It dragged light into itself, threads streaming in until even Voldemort understood what hunger looked like when it finally found a purpose besides itself. The air bent around the thing, refusing to touch. "Move!" Tsunade bellowed. though the blast somehow whispered to the living, "Duck and you'll be fine," and to the dead, "I have come to collect." Voldemort flicked his wand, called in every debt a terrified soul could remember, threw curses that had killed so simply they had come to believe they were facts of nature. Green light skipped off the aura with the futility of rain trying to wet the sea. Orochimaru flashed through seals so fast his fingers blurred, vomited snakes until the ground writhed, called up walls of bone and mud and other people's stolen names. The tailed beast bomb swallowed the distance like an answer. It left the Nine-Tails' mouth slow because inevitability does not rush. It floated across the churned field with the grace of a comet that had misplaced its sky. It met the stairs. It erased the stairs. Voldemort had the time to turn his head and feel, at last, something he had spent a lifetime teaching himself not to surprise. He lifted his wand to say another word that meant murder and found the meaning run out. Orochimaru's pupils blew so wide his irises failed to remember their color. He smiled, small, almost relieved, as if a scientist was seeing, finally, the one experiment whose result he would not be around to publish. The bomb took them. It did not blast. It simply made a hole where they had stood and every idea they had tried to write into the world. Flesh and snake skin, wandwood and stolen eyes, the brittle varnish of Horcruxes and the burlap stitch of Edo anchors, all of it went white, then nothing, as if someone had exhaled until the candle went out. The ritual lattice above the altar broke like a spider web in a gale. The vortex hiccuped, changed its mind about apertures, and began to unwind in ribbons that the rain caught and rinsed away. The shockwave walked out across the valley, a wall of soft force. When it touched a puppet, the puppet relaxed into earth. When it touched a living friend, it lifted their chin, warmed their hands, and moved on. The ruins drank the sound. The storm parted over the hole the bomb had made and showed, for the first time that day, a square of simple blue. Silence didn't fall. It landed, knees first. The Nine-Tails stood again, great head lowering, tails folding inward like a hand cooling off after a blow. He looked down at what remained: no serpents, no masks, no man with eyes like a dead lake, no altar. The arch still glowed, but now it hummed like a door left politely ajar instead of a wound pried open. "It's done," Kurama said, and pride hung off the words the way sunlight hangs off water. "We burned the rot out." Harry existed inside that body the way a candle exists inside a lantern himself, and wildly more. He felt the army's eyes on him and felt the way awe can tip into fear. He felt Naruto's gaze like a rope thrown from one cliff to another. He felt Kurama settle, old weight shifting to make the boy comfortable. "You'll have to give me back," the fox murmured, not unkindly. "All of it, all the way." "I know," Harry thought. He did not try to pretend his chest didn't hurt at the shape of knowing. He let the Nine-Tails throw his head back and offer one last roar to the air, less fury now, more ceremony. A sound that said it's over, stand up, count your living, name your dead, go home. Light unwove. The avatar dissolved into motes, tails thinning into ribbons, ribs into strands, paws into sparks. The motes drifted down like red, gold snow. Where they touched skin, cuts stopped arguing with skin. Where they landed on hair, it smelled briefly like summer in a place you had no map for. At the center of the field, a figure hung for the briefest moment, held up by habit and love. Then gravity remembered itself. Naruto ran, jumped the broken, skidded on wet stone, hands out. He caught Harry against his chest the way a boy catches an answer he's chased all the way down a corridor, too hard, too gently shaking. "I've got you," Naruto babbled, as if assurances could slow blood. Hey, you idiot. What did you? Why would you? Of course you would, Harry!" "I'm here," Harry said, and his voice was so thin it might have been a thought. He tried to smile and discovered he still knew how. "You always were loud. And you're—" Naruto's face crumpled in on the smile he was trying to make. "You're pale. That's my job. Don't steal my bit." Don't make me Hokage for this, Harry whispered, as if bargaining with the universe over paperwork. Naruto choked on a laugh that broke into a sob halfway through and came out a sound that stained the air. We'll make you something better, he said fiercely, tears as shameless as rain. A legend, a story people tell until the stupid stars get jealous. Good? Harry breathed. Make sure they get the hair right. Shut up, Naruto said, using the most tender voice anyone has ever put those words in. Feet pounded. Sakura slid in, skidding on her knees, hands already alight, chakra flaring a bright, stubborn green. She clamped her palms to Harry's chest, felt the hemorrhage of life like a tide going out through too many holes. No, she said, the word a diagnosis and a refusal. No, stay with me. He caught her wrist, fingers barely more than weight. Sakura, it's okay. It's not, she said fiercely, tears spilling anyway. It's not okay. I'm a medic and I say, you did everything right. He blinked up at her. Tell Tsunade I said that. She should hear it twice. Kakashi crouched, one hand on Naruto's shoulder, the other on Harry's knee, as if touch could draft a better outcome. His mask was ripped, his eye was wet and red-rimmed. His voice was steady the way a bridge is steady when a flood is under it. Minato would be very loud about you right now, he said, and very proud. Tell him to use his inside voice. Harry managed. The corners of his mouth bent. Tell him thank you for the fox. Tsunade stood a step back because she knew when a battlefield miracle had spent itself down to quiet. Her hands shook where they hung. She had held too many dying hands to pretend with this boy. She lowered her head. Stubborn brat, she said softly, and that was nearly a blessing. Dumbledore arrived with McGonagall at his side, face bruised and shoulder bloodied. He stopped, and the ancient sorrow in his eyes added itself to all the rest. He bowed, not professor to student, not commander to hero, but one soul to another soul that had done a hard kindness. McGonagall's lips moved around words in a language that had grown moss in Scotland for 1,000 years. Whatever she said smelled of hither and goodbyes. Sasuke stood in the ring of faces, dark, silent, rain cutting tracks down his cheeks he pretended were the sky's fault. His hands were fists at his sides, nails biting palms. He met Harry's eyes. It wasn't forgiveness, it was respect, which sometimes matters more because it's harder. Weirs. Harry turned his head an inch, looking for a color he knew. Ino pushed through the wall of bodies with a sound that wasn't a word and fell to her knees in the muck beside him. Hey, Harry said softly, and the relief that flashed across his face made Ino's breath hitch. He lifted a hand that weighed as much as a whole war and brushed his knuckles under her eye where tears were carving salt. Don't, she said, catching his fingers in both of hers like they were heat she was sharing. Don't you dare be gentle with me right now, Potter. I'm not ready for. I know, he whispered. Me neither. He swallowed, breath hitching. You are the best part. Ino bent over his hand, pressed her lips to his knuckles, then his palm, then shaky, breaking his forehead, just above the lightning scar that had gone faint as old chalk. I love you, she said, and the conviction in her voice took the teeth out of the storm. He smiled a little. Love you too. Naruto made a sound that tore itself out of his throat and left his voice in tatters. You can't, Harry, the bridge, the Raymond, the stupid cats. You promised we'd? I promised we'd try, Harry said. He turned his head, eyes finding Naruto again, the blue he'd learned to trust as a direction. We did. Kurama lay down beside him inside the dim room of his mind, gigantic and tired and gentle in a way he only was when there was no one left to perform for. This is the part, the fox said, and his voice, that had only ever known growl and sneer and rage, allowed itself sadness. You gave them a world. That's worth the meat you wore. Will you stay? Harry asked, desperate and calm at once. Until the door shuts, the fox said. Then we both walk through. He looked up at a sky that had decided to be kind for a minute and saw, because sometimes mercy gives pictures to the dying, a woman with hair like autumn laughing, a man with a grin that had no apologies under it, both standing just beyond the edge of sight. They looked proud. They waited. "Thank you," Harry whispered, not sure if he told it to the fox, or the world, or the two faces he had carried like prayers. His chest loosened, the pain unknotted. He let his eyes close, because he wanted to see the last bit from the inside. He exhaled and did not inhale again. The wind that passed across the battlefield at that moment was small and precise, a hand smoothing a bedsheet, a door clicking softly. It smelled like rain deciding to leave, and like something sweet cooling on a windowsill. Naruto clutched him and broke. There are sounds a human throat is not designed to make. He made them anyway. He bent over the friend he called brother and shook until Lee's hands came down on his shoulders from behind like anchors, until Sakura's arms wrapped around both of them, until Kakashi bowed his head over the three and let the brim of his forehead protector hide his eyes. People who had nothing left wept. People who had seen too much wept. People who had just been saved put their faces in their hands and wept without being ashamed of it. It took a long time for anyone to stand up. In the days that followed, the two worlds discovered how much there was to mend. Healers moved without sleeping, hands glowing and wands flaring, the infirmary tents and the Hogwarts hospital wing doubling as confessionals where pain got told and believed. Wizards and shinobi learned each other's names and the names of each other's dead. The veil smoothed itself under 1,000 footsteps carrying rubble and memories away. The portal stayed, steady now, curving like a throat that had learned how to swallow without choking. Teams went through in both directions with lists and humility, potions ingredients for salves that loved chakra, sealing ink for curses that had been too proud of themselves, nurses for injured ANBU who were terrible patients, ANBU for nervous aurors who were terrible with stares that moved. They held a joint memorial under a sky that had finally forgiven itself. At Hogwarts, the great hall filled with faces and floating candles and the smell of wax and soup. Headmasters past peered down from portraits, sober, approving, shocked. A new window had been put up at the far end in a rush that looked like care-stained glass catching a figure in mid-step, cloak whipping. 9 tails of light fanned behind him like a sunrise learning to multitask. On the plinth Harry Potter, Tia Bridigi Badabi in Maralis. Below in smaller letters, a line McGonagall had insisted on he chose again and again. The lives of others. May we do the same. At the memorial stone in Konoha, the one on which 1,000 names had been carved before there was room enough for one more, new letters went in as if the rock was soft for him. A statue rose quietly at the foot of the Hokage monument weeks later, not commissioned so much as agreed upon, as if the village itself had pushed it up from the earth, a young man standing at ease, headband tied crooked because someone had bumped him while laughing, at his side a fox, enormous, sitting like a guardian dog at a temple, eyes half closed, tail brushed around the boy's feet. Children put dango sticks at the statue's toes. Someone hung a wreath of ramen shop tokens around its wrist for a day before Tucci came and took them down and put them in a frame. Ino stopped by the statue in the mornings when she could because it was easier to say things there. She told him about patients who broke her heart and made it larger, about a new flower that had bloomed in the Yamanaka greenhouse that smelled faintly like the scarf he used to wear in winter, about the stupid jokes Naruto had told in the Hokage's office that had made Tsunade throw a pen at him and later quietly smile. She pressed her palm to cold stone and didn't pretend warmth wasn't missing. Sometimes, when no one was watching and it had rained at night, she swore the stone was a little damp where a cheek would be. Dumbledore walked the edge of the Forbidden Forest the day after the memorial with Minerva on his arm, because even men who have spent their lives standing alone should occasionally lean. "We failed him once," he said, voice quiet and devastated and proud, all braided together. "You did not find him," McGonagall corrected gently. "You did not fail him, and he made certain none of us failed anyone today." She stopped, squared her shoulders. "I will be reminding myself of that for some time." Kakashi volunteered for the task nobody asks for and everybody respects, telling Lily and James, wherever they were, that their son had been extraordinary. He did it the way shinobi say prayers alone, on a roof under stars. He spoke softly and did not expect an answer. That night, for the first time since he had been a child, he dreamt of a kitchen with bright light and laughter. He woke with his pillow wet and felt no shame. Gaara returned to Suna and ordered a new garden planted in a square that had been rubble for a decade, sand raked in patterns remembered from a boyhood he had nearly not survived. In the heart of the garden, he set a stone borrowed from Konoha with a carved leaf on it, and he put his palm on it sometimes and thought of a boy who had taught him that monsters could be bridled and then befriended. When the wind blew across it, the lines in the sand made patterns that looked like tails. Sasuke left the field the day after the battle without theatrics. He walked out of the ruins and into the trees and turned his face toward the place where penance grows. Weeks later, he came back through the portal quietly, stepped into the crowd assembled at the Konoha Memorial, and set down at the base of Harry's statue a small fan symbol cut in wood by a hand that had only ever learned how to carve damage. He bowed his head and stayed a long time. He came back the next week and helped Shikamaru draw up a list of tasks nobody wanted but everyone needed done, and started ticking boxes in silence. The alliance did not dissolve, it adjusted. Hogwarts wrote a course on foreign chakra phenomena, etiquette, and safety, which first years mispronounced adorably, and Naruto volunteered to teach 3 guest lectures, 4, only 2 of which resulted in craters. Konoha sent a team of medical nin to observe Pomfrey's work and came home with 5 new salves that smelled terrible and worked wonders. There were awkward dinners where chopsticks and forks learned each other's patience, and wonderful afternoons where a wizard chess set tried to explain itself to Shikamaru and lost on principle. An Auror married a Kunoichi, and their wedding had both a sake ceremony and a toast that accidentally lit a tablecloth on fire and was put out by a wave of sand. Time did the thing it always does after storms crept, then ran, then pretended nothing had happened while planting flowers where rubble had been. The Hokage's hat changed heads. Naruto stood on the balcony of the office one morning years later and put both hands on the railing and laughed, because the village sounded like home, and because he had once promised to get here, and then he had. Inside on his desk sat a frame with 2 items under glass, a Konoha forehead protector with the fabric worn shiny at the edges, and a photograph Ino had insisted on making, of a boy with messy hair and stubborn eyes standing beside a fox statue, both of them looking like they were about to say something rude to each other and then not. On a warm afternoon, Naruto took a detour on his way back from a budget meeting he'd won by shouting and a smile. He stopped at the statue because some habits are vows. He set a new headband on the base, one embroidered now with a small spiral and a tiny lightning mark, and he touched the stone, eyes soft. "You're one of us forever," he said simply. Then, because his throat had gotten tight and he hated when anyone saw him cry unless it was cheering, he laughed hard and wiped his face with the heel of his hand. "And you'd better be looking down and laughing at my paperwork, you jerk." In the great hall at Hogwarts, morning light slid through the stained glass and threw tails of gold across breakfast plates and sleepy students. A first-year with hair like wheat asked a 7th-year exchange student from Konoha why the window fox looked like it was smiling. The 7th-year told a story that made toast go cold and tea go warm again. And when he finished, The first year stood up a little straighter and went to class with a chest that felt crowded in a good way. On clear days at the Vale, where the ruins were finally letting themselves be ruins again, instead of stages for catastrophe, kids from both worlds came to play with rules that made sense only to children. They ran with wooden wands and blunt kunai and jumped over a line in the grass that, if you believed hard enough, made you fly. A boy with whisker marks on his cheeks and a girl with a tartan scarf around her ponytail chased each other with a fox pup at their heels. That wasn't really a fox and a cat. That wasn't really a cat. They argued loudly about whether a summoning contract was cooler than a patronus and decided the answer was yes. When the wind blew hard across the field, sometimes a swirl of red, gold motes leapt up from the grass and danced for a heartbeat, and somebody got goosebumps and didn't know why. Flowers learned to grow in the cracks of old steps. People learned to tell the story with the right amount of silence in it. On the anniversary of the battle, a crowd gathered at dusk in Konoha and another in Hogwarts, and the portal in between glowed a kind, steady blue. Tsunade spoke briefly because she had learned brevity the hard way. Dumbledore spoke longer and said very little in that way that sits next to grief and lets it talk. Kakashi read a list of names, and Kingsley added a few more, and McGonagall cleared her throat and told a joke that wasn't very funny and made everyone laugh anyway because it was hers. Ino laid a sprig of forget-me-not and a spray of white chrysanthemum at the stone and smiled crookedly like a woman who had discovered another name for strength. When night fully arrived, Naruto stepped forward last. He didn't bring a speech. He brought a story that started in a dingy apartment with a broken kettle and ended with two worlds sharing a sky. He ended with what he always ended with, a promise only an idiot would make and only a hero would try to keep. "We'll keep building what he gave us," he said, voice catching and refusing to fall. "We'll keep laughing where he'd laugh. We'll keep standing where he'd stand. And if anyone ever asks what kind of man Harry Potter was, we'll point at our two worlds not trying to kill each other and say that." He looked up toward the mountain and the statue and beyond them to a piece of sky he had decided for himself. The stars were out. They looked like pinholes punched in a curtain by someone who wanted to see if there was more light behind it. Though Harry Potter was born to two worlds, in the end he made them one where it mattered, at the place in people that decides who they choose. The boy who bridged worlds became the man who saved them, and in the lives he saved, and the loves he taught, and the stubbornness he left behind like a torch, his light did not go out.